Harriet Harman, Kwasi Kwarteng, Maurice Stewart.
Hello and welcome to the Oh God What Now election night live stream. So it's around 10 p.m. here and we're waiting for the exit polls. We're going to be with you through from 10 p.m. till around 3 a.m., maybe a little bit longer if it gets particularly exciting. So let me talk you through a little bit of what the format is going to be at first. So I'm joined, as you can see, by an array of paper cuts, The Bunker, Oh God What Now, regulars, a mix of people here. And what we're going to be doing is imagine Soccer Saturday or Gogglebox, but without the sitcoms and without the football, just with people like John Curtis talking about the elections. And we'll be watching that on the TV and then reacting to it as it comes in. So yeah, joining me at the moment, we're going to be doing hour-long shifts. It's going to be a nice little mix-up throughout the evening. We've got a green room outside there, I'm sure Andrew Harrison will be schmoozing with many a person. So I'm Jacob Jarvis, if you weren't aware already. And with me, we've got Grania Maguire, comedian and Paper Cuts regular. Grania, how are you?
I'm pitching myself as the Roy Keane of tonight's panel. Yeah, I'm good. My reaction will be tough, but I think fair.
Yeah, I feel like if you were to go really tough with Sunak, though, he hasn't got like another game
he's
to go to.
He's just been lazy. He's been lazy.
Yeah, he's not trained very well, has he? We've also got Seth Tavo. Hey, Seth.
In the 1979 general election coverage, Robin Day started the evening by turning up completely pissed and smoking a large cigar. And I see it as my place to substitute as much as possible, although sadly, a smoking ban prevents me from smoking a cigar in the studio.
Maybe a vape or something like that. Rob Hutton is with us here. And from what I can see from his face, there has been, I thought we might have to wait at least a minute or two until the exit poll came through. But I think, Rob, that you may very well have an exit poll.
I can
and
see
it may
the exit
be
poll.
quite overwhelming. So, Rob, talk us through it.
Labour 410, that's a big number. That's more than half. Conservatives 131, not as low as some has hoped. I think maybe I have money on them 131. I can't remember. Reform at 13 is a big one. That's I mean that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's 13 different parties that will have been formed by 2028, and Lib Dems on 61. So SNP on 10. Bad night for them. And 2 Green seats, which I think is probably in the middle of what we were expecting. But 410 Labour seats. That's big. That's a big number. Yeah. Yes.
So talk me through a little bit then, exit polls, how they come to be and what it is for those of us without all the experience from election nights past as you have, Rob.
Imagine me as a man who researches and indeed knows all the people. So what they do, they have a small number of polling stations that they've sort of identified as representative of different bits of the electorate, and they've tracked them for years, so they keep going back to the same ones, so they can sort of see movements. And they basically at each of those polling stations, they have people who, as people come out, say, "Excuse me, Ms. Maguire, would you mind telling me how you voted?" And people are actually surprisingly willing to do that. And even the people who don't sort of do it in a predictable way. And then there's a bunch of real nerds. I mean, these might all have been invited to my 50th birthday party.
Okay. Where was your 50th birthday
Who
party?
sit in a basement? Well, it would have been the Expo. Who sit in a basement in Broadcasting House, I think it is, and crunch these numbers as they come in. And I was talking to somebody who does it the other week, and he said the weirdest thing is that by about 3 o'clock, you really pretty much know what your number is going to be, and you're then sort of sitting there on this information that you're not allowed to tell or share or whatever. And
they can't even go to the bookies.
No, yeah, I mean, no, because that would be wrong.
How could you survive the day? I would be too scared to even order a coffee in case I accidentally went, this will be a funny thing.
It helps that there are pretty much, huge burly people on the door who your phone has been taken away. Your sort of your capacity to tell anyone is incredibly constrained. And pretty much the moment they start telling journalists, it starts leaking, which is slightly controversial.
Rob, I've asked you a lot of the fact side of things there, though, but you're obviously a bit shocked by that number. Tell me how you're feeling looking at it.
I mean, There was a part of me that was hoping they would go over under 100 just for the lols.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I meant to bring books with me today, but this is the worst result. This is the worst Conservative result certainly since the war, possibly since ever. They might have got lower once. It's a really bad result for them.
Don't worry, we've got the almanac in Seth here who will know all of that information.
I think I'm mainly shocked by the reform number. I mean, I don't know whether I should be shocked by the reform number because they had in lots of ways a pretty good campaign. And the things that went badly for reform might simply not bother people. I mean, famously, people aren't that bothered about foreign affairs. So it may well be that the fact that Farage is happy for Ukraine to be rolled over by the Russian tanks, that doesn't bother reform voters. I had heard from somebody with family in the Northeast. He said lot of reform chat in the family WhatsApp today.
Yeah, I had that also. I was up in Lincoln, and my girlfriend's parents were saying that when they went down, there's a lot of people saying, no, we went for reform. So not sort of the shy reform voters you might have expected. It seemed like the people who were doing so were fairly happy. Seth, so that number. What's your initial take on it in reaction?
It measures up really interestingly. So all election, we've been talking about how the polls clearly show this is going to be a bigger landslide than 1997. Well, it sort of is and sort of isn't. So actually, if it's accurate, if it's 410, Blair in 1997 got 418. Blair's second landslide was 412. It's going to be slightly lower as a tally of Labour seats actually than 1997. What still makes it a larger landslide is the Conservative performance. 131 seats is the worst performance for the Conservative Party ever. I mean, not just since the Conservative Party became the Conservatives as we know them in 1834. You would need to go back to early parliamentary parties before they actually existed in the 17th century, where there were groupings of independents, most of whom were very reactionary, but they didn't call themselves Tories. That's even worse than that. It is the worst performance, not just for a governing party, for any party ever, from this position of being in power to losing office there. On the other hand, it's not been the wipeout that's been suggested. I mean, during the course of the campaign, we were saying, even just in the last few days, 150 to 50 was the Overton window of Tory performance. They seem to have just about, if this is accurate, held on by the skin of their teeth to a huge number of seats. They could have fallen into third place behind the Liberal Democrats. They didn't. So they're going to be relieved for that. It means that they may actually be back in government one day in a way they wouldn't be if they'd come third.
Well, practicality-wise as well, then it suggests they will be the opposition still. It's not going to be like we looked at that it would be the Lib Dems or anything like that.
The Lib Dem performance is really interesting. So bear in mind just how badly they did in seats last election. They actually had their seat tally fall last election. They were on 11. If they're on 61, as is suggested, increase of 50 seats, that is the largest increase of Liberal seats since 1906. That is a phenomenal performance for the Lib Dems. They basically increased their size by nearly 6 times as a parliamentary party. So that is going to make them very happy. As a tally, it's slightly below. Charles Kennedy was on 62 in 2005. So it's bringing them back to where they were after the Iraq War. But that was at a time where they were up against Labour rather than up against the Tories. So this is going to be a very difficult time for them for a number of reasons. I mean, it's very transformative because where the Lib Dems are picking up seats from is from the Tories, but they're usually winning them with Labour votes or with sort of tactical voting from the left. So they are going to have a strategic decision, which is, do you tack to the left to placate your voters, or do you become a sort of NIMBYist, southeastern, southwestern kind of right-leaning party? So that's going to be a big issue for them. For the Reform Party, I mean, this is an extraordinary breakout. 13 seats is more seats than the Lib Dems got in the last parliament. I mean, it's not a large number by any means, but for a party to come from nowhere, to have not had any parliamentary representation, and to suddenly be able to break out in this way, and I bet you that they will come second in a score of other seats, and that's going to make a whole lot of parties nervous, because that's where not just Labour and Lib Dems, but also Tories are all going to be looking at who is in second place in their seats. So the Reform Party performance is going to be really interesting where that falls. I think most of the forecasts this election, we've been saying maybe they might get 6 or 7 at best, more likely 1 or 3, Farage and Clacton. I think on the back of this prediction, we can take it as given that Farage has won Clacton. The question is where else they're going to win outside of these sort of places in Lincolnshire, places that were Brexit heartlands 8 years ago.
Gronya, give me some vibes. How are you feeling about it? Yeah, the sigh.
Okay.
A sigh of relief, I assume, or really happy about reform?
I think in a weird way, with some of the conversations that are happening about do you vote Tory or do you vote Reform, amongst my friends, it's sort of similar conversation about Labour or the Green Party, because so many of the social issues, Keir's opinion on them has really alienated a lot of left-wing people. So, like, I didn't vote Labour, and I'm a member of the Labour Party. And
Get out.
and I've never not voted Labour. This is the first election that I just was like, for my morals, I couldn't vote for the Labour Party. So yeah, it was really, really tricky for me to vote for another party. So nobody feels very enthusiastic about Keir, but what I think people just want is to see leading Tory figures humiliated. So at least I've got my fingers crossed. Do you think we'll see some iconic Portillo moments based on those?
Okay. But on the other hand, we might not see the likes of Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak lose their seats on these kinds of numbers.
I was in Truss's seat last week. I mean,
you may well be right.
Truss is my money because it's a complicated seat, partly because there's an independent Conservative running against her. There's Reform running against her. Don't forget that Liz Truss must be an incredibly unpopular politician, because even Conservatives are attacking Liz Truss. Rishi Sunak's attacking Liz Truss, and she's one of his candidates. So, and people in southwest Norfolk are the only people in the country who actually get to vote on Liz Truss. So
no, I mean, you may well be right on that. So I'm not making a prediction about that individual seat. What I mean is both of them have majorities of 27,000. That's an almightily big barrier to come down in one go in one election. Someone like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who, let's not forget, Jacob Rees-Mogg actually gained his seat from Labour in 2010. That was a Labour seat the last time Labour was in government. I think he is looking very unlikely to be re-elected tonight. But
which is a shame. He's such a charismatic and likable politician. You'd think he'd come back. I mean, I'm seeing Angela Rayner here speaking on the BBC, and she herself is saying she's not counting all of her. She's not seeing this and taking it for granted from the exit poll. So I'm sure we'll have a lot of people still being maybe a little bit cautious, even though you think, come on, Labour, maybe you could be excited by this point. In terms of the process now, though, then that we've had the exit poll, how is this going to be rolling in? What's going to be happening next? And is it just going to be a lot of filler, much like I'm attempting to do at this point, of what to talk about? Because Angela is having quite an uninteresting
you know what I'm
interview
really
here.
looking forward to? There's three things that always happen on election night that what will happen is Angela will be interviewed, or just any major politician. They'll be asked about the exit polls, and they'll say, I think I'll wait to hear what the public decides. It's too early to talk about exit polls. Tick. And then I love it when somebody loses their seat, and then a pundit will say, I think history will be much kinder. So I'm really looking forward to the history being kinder. What's your election night cliches?
It's worth saying something about how accurate these exit polls are, because they do actually have a very good record. There's a standard thing of saying, oh, well, I don't believe the polls, or even the exit poll, this is clearly out. Infamously, Paddy Ashdown in 2015 said, well, if this is right, that will be reduced to 10 seats. I'll eat my hat. Well, actually, the Lib Dems were reduced to 8 seats.
Did he eat a hat? Or?
He repeatedly. But the exit polls do have a really good track record. This is John Curtis and his team who have been working on this stuff for 30 years. It's true that there have been upsets decades ago, but actually the last 4 or 5 elections have been pretty much spot on. So the seat tally will be out, but they've never been spot on, but they will be out by maybe 10 seats, maybe 20 seats as a stretch in either direction. It's not by
it's part of the reason.
It's much more difficult when they're all very tight, obviously, because if somebody's winning a seat by 20,000 votes, that's quite easy to pick up. It's much harder when there's 500 votes in it. The exit poll just can't do that level of granularity. No. So what they hope is that those will sort of balance out, but we may not. We can now see how this would look in Lego.
Absolutely, yeah. Please show me the Lego, Rob, because you've got an array of props with you: paper cuts t-shirt, a hat, an army hat of some kind, some variety.
No, I think I can take the tin hat off.
Okay,
I just wore that for the exit poll, really.
Yeah. And then what is that you've got in front of you there with the Lego?
This is, I don't know. Do we have cameras? Are we on camera?
Yeah, you are just about on camera there, I think.
This is how that looks in Parliament. And the important thing is, right, that stop me if I'm getting too technical, the red pillar's a lot bigger than all of the other pillars, you see. So little Lego Keir Starmer
That looks incredibly like Keir Starmer.
It
It's
does,
like I
doesn't
can
it?
feel like he's in the room. It's the same charisma.
Though
It's quite unsettling.
I think if Rishi Sunak had actually campaigned with an Elvis quiff, he might have got more votes.
That's so Rishi's leaving Downing Street and Keir Starmer's moving in, and that's how that would look if it were rendered in Lego.
So that's down the line practicalities, but in terms of when we're actually going to start getting real official seat numbers and stuff like that, people dropping out. What's the timing of that looking like? Please.
So hang on, I've got it. Let me just find it. It's sorry, moment of panic in my own mind.
Meanwhile, you're looking for that, it's worth mentioning that Kwasi Kwarteng has begun the spin operation by responding on Channel 4 tonight that it looks like quite a good result for the Conservatives.
Really?
I mean, it does not. This again. Can I just show you? This is not what a good result looks like. Okay. And again, if please do stop me if this is getting too technical. But this one should be bigger.
Yeah.
And this one should be littler. Okay. That's a good result.
Just far away.
Their election victory is very far away.
11:30 is when we think we get the first result, more or less.
Okay.
There's this one of the weird Northeast traditions is they have a mad rush to be the first to declare. In always a safe Labour seat, which actually the turnout is quite low, which is one of the reasons why they're able to do it. But so Blyth and Ashington is what we're watching at 11:30, and then Helton and Sunderland South, which possibly might be trying to beat it in the race, which we think will come in at 11:45. So I'm afraid if people are tuning in now, there's just going to be a lot of bland chat. But,
no, it's going to be spicy chat.
Bland chat on the telly, spicy chat here.
Exactly. So come here.
Up in Sunderland, I mean, it's always fascinating because they run. If you see how this happens, they pass the boxes along. Accuracy may not be the top priority. Bear in mind, as you say, because these are such safe Labour seats.
There's a man running. There's a man running in Sunderland now.
Because Labour's going to win by 20,000 votes, come what may. They more or less weigh the votes. They sort of put them in bundles of 10 and so on. Whereas if you go somewhere like Cambridgeshire, they're very exacting. If you've ever been to a count there, they'll hold up a ballot and they'll say, "This is a vote. Would anyone like to object?" No.
I was last at a count in Cambridgeshire, and I can attest that I was there until 4:30 in the morning.
That's fast.
And it was very it was long-winded when everyone else was getting to go home. I mean, there's a big operation, isn't there, going on for people counting through, but also. So you guys are watching the news channels at the moment. What can we be expecting to see? There's basically journos everywhere, isn't there? And then there's just a lot of graphics and stuff going on. Grania, you have GB News.
Oh,
what are they? What's the vibe going on there?
It's very sort of like Technicolor. I'm getting real like kids TV aesthetic from it.
Like an evil Blue Peter.
Yeah, like where it's like collect this many, milk bottle tops, and we'll evict these many refugees in the country. That's sort of the atmos. What I'm loving it, Michelle Dewsbury is from a live event. If they cut away from it, but she's in a fabulous little outfit at this live event, and it looks like the worst corporate gig you have ever been at in your life. I'll give you a little heads up when it's back, but I bet it's spicy at 4 a.m.
I bet you're glad you turned that gig down to be here, didn't you? Seth, you've got Channel 4 on the screen.
Yeah.
What sort of stuff is going on at the moment? What can we see?
You have a panel made up of people who can barely conceal their contempt for each other.
Yeah, they've got quite a strange
Doris,
panel.
Kwasi Kwarteng, Vince Cable, Krishnan Gurumurthy, Harriet Harman. It's an interesting group. But it's the usual standard spin operation. I think one of the things to bear in mind is that there is going to be a shift here with the SNP's performance. The SNP are predicted to only get 10. Bear in mind that back in 2015, they had 56 out of 59 seats in Scotland. They nearly dominated everything. And obviously, it's been a really tough few years. There have been all sorts of legal cases and criminal investigations flying around with the SNP. Big development from this, combined with the Lib Dem performance, which is that the Lib Dems are going to once again have the status of a third party. They'll have 2 questions at Prime Minister's Question Time guarantee, which they haven't had for the best part of 9 years. There's also, more importantly, something that's of incredible importance in Westminster and not anywhere else, which is the distribution of the offices just off Central Lobby. There are 3 major Whips offices. The Lib Dems got booted out of theirs that they'd occupied since the 1920s to the SNP. They'll now get their old office back, and the SNP will be back in the broom cupboard.
So I basically have Brexit hardman Steve Baker on screen, and I would be really harming myself if I didn't listen to what he was saying very briefly. So I'm going to, Rob, if you've got some bits, let me have a listen
I've got
here.
questions from listeners here. viewers. Peter wants to know whether Mini Rishi's minifigure legs are full length. I'm afraid they are. Now you say it, Peter. I really wish I'd tried to find some little legs for him. Though the real difficulty actually was finding a little John Swinney, because there aren't that many Lego minifigures with glasses. Had to use Harry Potter in the end.
That you've spotted a sort of a new business idea. Lego bifocals.
Well, actually, the Rishi and the Starmer are from minifigs.com. Big shout out to them. No, I've been doing this for about 10 years now. Every election, Bloomberg made me stop in 2019. They refused to let me bring my, and that's why I had to leave.
Sick in a book now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
This.
Who else is giving you this?
I am sort of relieved for Rishi that he lost, because imagine being Rishi Sunak having to sit down and tell his wife that he was still prime minister.
Yeah, but she's got school places booked.
Exactly.
She's got a house paid for.
She would kill him. She'd be like, what? What? We still have to live here? What? So I think just for their marriage, I'm glad that he's
Are
lost
you
his job.
suggesting that the scenario of the producers has come true, and having tried to blow the election, he's actually found that they've done quite well compared to how he thought they would do? He might even hold on to the seat, which means that he has to stay if he promises to.
I think we just need to sit on this idea that the Tories have done quite well. I think again, can I just no, they have not done. No, this is not what doing well looks like.
No. Well, Steve Baker has accepted there that it's devastating, but he is doing a bit of...
Listen to Steve Baker.
For once, let's listen to Steve Baker.
So he's saying that. He went too many arguments that way.
He said it was devastating, but then he spoke about the country having been through a lot of stresses, but then goes on to say he concedes that leaving the EU was a massive stress, despite having been a massive part of that stress. It's a very strange tactic of deflection from him, of going, the country's had a lot of stresses, one of which I was maybe one of the biggest single parts of. But he's claiming that the Tory party could have split even sooner had he not really pushed to get through the sort of the deal, pushed against the deal and done all of that that Machiavellian work he did there. Well, Machiavellian's too, that's far too generous. It wasn't really behind the scenes, but yeah, it's quite strange to watch him. He's being quite sort of pensive in some way. He's repentant, but he's
I know Steve Baker a little. I don't think he thinks that Brexit was a mistake.
No, he said no.
It was badly handled.
He insists it wasn't. It was the right thing to do. I don't think anyone thinks
it was well handled.
But he's saying how much stress it caused. But that is just, again, you can't talk about it as if it's been accidental stresses.
No,
when that's
it was that we did choose to take that chainsaw to our legs.
So yeah, there's
having done it. I
love when Brexit supporters, you say, oh well, it's not our fault Brexit hasn't worked out. It's like it's been world events, the war in Ukraine and all this other stuff. It's like, God, so if it's because the world didn't stop for everybody to figure it out.
Yeah.
Like if Brexit was so good, surely it would made all those things easier.
So can I don't know if anyone's watching Sky, but for some extraordinary reason,
you're our Sky. So how this is working, Rob?
Let me just tell you what's going on Sky, right?
Please,
viewers. Ed Conway, their economics correspondent, is for some reason broadcasting from the back of a taxi, and the Sky copter is now following Ed Conway as he heads back to Sky Studios in a taxi. Unfortunately, I've missed the thing that he's traveling back from, but I think it's possible Ed Conway is the Prime Minister. He's just been to see the King.
Well, economically, I might trust him pretty highly.
Wrote an excellent book. No, so I don't. If anyone can get in touch and tell me why Sky is
someone else is running.
Why Sky has got a helicopter? Why can't Ed Conway just get in the Sky helicopter?
Surely there's all sorts of health and safety. I did try to rent a helicopter for us tonight, but it wasn't quite within the budget. On that slight note, though, there is if you're enjoying the stream and do want to chip in to help us out to hire a helicopter, there is a link in the stream notes, and we'll read out everyone's name who does chip in there. Also, questions galore. Feel free feel free to bring them in and we'll shout them out. So, Seth, what have you got on screen at the moment? Anyone running in Sunderland? Anything
I'm
particularly
finding
interesting?
it actually really quite tedious at the moment. I was looking up something separate, which is rather more interesting, and that's the historical comparison again to 1997. Just bear in mind the swing has been much, much larger than 97 because you started from a much bigger Conservative majority. Bear in mind in 97, the previous election had had a Conservative majority of just 21, and that was converted into a Labour majority of 179. This time around, yes, there's a Labour majority of about 170 as forecast, but that's overturned a Conservative majority of 80, not of 21, of 80. So the amount of overturning of Labour of Conservative majorities that's happened means we're going to see some extraordinary swings tonight. And it is going to be interesting looking at the Lib Dem performance against the Tories as well, because as with 1997, the Liberal Democrats and Labour aren't fighting each other. There are maybe 2-3 seats in the whole UK where they're going head to head. They've been levelling of all of their ammunition at the Conservatives. And where the Lib Dems have been picking up these 50-odd seats we're expecting tonight, it's going to be at the expense of the Conservatives. Very often it's in areas where the Labour Party hasn't built up its strength and they can't get at the Conservative vote, but the Lib Dems can. So there is going to be a sort of common united front. And certainly there has been a low-key sort of electoral pact, not an electoral pact in terms of not standing or resourcing and so on, but there has been simply a question of we're not going to bother putting large amounts of effort into fighting each other when we can fight the Tories in this way. It's more electorally lucrative for the two parties to do that.
On the smaller parties, do you actually think it, and in historical perspectives on this, they can have particularly much impact? The Lib Dems have a lot of seats, but there's no need for any sort of coalition or anything like that there. And then similarly with Reform, I suppose what would be interesting there is, say 13 is a low number, but it might be around, say, 10% of what the Conservative number is, which, if that's given a direction of travel to how the Conservatives may feel they need to go if they're going rightwards, could it actually be that Reform have more of an impact parliamentarily than the Lib Dems do because they've got a natural place to link up with in a way the Lib Dems don't?
We often underestimate how much of an impact third parties can have on the tone of British politics. And, can they win a vote? No, not really. It has to be extraordinary for that to happen. I think the last time was when there was a vote on the Gurkhas in 2009. The Lib Dems won that. But what you can find is that third parties are outriders. Third parties are pressure groups. They can bring up all sorts of issues which were initially neglected by the major parties. And that's actually quite a noble calling. That's not a bad thing. And I apply this actually just as much to Reform UK as to the Lib Dems. It's not a bad thing in the same way that the SNP very often have been champions for a number of issues.
Gráinne, what have you got going on screen at the moment? You're looking very, very locked into an old man who I don't recognise very much talking on GB News, which that's generally what I see on GB News when I turn it on.
I was just trying. They seemed quite upset, so I thought it might cheer me up. The vibe seems to be that it's a bad night for Labour because that the majority isn't as much as it was with Tony Blair, so he's going to struggle to govern.
Okay.
Tony Blair did not struggle to govern. Tony Blair, and now you can debate the rights and wrongs of this, but Tony Blair could take us to war with a third of his MPs voting against
He quite famously governed too much.
Views differ, but no one accused him of not governing.
But GB News out there saying this is a terrible night for Keir Starmer, that he just doesn't have enough of a majority. And then the guy who I thought would be a bit of a waffler was saying the problem is on the left, it used to be divided between Labour and Lib Dem, and now on the right, it's divided between Tory and Reform. And there's a lot of good point.
And we've got the woke-alition, as I'm trying to call it, on the left. I'm coining that as a tone. For you might like that.
Oh, I like it.
So there you go. Woke-alition we've got. So I'm looking also on Twitter at the moment. Kate McCann saying, William Hague tells Times Radio there should rightly now be a battle for what conservatism is. He says the party must not turn to the right, but there will be a fight over that. Admits it's not so easy to get back and says odds are against Tories winning the next election. Seth, I'd say that's all pretty fair enough. Yep. In terms of this fight over the soul of the Conservative Party, though, could it almost have been better for the Conservative Party and then for politics as well if they had been utterly trounced in the sort of 50 realm as we'd expected? Because the 130-ish or whatever, they're going to spin that to say, oh, it wasn't so bad, which could also lean them to thinking, well, our tilt to the right and our pivot to the right wasn't so bad. Does it make it harder to get that pushback to centrism?
What's going to dominate this is who survives. like will Penny Mordaunt hold her seat?
Mm.
On these numbers, I think Kemi Badenoch should survive. I think Suella Braverman is at least competitive to survive, let's say. But whether their members are deprived of a choice would have, I think, dominated that overall. The other thing on this is that they have an existential question, which is they've kept trying to have this system of ballots of the wider membership, and the wider membership of the Conservative Party are as atypical as party members might be, but often hold some rather interesting views. And they preferred by 2-1 Ian Duncan Smith over Ken Clarke. They preferred Liz Truss over Rishi Sunak. They will, unsurprisingly, I suspect, keep coming up with some quite interesting solutions as to how to get themselves out of this hole.
Interesting has been used very, very generously by you there, Seth. Let's not dive any further into it. Rob is shocked. He's agog.
So I can't get into it, but the Sky has got the exit poll for your constituency, and I can't get into it, I think, because 50 million people are currently trying to get into it. But a friend of mine who can get into it has taken us live to Orpington, my home.
Very conservative.
Very conservative. Most conservative seat in London. Too close to call. 54% possible Labour gain. So, which does make me wonder where, because I would have said if you told me if you told me that the numbers look like this, and once again I would like to point to all the effort my children and I put into this, that I would have said, oh well, in that case Orpington's staying Tory. But that makes me wonder whether there are other places where the Tories have done better than expected, or maybe it's also possible that Orpington is the most reform seat in London. So it may just be that all of those votes have gone that way. We're quite Brexity.
I've seen Peter Mandelson has apparently said that he's gobsmacked and told the BBC, I think an electoral meteor has now hit planet Earth.
Oh, how long has he been practicing that?
Well, this tweet does say, I hope he didn't script that one in advance, but yeah, it's there. I'm going to have another trawl through the Twitter sphere for a moment.
My friend works for Islington North, and she could have gone to the count tonight, and she wasn't too sure, and then she found out people were like raffling seats at the count for like £300-400. So then she was like, "Oh, maybe it will go."
Raffling to go to the count.
Not raffling, as in like
bidding to go there. Yeah, you can get paid to go do the count things. I got paid to go to a count, and it was horrible. I wouldn't recommend it for anyone.
But this is the spicy one. This
is maybe this is a more exciting one. Fair enough. I'm seeing a thing here, Steph, I want to ask you about. Andy Lawton's tweet that this is it's not great for MRPs if the exit poll is right. Salvation has reform, but not Labour/Conservative. More in Common has Labour/Conservative, but not reform. Also saying I'll hold any judgment until we have a clear picture. How is this stacking up to the polling we have?
I'm going to defend MRPs on this because they often have things assigned to them that they haven't set out to do. First thing is, if you actually read the things in full, they give you a range. They don't say, here's a top line thing. I mean, they will give that out and say, oh, we know that's what you want. But actually, the range can be quite broad. And this election has produced some really broad ranges, like Conservatives on 50 to 150. This is absolutely within that. It's not necessarily within the sort of highest confidence interval. But this is the thing. You have these very dull conversations with very geeky statisticians and people like me who take an interest in that. And then you have everybody else who wants to know, so who's winning? And it's case, well, we can tell you who's likely to win, but it's shifting constantly, and it's a matter of probability. And this is frankly within the broad spectrum of most of the MRP results, just not the headline results, because that's whistling in the wind.
It's a feature of these things that people pay most attention to the most extreme result.
Yeah.
So which is by definition least likely to be the right one, if you see what I mean. So if one person brings out an MRP that has this result, and another person brings out an MRP that has, Rishi Sunak losing his seat, which one are people going to talk about? And that means that in defense of pollsters, also, it's really difficult. It's more difficult when you're dealing with a new insurgent party, because a lot of the way that this stuff is done is based on sort of movements from last time. And if there isn't a last time, so we're sitting here in, I think, what was Jeremy Corbyn's constituency, may still be Jeremy Corbyn's constituency tomorrow, but that's really hard to judge because do you rate him as, if you're a pollster looking at the seat, do you poll him as a Labour candidate, which he no longer is? Do you poll him as an independent candidate? So it's on a seat by seat level. This stuff is really difficult, and indeed for the exit poll, it's really difficult. They will do one of the things they will do at about 1 o'clock in the morning. They will do a tweak on the exit poll based on the early numbers. So because what they can do is they can compare the actual results at that point in a constituency with what they thought the results in that constituency would be, and then they can shift all the dials slightly. So you may find this changes.
So I'm taking a look at the Telegraph website now as well, just because I enjoy doing that sometimes. The headline is just very starkly Labour landslide, and then there is this picture. I'll show you, Grania, so you can show me. It's a quite badly done website.
Is it a picture of the
Telegraph.
Edge screaming?
No, it's of Rishi Sunak, and his nose. There's a graphic, and his nose is aligned with the 326 majority needed on the graphic, but then the bar goes up to 410.
I need to see this.
It's like he's making eye contact.
Can we get that on the laser display?
So he's making eye contact with the 410, and he can't quite see it. It's quite strangely
see
done.
over the top of it.
But what I'm enjoying more is obviously they've had some pieces prepped ready for this, and Tom Harris has written the headline. Just going to get everyone excited. Tonight we have glimpsed Britain's socialist future. We've glimpsed.
Show it to the camera.
The socialist future. I'm sure. I think we can get things on the screen. It will look terrible on my laptop screen, so I'll give you a little read through. I guess it's the exit poll could have been better for the Conservatives. On the other hand, it could have been much, much worse. That is a fucking shit intro, because that's just saying things could have been different than they were, but they weren't. It says something about how dreadful the campaign Rishi Sunak has led has been, that he may count it as a major triumph that he, and not Ed Davey, will take over as leader of the opposition from tomorrow, and 13 seats for Nigel Farage's reform. That would make PMQs a primetime draw. 6 weeks of campaigning, of debates, leafleting, canvassing debates, resignations. They say debates twice. I don't know if that's deliberately in the style of writing or a typo of some kind. Resignations and gaffes have been leading up to this moment. It's saying that this is accepting as well the myth surrounding these key polls, that they are frequently inaccurate. They're not true. The shadow of 1992 looms large when the broadcaster confidently predicted a hung parliament, only to see John Major's Conservatives emerge with a working majority, but flaws in methodology they've been gotten rid of. So yeah, it seems basically, the Telegraph already not quite having a normal one, because they haven't at this point told me anything really about the socialist future. Sorry, I'm trying to work it out.
Of course, did start out this election 1 week in with the best headline I think I saw, which was from that column by Camilla Tominey saying, "Whisper it, but Rishi Sunak is making an extraordinary comeback." Well,
that kind of insert is available right now on GB News.
Well, he started the election with 344 MPs, and he seems to have ended it with 131. That's quite the definition.
Well,
of the
can I give you this morning's Telegraph wonder?
Of course, please.
By Sunday Telegraph. Alistair Heath, as we've got time.
Alistair Heath is pieces.
Strap in.
Can I just briefly give you the end of this piece, though?
Okay,
because
sorry.
the headline says, "Tonight we have glimpsed Britain's socialist future." It then basically just tells you what's happened, but goes, "It could have been different. It wasn't, but it might have been." But then just the last line is the only time it then mentions socialism again. It goes, "Perhaps now is an appropriate time to paraphrase the Simpsons cable news anchorman, Kent Brockman. Well, I, for one, welcome our new socialist overlords." And that's it. That's all he's tried. Anyway, give me Alistair Heath, because he's even stranger.
I'm going to put on the helmet for this.
Please.
The UK is about to enter a nightmare much darker than anyone yet realizes. Okay? I mean, okay. It's and the intro. I hope you enjoy horror films, dear readers. For British politics is about to be turned into an infernal, soul-destroying hellscape worthy of the sickest of Hollywood minds. Can anyone guess? Would you like to guess? Consider the following all too possible apocalyptic scenario. On Friday morning, we could wake up to not just the greatest Labour landslide in history, and this is what now hasn't happened, possibly, but also the Liberal Democrats as the official opposition. I mean, you could sell this to Hollywood.
Oh my God.
Only adults only. Do you know how bad it would be? I'll tell you how bad it would be. Even if, he says, the Tories do edge it by a few seats, their status retaining their status as the official opposition, The likely scale of the defeat would be crushing. Former top ministers will become obscure non-entities overnight. They will lose their ministerial cars.
I think most of them were
Nobody
non-entities
will
before.
care what they say. Few will even return their calls. I mean, that is an apocalyptic horror worthy of Hollywood.
That is like the Marvel universe level of like upside down world.
You couldn't take your children to see that film.
I would quite like if there was like an M. Night Shyamalan where there was a twist of this and the Tories won. That would be his next movie that comes out. We've got a couple of questions here from the live chat. So Annette Campbell asked, what's the relation of the exit poll results to mail-in votes? Are they expected to change things?
I don't think they are. So that's a very good question, because certainly in the US, they have a number of states where, for example, they only count the mail-in votes if they would make a difference. So if they were statistically significant enough in the result. Here, it varies, but usually you actually count them more or less first, but they're all bundled in together on the total. So the vote totals we'll get are going to be ready. What actually happens if you go to a count at any time in the evening, what you'll see is this great big hall where everything's done in the open. There are lots of observers from all different parties to see this, and several hours before the actual result the gist of what's going on just by watching the piles of paper stack up, because the piles of paper are like a sort of physical bar chart in front of you laid out across the desk, and you can see who's ahead and who's coming behind, and that will change a bit, but it's not going to be the mail-in votes that'll do that. It'll be votes from different districts, because very different bits of the same constituency can have very different trends.
I've got another listener question, but before we go to that, just something Daniel Hewitt from ITV has been doing a bit of crunching. And do you want to hear a list of 5 people who are cabinet ministers the exit poll suggests will lose their seats?
Bring it.
Penny Mordaunt,
Yes.
who will hold the swords?
She'll fall on it live on stage.
Like seppuku.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could happen. There's Jeremy Hunt,
Okay.
No
who will do
surprise.
any of the jobs. Who would?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough for them. Cleverly,
Yep.
Badenoch, and Shaps.
Badenoch.
Badenoch is apparently because in terms of the soul of the Conservatives, as we were speaking about, that is it.
Tory
my
party.
Yeah.
God.
I mean, that's
See,
it.
that's what, you mess with the Time Lord. That's what happens. You're vaporized.
Sorry, my delivery was terrible there. That I gave ones that were quite boring. Then went Badenoch and Shaps,
No, that's
and
fine.
then it
That's
was
like top 10.
no.
You're supposed to do it.
Wow.
Exactly. Thank you, man.
That was Michael Green.
I try my best there. Very good. Yeah, I'm sure he's got lots more to lose down the line. So basically, the other question we've got. Let me switch back to that. Let me go.
Can I
Sorry.
ask Rob, because you're doing BBC, aren't you?
I am.
I've
No,
got
I'm doing.
BBC.
I'm doing.
Oh,
Do you want to see a
Sky.
bit of BBC? as
I've
me?
been asked to comment, or we've been asked to comment on. Apparently, Laura Kuenssberg has gone for sort of a Tory Barbie look.
Sorry,
She's
I'm
wearing
watching
a
the
pink
BBC. She's wearing a pink jacket.
She's wearing
okay.
a pink jacket. Which,
How? What do you think of it? What do you make
Shall we
of it?
talk about the pink jacket, Seth?
I think Bronya is the only person allowed
like
legally to
it.
talk about the
She's
pink
like
jacket of Laura
private
Kuenssberg.
eye.
Miranda in here.
she's giving real, like, I'm going to knock down the children's library vibe. And I think it suits her.
Okay, nice. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'd like to come back to you for outfit watch if that doesn't
Yeah.
feel really
No,
patronising.
love
Could
it.
dig some other people out for me. Going back to some listener questions then. So there is this from John Drinkwater. I wonder if he's related to Danny Drinkwater. Sorry, that's just a Leicester question coming into my head there. What does a 1% swing in the exit poll mean for numbers? Like, what is within reason of error? Could it be 111 Conservative seats?
So one of the things that hacks like me always try to do with the exit poll is reverse engineer it into opinion polling, but that's not how it works. You can't, and it really winds the exit poll people up, I can tell you, because that's not how it, in a sense, their point would be, we no longer care about opinion polls at this point, because for 6 weeks we've been taking headline opinion poll numbers and trying to turn them into seats. Now we can actually, now we've got an actual vote in seats, and the exit poll is a seat by seat, more or less, calculation. So the short answer in a way is you can't do it. It's not a daft question, and it is, because as I say, it's literally something that happens every election, and there will have been people trying to do it for the last half hour, but it doesn't map neatly. I'm sorry, that's a slightly inadequate answer, but basically the dafter thing we try and do is for 6 weeks we try and take a headline opinion poll number and say, right, well, what does that mean in Clacton or Islington or Orpington or, or Birmingham, Ladywood, and that's not. And that's quite hard to do, and you sort of you make all sorts of guesses. But actually, as I think we're going to discover this evening, all this stuff is based on this idea of universal swing, which is that, as it were, the country kind of takes 2 steps to the left en masse, which is sort of true, but in a multi-party environment, maybe that pendulum that you're picturing kind of swings in 3 dimensions, because there's obviously been a swing to.
Rob, you're not making this clearer with that.
Am I not helping?
You clear it off clear, and then okay, Tommy.
You're right. No,
sorry to interrupt.
Well, right. Well, so obviously there has been a swing to reform. Obviously there has also been a swing to Labour.
Okay.
Now, if you were doing that on a straight left-right map, you'd say, well, a pendulum can't swing left and right at the same time, and that's kind of, well, okay, but maybe it can move maybe if it moves in a third direction, if you see what I mean. Seth understands.
Seth's getting it.
You have a go, Seth.
Seth, does that...
Speaking temporally.
We've gone full Donnie Darko on the stream already in terms of timelines. Just a quick bit of tweeting I'm seeing here. So Philip Cowley has tweeted about the Lib Dems and saying, I got a bit confused by the Lib Dem claim that it's their best result ever. It is their largest number of gains ever going back to 1906. But also on that basis, for anyone saying, oh, they've not done as well as Blair and that sort of thing, on that basis, it's also Labour's largest number of gains ever.
Yes,
so just
yes,
other ways to look at the numbers there that are coming through. Another listener question I've got here for everyone. This is from Green Furry Moose, who's asked, and I think this is a question which we can answer without pendulum descriptions. Which MP are you hoping has had their seat overturned the most? Grania?
RISHI. I would just for the pure, it would just be so beautiful. So just for the drama of the moment, RISHI.
Seth?
I think the impact on Truss's planned book tours of the US would be quite considerable.
But then she can go into their whole conspiracy world and say that she was cancelled by losing her seat. So maybe it works out for her.
I was going to go for Truss too. I mean, I'm very interested if Orpington goes. That will be a hell of a moment. I was saying that it's one of these things that journalists try to do and they really shouldn't do. Guess who's trying to do it? GB News has done it. Reverse engineer from the exit poll to vote share. Don't do this, kids. Don't do it at home. Don't do it on GB News. It's not safe and it's not clever.
Don't do anything.
So what are GB News trying to say? What are they trying to push?
Well, they reckon that you can, from the exit poll, you can say, well, Labour got a 36% vote share. Everyone I know who is involved in this says, don't do this. It doesn't work.
Again, I just have all the things that GB News has done. That's probably the least bad, to be fair.
Okay, fair.
It's fair. Saying something on what you can't extrapolate from this. So although the exit poll has a really good track record because of the sheer scale of how many people they're asking, it's really good on telling you the final tally of seats. Really bad at predicting where those seats fall. So it'll be amazingly wrong on a whole bunch of seats, but it'll be amazingly compensated for by other seats. So it's a statistical mathematical exercise. It's not necessarily good on telling which bits of the country vote in a particular way. The other thing that it won't tell you is you'll notice we haven't mentioned a single time the vote share. And we're not going to mention the vote share until something like 2 a.m, I suspect, because that's not what the exit poll tells you. It tells you where the votes fall in particular types of constituencies and the sort of impact that has on parliamentary representation. We'll only find out the vote share or have a beginning of a modelling for the vote share when we've got something like a fifth of the results that are actually in. On a semi-Portillo moment that could come along, George Galloway is set to lose his Rochdale seat to Labour from the exit poll. Yeah, I know. Okay. I need to be the cats. Not anymore, George. We don't actually. We've got a new cat. A victory there for the courage, strength, and indefatigability party. What's going on your screen at the moment then? Who am I going to pick? Grania, you've got GB News, which always does just distract me.
Oh, so are we?
I'm sorry.
Oh, we've gone to. So it turned out that person was Jeff Hoon, who was kind of making quite a good point.
Cool. And now there's someone in a badminton hall not playing badminton. This is
what I love about election night. You get these halls. So she's from. It's in Richmond and North Allerton Court.
That's
North Allerton.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
it's
where
a
my dad lives.
Rishi.
So that
It's
was-
Rishi's constituency.
Okay. It's so just lots of vibes, a lot of people in fleeces, a lot of people walking around with lanyards, a lot of like studied tension. And then it's GP breaking news. They're breaking news. It's a Labour landslide.
Whoa. I'm glad they've got there eventually.
But has she got any news? Let me see what she's saying.
Something. Rob, what are you seeing at the moment? Sorry, I've interrupted you eating some
Sorry,
McDonald's.
I went to an event where I promised dinner and I didn't get dinner. So I'm afraid I'm having my dinner now.
Well, on that point, if anyone wants to chip in to help Rob get a second dinner after this McDonald's, there's a link in the
I
stream
don't have
notes.
a second dinner. This is my first. But if they do, there's a link on the paper.
There's a link in the stream notes.
Yeah, right. I'm watching Grimsby,
Mhm.
where I can't even tell who's being interviewed. They're just counting. There's lots of standing around. I mean, you've been to counts. I've been to counts. It's great fun being at a count. Lots of standing around.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I just think it's so dull.
No, it's fascinating.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
Sort of,
okay. I'm glad you guys enjoy it as much.
What you
It's a
do as a
festival of
count,
democracy.
if you're an observer, is you take a tally of what the votes are like. You're trying to find out what a representative sample is like,
Mhm.
and then from that, the parties can model on a spreadsheet hours before the actual result a pretty good guesstimate.
I've actually just quickly seen from CCHQ. By the way, Hugo Guy is reporting this on Twitter. CCHQ says, if these results are correct, it is clear that Starmer and Angela Rayner will be in Downing Street tomorrow. That means your taxes will rise and our country will be less secure. So they're still sticking along these lines.
Give it up, guys.
Yeah, I feel like saying to CCHQ, the polls are closed.
Yeah.
That's why you're able to talk about it. This narrative. I suppose in that immediate aftermath, though, there's obviously going to be this fight for the party in a lot of ways. Rob, how do you see Sunak taking this in this first day, these first few years? Because I don't know, he doesn't seem like he's going to be someone who maybe wants to do the kind of Theresa May stick around thing. Like, how
to be
do you
honest,
see
the
him
time
being?
difference with California is going to make it very difficult for him to take any. We are all just assuming that he's going to move to California.
Yeah.
I mean, we are, and maybe he'll stay. Maybe he'll remote work. Well, so in the first place, Sunak has lost all authority, and I don't see him wanting to stay around. Nobody wants to stick around, and he's been humiliated. And different people will have their own views about when a leadership, what sort of race would suit them. If Badenoch and Cleverly and Penny Mordaunt have all lost their seats, then I think Suella Braverman, for instance, will be agitating for a fast contest in which she is the only candidate. Yeah, I mean
I agree with that. Yes.
So will he want to give it to her? Will he want to help her? I don't think that Sunak feels the way about the Conservative Party that Theresa May feels about the Conservative Party, where it's like, I must do it is her family.
The contrasting approach would be something like what Michael Howard did after he was defeated in 2005, because Michael Howard actually stuck around for 6 months, oversaw a change in the rules which favoured his favoured candidates, who were David Cameron and George Osborne.
Promoted them.
That's the key thing. He promoted them. They were nobodies, more or less, on the back benches, and he made them shadow ministers with very senior briefs and very prominent briefs, and gave them a profile so that they were able to campaign plausibly. Now, if Rishi Sunak is somebody who we believe cares deeply about the future of the Conservative Party,
I don't believe that, unfortunately.
He could do that, but he may just choose to bugger off.
Yeah, that would seem. Looking at people who are also going to be out by the moment at the minute, Patrick Maguire saying Reform are set to gain 3 seats won by Labour in 2019: Barnsley North, Barnsley South, and Hartlepool, which was lost in the 2021 by-election.
That makes sense.
Are we going to see these kind of? Do you think with Reform, if it is true, then we're going to see these kind of geographical clumpings? That's going to be sort of, I mean, they're 2 neighbouring seats.
When you
there,
follow
so I think
Nigel
we're gonna see
Farage
a few
around
of
the
them.
country, what you find is that you go to the end of an awful lot of railway lines.
Yes.
So you go to, Dover, Clacton is at the end of a railway line. So I think that what you will, the places that they win are, what are we calling them these days? Left behind places.
Very PC.
These are incredibly impoverished places.
Yeah.
These are places
Yeah.
with huge amounts of despair. And very often they've turned to different political parties out of desperation because they've been let down. Some of them have been safe Labour seats or safe Tory seats in the past that have flipped already. And they'll then try their luck with a third party because, frankly, the existing parties have failed them.
Yeah, so Barnsley North and Barnsley South, for instance, with both Labour seats that apparently Reform projected to win.
Yep.
The Brexit Party came second last time.
Yeah.
So,
but Hartlepool, which is Peter Mandelson's old seat, super safe Labour seat, which the Tories won in the by-election this Parliament.
Just to, there's basically someone has asked us what the lineup is, and I've realised we've been going for around an hour. There's loads of people watching, so I'm told. I hope we're not in this room here speaking away. So I'm going to reintroduce everyone and just talk you through a little bit of what we're doing. So this is the Oh God What Now live stream here until around 3 a.m, maybe a little bit longer. I imagine likely a little bit longer with the results coming in. So we're doing basically a goggle box Soccer Sunday style situation. All of us have got one of the TV channels on. I'm also having a little look around Twitter and stuff like that. And until 3 a.m, we're going to be talking you through the results, the top line. So this hour has largely been based around the exit polls and that sort of thing. They're talking about how accurate or not that looks. But to reintroduce you to people, so I'm Jacob Jarvis. Here we've got Gronya Maguire, comedian and paper cutser.
Yeah.
We've got historian Seth Tavo, who's also on The Bunker and Oh God What Now very often. And Rob Hutton, who is a sketch writer for The Critic and knows everything that you need to know about the election. And he looks and Lego. He looks despairing at me suggesting that is the case. But I promise you, turn anything else you have on off. He's got it all, and he's got Lego at the same time. So it's a pretty stellar lineup for you to second screen and find out everything that is going on. So also to fill you in, we've had the main Oh God What Now, some of the main team have been down at the Tabernacle in Notting Hill. They're swinging their way over. For you guys, though, some quick news. They are running late. So we're going to be going over this hour. Our slot has expanded. We can keep going. We can keep talking. We can keep
maybe we'll get a result.
What's going on?
Wouldn't that be
yeah,
exciting?
exactly. It would be quite good if it was some sort of elaborate prank. And after every hour, I was told, no, they'll be here soon. And it's just us for 5 hours straight. Let's see how that is.
I've had a viewer question
Of course,
in my
please.
end. Sophie in Orpington asks, why are the Tories getting so many seats? Can I just say once again, this is not a lot of seats. Okay, this is a bad result. This is a lot of seats. This is not a lot of seats. Okay, so I know there has been this weird game of expectations management. Where it's been like, oh my goodness, if Labour get fewer than 150 seats, it'll mean people will turn their backs on the Labour Party. No, I mean it's a really bad result for the Conservative Party, and more than they deserve, says Sophie in Orpington. That may be true. But
And in breaking news, we've just had a donation of £5 for some fries.
Thanks.
And in other breaking news, I've been complimented for my posture, which I'm very happy about. So yeah, Gabby has tweeted to us. You can tweet to us with compliments or questions if you like. And Gabby, I've got a really good osteo I go to. If you need to find out, I can help you out there. But yeah, any questions you've got, any more fry donations you'd like, I think Robert's got through his supply and might start eating Lego bricks any moment. Seth, what have you got going on the telly then? What's happening?
Oh, I've not been monitoring that at all. I mean, we no, honestly, it's quite dull to be honest. It's worth mentioning to the viewers at home that we are going to be rotating the lineups every hour or so. So
we're keeping going.
Well, some of
it's
some
not
of
happening,
your-
Seth.
I've locked the studio door.
Yeah,
I'm
don't be a
afraid-
coward about this. Keep going.
No, I'm off to the Reform Club to go and get pissed until dawn. I might drop into the Carlton for a good gloat.
Could you explain to some listeners less au fait what the Reform Club is? Because I imagine it's not linked to Reform
Can Gronya
UK
join?
for anyone.
No, far
confused.
from it. It was originally linked to the Liberal Party in the 19th century, and it was a private members' club which was largely made up of parliamentarians, where they used to gather for election nights. Actually, it was one of the early ways that they used to do election nights. Except up until 1918, elections used to last 1 month. The polling was spread out over a month. You'd have different results from different parts of the country, day after day after day. So you'd have a sort of carnival that was carried out in these places.
carnival of election results sounds a little bit extreme. I'm very glad that it's got much quicker than that.
Can I ask, has anybody spotted any exciting graphics? Because that's another thing I love about election night. Anything a little bit special?
Nothing has been exposed to us yet, but the goss was that they were looking very nostalgically at that old Blockbusters game that they had in the '97 coverage. So you were swinging through the map and you had these bar charts going pew, pew, pew. It's fantastic stuff.
Oh.
It's all hexagons on Sky.
I'm taking a look. I mean, the newspaper websites have been doing their best at getting some graphics going on, and every time you do look at one of these bar charts, your Lego is my favorite, I'd say, Rob. But they're just generally, they really are stark. And the Daily Mail is having to go Tory wipeout here. They've got one of their mega headlines. Let me take a breath to get this out to you. Explosive exit poll says it's a Labour landslide. Starmer on track for majority of 170 with 410 seats as Tories tumble to just 131 with Lib Dems on 61 and Farage's Reform winning 13. I suppose as we are entering another hour, actually, just a little bit of a recap for people who are catching up, people maybe were at the live show and going back. Rob, it has been an explosive exit poll, hasn't it?
It has been an explosive exit poll. Let me just show you that exit poll in plastic. This, if Parliament were Lego bricks, this is what it would look like, according to the exit poll. This is Keir Starmer, the big result for him. The other big shock is Nigel Farage down here has got far more seats, I think, than even he expected. Good night for the Lib Dems, bad night for the SNP, and a terrible, terrible night for Rishi Sunak.
I'm just taking another look at the Telegraph website.
Do you want actual numbers?
Yeah, give me some numbers.
I'll give you the actual numbers.
Can you give us some numbers? Can you and Seth do some of the heavy lifting numbers? And me and Grania, let's find some weird stuff going on the internet or on GB News.
Labour on 410,
if you like.
Conservatives on 131, Lib Dems on 61, Reform on 13, all others, which includes the SNP and the DUP and Sinn Féin, all those on 35. From memory, I think the SNP number is 10, which is down a long way. I mean, so the BBC historically has been terrific for awful election night stunts. I think in about 2010, they had a huge map of Great Britain outside Broadcasting House and a team of volunteers to colour it in as the results came in. And the thing is that what you will discover if you haven't stayed up the night before is that what basically happens is that for hours on end, nothing happens. And then a result comes in and some people were very excitedly shown colouring in. And then they're coming in every 2 minutes and every minute. And we never saw the BBC's map after about 1 a.m., basically, after the results started coming in. They had the election night boat where they put a lot of celebrities. They had Joan Collins and Bruce Forsyth and his lot.
I remember that.
On a boat with a lot of booze. Weirdly, not great telly.
I think it was just, it's like Studio 54. I think you just had to be there. I mean, what a night.
Neil was chairing proceedings. That's exactly the vibe you're
the
going
blue
for.
nuns out. Forget about it.
Well, the stunts and the weird boats and stuff like that then. Ed Davey has made me feel a little bit Lib Dem curious in some ways, which is Vince Cable did that a little while ago when I was younger and more impressionable. Yeah, no, thank you. I might have to consider it at some point. But Seth, with the stunts and that side of things, I actually don't really. They've got 61 seats, and to be honest, even as someone who's a nerd watching this, don't know a lot about what their campaigning platform was and what they would really like to do with that and what they'll be pressuring on. As you mentioned, I know they can't really likely bring votes forward and win them, but where do you see them pushing? And then Rob, I'm going to ask you the maybe easier but more depressing question of where you see Reform pushing afterwards. But
it's worth separating out the campaigns from the manifestos, because I've actually read all the manifestos for all of the parties from cover to cover for something I won't bother going into, but each of the three main parties produced a sort of 150-page manifesto and a separate 80-page manifesto for Scotland and other Wales. The Lib Dem manifesto, for example, does have a lot on the economy, but that's not what they campaigned on. They campaigned on often quite niche issues, sort of consumer affairs issues around mental health, issues around social care. So that was very much more geared towards where their voters are. And this is something parties do more generally, is that they know full well that just because something is important in their manifesto, it doesn't mean it connects with who is most likely to vote for them.
Rob, then the more depressing end of the spectrum, because it does the Lib Dems feel like they've been leaning more to the liberal side of their name at the moment. So then on the other side of the political spectrum,
you say the more depressing side of things. Can I shock you that Reform may already have lost one of the MPs they don't have? Because it turns out that the Barnsley North candidate was one of a number of candidates suspended for racism so bad it gets you suspended from Reform during the campaign. So is this a record? Seth, has any candidate ever been thrown out of his party before he was actually elected?
Yeah, there have been cases of people who sort of lost the whip and all these kinds of things before an election. But it's unusual for an independent third party. And usually,
one way of looking at it is about 8% of Reform's MPs have already left the party.
Yes, I mean, let's put it this way: their chief whip is going to have their work cut out for them.
I do. Well, it will be a serious. How many political parties has Nigel Farage been involved in? He was a Conservative at one point.
Yep.
UKIP, the Brexit Party, Reform, which is sort of is the Brexit Party, but UKIP still exists in some form. There is a thing with Nigel Farage that he falls out with people.
And the thing with
I wonder what that thing is.
Yeah,
Reform UK structure. I mean, we often talk about how it's a company rather than a traditional political party. The whole point is it's totally controlled by Nigel Farage, and the reason he gave for that is, I'm sick and tired of all these idiots I'm having to deal with and disciplinary problems and so on. Here we're going to take a no-nonsense attitude, and we're going to have absolutely tight discipline and control. Guess what? They're still having these problems.
Well, on political figures who have had tight control of things, I've actually got. Can we do a bit of acting, Grania?
Yeah,
We've got an exchange from a heated moment on Channel 4.
Okay.
And I will be within it.
Is it tin hat time?
Maybe. I've not read the exchange yet. I want us to do it live with Grania. So Grania is going to play Nadine Dorries. Yep. I will be Krishnan, Guru Murthy, and Alistair Campbell.
Okay, just just assume this is white wine. Not one voter blames Boris Johnson for what happened to the Conservative Party.
The rot started with Boris Johnson.
Not one voter group blames Boris Johnson for what happened to the Conservative Party.
I was going to try and do like a sort of Burnley accent for Alistair Campbell then, but I can't quite muster it. Honestly, Nadine, you've got to get over Boris Johnson.
I find that a very sexist comment.
It's not.
I think it is.
And then, yeah. So anyway, that's the argument there between those two. Also, GB News accidentally got the exit poll wrong on the screen and said that the Conservatives had 410 and Labour had 131. We're being told at one point.
That's what I was. Good for them.
They're still in the denial phase, but they'll move to fear, anger, pleading, and acceptance.
Yes. So on places that are having to reckon with reality, the Daily Mail. We have their front page at the moment, election special edition. It's quite funny that they're selling this on being election results special to their readers, who I'm assuming they're also suggesting would be very unhappy with the results. So it's quite a hard sell. Labour set for historic landslide. And then they've got this nice little. That's a classy bit of graphic, if you ask me. It's quite old school. Yeah. It's sort of got the flower on there for Labour and stuff. So Starmer heads for projected 170 majority, biggest since Blair. Battered Tories. Oh, tasty. Escape a total wipeout, but slumps just 131 seats. Farage's reform break through with 13 seats while Lib Dems surge. So, yeah, the first line of that, Sir Keir Starmer was on course for number 10 last night as the Tories crashed to their worst defeat in history. Seth, historically, how do you think the papers are going to react now? And how have they had to react when? So the Sun obviously made that late switch to saying we're going to support Labour. But in terms of their coverage, they surely must just have a lot of reporters and journalists who have amazing connections with the Conservative Party, which is fucking pointless to a large extent now, I would say. And perhaps don't have the relationships with the Labour people who will be in government. So how are they going to wrangle with that?
It entirely depends on the paper, but yeah, there are going to be a lot of changeovers in staff, and there are going to be a lot of right-leaning papers, certainly, that are going to be looking around, scrabbling, saying, so does anyone know anything about this Keir Starmer guy?
Yeah, so just trying to sort of dig around.
The other more fundamental thing is that there are going to be a huge number of MPs who've never stood for Parliament before, so they're completely unknown outside of, even inside the political bubble. And as a result, there's going to be an awful lot of scratching around for the next couple of months, just looking up these people, saying, who are they? We've never heard of them.
So that's going to be, so we're going to see a lot of, is there anyone you think could emerge as being particularly interesting? Obviously, we don't know the seats, but is that what we're going to see, the new characters form? And are the papers going to have to create the characters within the Labour Party? There's going to be this narrative. For example, I've seen something coming around already that perhaps on vote share, this might not be as good as Jeremy Corbyn did at one point in one of his elections he ran, but famously did the vote share, but
the really important.
Well, the Jeremy Corbyn didn't win.
Jeremy Corbyn's column was quite low down, and that's why we left the European Union.
Can you show me on a pendulum? would be the way. But that's obviously going to go around. But do you think the papers are going to have to create their own tension and new characters and bring people into the fold that they think is sort of the outrageous side of things?
Understand everything. I mean, what we're seeing, certainly, which is comparable to 1945 as well as 1997, is this complete clear out of Parliament and these very familiar faces. And I have to say, this is actually a very healthy thing. It's a hallmark of a democratic society, but it is something which is going to take a bit of adjustment, because there are going to be certain standard narratives of, it's a left versus right battle, and it may not come down to that. It may come down to personal antipathy between people that's totally non-political. It may come down to other factors entirely.
Are you hoping for there to be some drama?
So from
of some kind,
a topical comedian's point of view, it's so fascinating. Like if you are a newly elected Labour MP, my advice to you is just be so careful over everything you do for the next 6 months, because any slip, and that is your entire public persona for the rest of your political career. So if you be careful how you hold bananas, be careful how you eat sandwiches in public. Be careful about expressing any sort of like opinion or regional accent in one way or another, because that is how you'll be defined in the public eye for the rest of your life.
And I can give you an example actually from the 2010 Parliament, huge intake of new Tory MPs, and one of them gets so paralytically drunk he forgets to vote. And unfortunately, because it's Mark Reckless and his surname is Reckless, obviously his reputation is set in stone by then. But yeah, a lot of these people will also be introduced to the ways of Westminster for the first time. And that's not necessarily a healthy thing. There are some quite shady bars around there which they'll be introduced to.
Well, there's something that Jim Pickard has pointed out here as well, saying that on the current exit poll, you would only need 20 Tory MPs to launch a vote of no confidence on any given day.
I can get 20 votes. I can get you 20. You want 20 Tory MPs, dude? I can get you 20 Tory MPs.
I'll unlock the door for that. You would be allowed out for that, and they can come in. But is that just going to happen, though? Do you think we're going to see people would like to think maybe they'll tack back to being more sensible in some way, and that's where the political
I think they have to go through.
Is.
I think they have.
They've got a lot more to go through.
A few morning stages. Phil Cowley, top professor of politics, very helpfully this week said that landslide is no longer a useful metaphor, and with a colleague has designed the Cowley-Bailey electoral disaster metaphor scale, where so just to give you a couple of examples, towards the top, decimation of the Tory MPs would of course only involve one in 10 of them losing their seats. Titanic first-class passengers, that's down to about 227, because only 40% of the first-class passengers died. Beatles, that would have been 50%. Magnificent Seven, I will admit this was my contribution. That only, how many of the Magnificent Seven survived? 3 of the Magnificent Seven survived. So we are currently projected, it's worse than Titanic second-class passengers. It's worse than the Black Death in London, which killed about 60%, but it's better than the charge of the Light Brigade, which was a loss of 68%. So that's roughly where we're sitting at the moment, between a Black Death and the charge of the Light Brigade. It's not a good night for the Conservatives.
No. We've got a question from a listener here. Bart Crisp on Twitter says, excellent Lego graphics to you, Rob. You've won a fan there. He asks, I don't know if it's specifically to you first, Rob, but because the compliment was, now the hard bit is as well. He asks, how much do you think Starmer is being / has been underappreciated for the job he has done making Labour electable? Has he been a genius, lucky, a bit of both? How do you rate his performance?
So I actually, in 2021, I wrote a piece for the Times that said, because there was all this stuff then that said that Starmer's doing a terrible job. And I said, well, look, he's not doing a terrible job. He's doing an all right job. Because it had been COVID free. He had actually, in his first year as leader of the opposition, he was forbidden by the government from leaving his house or meeting a voter. So in those circumstances, it was quite hard. And also there was a lot of bipartisanship. And in fact, the weekend he became leader, Boris Johnson went into hospital and nearly died. And there was a brief sort of national outpouring of warmth towards Boris Johnson that now seems hard to recall. So I said, look, he's got them into a position where they could win the election, and that's not nothing. And then I was so embarrassed by this piece that I didn't mention it for about 2 years, but I'm now going to mention it now because there are polls that show that sort of that 20% of the country think that Keir Starmer is doing a bad job as leader of the opposition. What would a better job look like? Again, how much higher? How much higher does this have to go before you say he's done quite a good job? He's taken Labour from their worst defeat since the war, certainly, and taken them to what may be their greatest victory. Oh, we can go live to Sunderland. We're going live to Sunderland. There's a result.
Give us it.
Hang on, I'm going to turn this up.
Oh, they're actually declaring.
So
I don't know.
whilst this is going,
Phillips-
Malcolm Vernon has asked,
GB
am
News
I
are not
wearing...
going anywhere?
Bridget Phillipson has won.
Okay. I'm being asked if I'm wearing Sunak Sambas, and I'll say I had these before Sunak, and I would like to imagine my feet are slightly bigger than his. Malcolm Vernon would be my answer there. Whilst these guys are watching a bit of the telly, I've got some shout outs to do for people who have contributed to us on YouTube. So I say enormous cheers for the Champagne for Our Socialism. Apparently, that's one of the things we're being given money for. Champagne for Socialism. I like that. To Michael Vaughan, Joshua Fletcher, Jan and David Heffernan, Simon Whale, and Jane Pollard. So yeah, thank you very much. There is in the stream, there's a link there for anyone who wants to chip into this fantastic work we're doing.
If anybody wants to request any other impressions from me of any other political characters.
I love Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was a governor.
So
I've had an affair with my cleaner.
Can I just talk to you about what's just happened? So first of all, in the most important thing for people in the Northeast, Houghton and Sunderland South has beaten Blythe and Ashington to get the first result. Half an hour early on a 50% turnout. Bridget Phillipson, actually speaking, has kept her seat, but there's who's in second place? The Reform Party, massive swing to them. So swing. This is what I mean about two-dimensional swing. Would anyone like to see my spreadsheet?
Please give us a spreadsheet.
I will try and find a way to share this on. Put a link if anyone wants to peer at it. But what you've got there is both a swing from the Conservatives to Labour and a swing from the Conservatives to Reform, and the Conservatives have just utterly collapsed there.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth remembering that Sunderland was a really strong Brexit area. In fact, was one of the key early declaring districts during the Brexit vote to make us realise something is going on here. I think the best way of describing what you were talking about with swing is that when this was first calculated way back in the 40s, which was peak of a two-party system, and it was only just Labour and Conservative back and forth. It was like a pendulum in a two-dimensional way. Now it's more like a blanket that's being tugged between lots of different parties.
Like that, like those the parachutes used to run underneath it.
And so it's going in lots of different directions. And that's what we're seeing. It has been traditionally a safe Labour seat with the Tories a very distant second. Reform has
Grania, blanket or three-dimensional pendulum?
Oh God, I don't. It's with you two guys. I'm sick of this. I sort it out. I do not want to get involved.
So looking at the numbers there from Sunderland South as well, it's at 18,847. Bridget Phillipson, Sam Woods Brass, who is of Reform, 11,668, which is double what Chris Bernicle of the Conservatives, which is 5,514. So in terms of how far ahead there and close to Labour, imagine if the Conservatives were not, if they'd made some sort of non-aggression pact or something like that, it could have been a real knife edge moment there.
One of the things that people misunderstand about Reform is and actually this is we're seeing it here, is this view that it takes votes from the Conservatives because it taking 2019 Conservative votes, but a lot of those 2019 Conservative votes will historically have been Labour votes. So these are voters who, as it were, sort of cycled through. They've been Labour, they've got sick of Labour, and that's been happening for years. And though they go to the Conservatives under Boris Johnson, and that not having worked out, they're now going to reform. But again, it's these places that are economically deprived, that are not seeing any great benefits of anything that's happening in the UK.
Can I ask, do you think, because a lot of the conversations I've had with Labour voters is they say, oh, but Keir, he's only projecting this image of being very conservative with a small c, but once he gets into power, then he's going to be left-wing, then he'll do all these left-wing policies. You have to sort of hold your nose and vote for him. Based off the results that we've seen, how credible is that, do you think?
Based on Starmer,
on how the votes have Reform doing so well, and this sort of snapshot of what the public want.
Well, okay. So I'm guessing most of your conversations have been taking place within this postcode. Is that fair?
Exactly, like annoying left-wing people.
Annoying left-wing. I don't mean you.
But
Specifically you.
Me.
Yeah.
Lots of me. Imagine a lot of people have been saying it becomes sort of a cliche. You vote for Starmer. I know he seems quite centre right, a lot of his policies, but he's only saying that to get into power. And once he's in power, once he's got that Ming vase, safely across the slippery floor, then he'll be doing sort of policies that are more traditionally liberal and left-wing.
Right. I think he is instinctively a more left-wing prime minister than we have had in quite some time. I think that is true. That's one of the things the Conservatives have occasionally said in this campaign. I think that's true. He is instinctively to the left of Blair and instinctively to the left of Brown. Partly we haven't had very many Liberals. But he is also quite pragmatic, and he knows that he's inheriting a very difficult situation. So I think his principal focus will be what works rather than sort of an ideological thing. So if, for instance, Wes Streeting comes in and says, look, I can cut these waiting lists in half by using these private providers, that's something that, for instance, Jeremy Corbyn would have said, well, no, I don't think we're going to do that. I think that Keir Starmer is quite clear that he will say, yeah, go for it. Let's get people off the waiting list. In terms of how does this affect what they do, you've got to remember that traditional Labour voters in Islington and traditional Labour voters in Houghton and Sunderland South don't have very much in common. So, for instance, on immigration, round here, we're very pro-immigration. It's London, the great melting pot. It works for us. That's not how they see things in Sunderland South. So and that pressure. Starmer is more of a Labour family man in a way, certainly than Blair was, and a different kind of Labour family man from the one that Brown is. So actually, whether he has more of a connection with that kind of quite sort of working class authoritarian, actually really we want the police to be very tough on criminals, actually really people don't like immigration, we should crack down on it. I think his instincts maybe to a surprising extent there.
I mean, I largely agree. I think it should be said, through most of the Blair years, people were saying, oh, just wait till they get started. They're secretly much more left-wing and so on. But you're absolutely right. Starmer is more instinctively geared towards the Labour Party. But what you've put your finger on is a very important tension that has always existed as long as the Labour Party has existed, because it is a coalition of lots of different groups around the country. And if you look at a projection of the political map, people who are liberal versus conservative, people who are left-wing versus right-wing, the Labour Party's always been a coalition of two huge blocks of voters who are those on the liberal left and those on the authoritarian left. And they have very little in common with one another. Indeed, I remember speaking to a long-serving Labour councillor for not far from where we are right now, who used to say that there were two main blocks of voters in his ward. they added up to about 70% of the electorate, but the only way he would ever win elections was by making sure the two never spoke to each other. And that is the Labour Party all over. It is a broad coalition, but it is also a very incoherent coalition. And you see it, for example, on trans issues. You see it, for example, on immigration. You see it on civil liberties issues, where there is actually quite a strong hang 'em and flog 'em undercurrent. You know, the idea that people have gone to Reform UK from the Labour Party, which blows people's minds. Well, when you think how many very authoritarian Labour Party voters there have been, that shouldn't be that surprising. But then there are these metropolitan people much closer to where this studio are right now, who, yes, have a very different understanding of what it means to be Labour. And Starmer has, I think, quite successfully ridden that. But there is a question mark as to how sustainable that is in the medium to long term. Harold Wilson famously used to say that leading the Labour Party is like running a stagecoach at great speed that's full of bickering passengers, and the minute you slow down or stop, they start arguing about the direction. So the trick of leading Labour is to just carry on at high speed so that no one ever has any time to bicker and argue.
Just going to talk through a few more of our thank yous and shouts out. So this is a mega thanks for the round, not the champagne for our socialism. You can have any drink you want within this, which is great. Mick Wollstonecroft, MJ Duck, and J.A. Hickenbottom. I've got a question here actually from someone close to me. It's like my girlfriend's texting me as we're live streaming, and she sent a question in. On a very honest note, what do we do about all these Farage people that have popped up, and how do we not spend the next 4 years wasting time just talking about them constantly because they're going to be louder than ever? So people that come out to support Farage and all that out, which in some way seems out of nowhere, how do we stop them sucking up all the oxygen in political debates that they seem like they can and might do? Rob, you look very pensive on
really
this
good
one.
question. To which I don't know. It's hard to know how it will play out, because at another level, 13 members of parliament is not a lot of members of parliament. It's quite small, you see. You know, so
It's a small Lego.
It's a small. I actually, as I was leaving the house, I thought maybe I ought to just get some more reform-coloured bricks, and I stuck in my pocket. And I'm not glad I did, but I'm glad I did. So maybe they get marginalised, you know, in the way that, say, the Lib Dems have been marginalised in Parliament for the last 4 years. They had 13 odd MPs, and you know they did well at by-elections, but you never heard from them in Parliament. You don't even get a question every week in Prime Minister's Questions if you're leading the fourth party or something. You know, I think maybe once a month. On the other hand, you know, I mean, I know this is a massively triggering issue for lots of people, but the BBC will have to have them on Question Time, you know. And part of the thing is that whenever UKIP was asked to put someone up on Question Time, they always put Farage up, and I imagine that will continue to be the case. Now, maybe it seems likely to me that there will be massive sort of fractiousness within this party. We know that their candidate selection has been wonky, poor, bonkers. So there's sort of palpable tension between, say, Richard Tice and Nigel Farage whenever you see them in the same room. So it may well. I would be astonished if they're all in the same party in 4 years' time. But on the other hand, you know, I mean, it's tricky because look, this is lots of people are voting for this stuff. And to be honest, if I were Bridget Phillipson looking over my shoulder, you're an MP, you do look at who's second in your seat and who's this coming up very fast in my wing mirror. If she was ever worrying about the Conservatives, she's not going to be worrying about the Conservatives. She's going to be worrying about reform.
And that's why second places are so important. It's because every MP is thinking, who do I need to placate? Whose voters do I need to pinch to keep in office?
So that's a good place for us to. We're going to take a little bit of a break because Seth has got another engagement to go on to, and we all need some refreshments of some kind. I've nearly finished all of my water. Will be 2 minutes. There'll be some switching around. I think I'm staying in this seat actually for the most part, but we'll be back with you very shortly for the rest of this YouTube stream. Hello and welcome back to the second hour or so. We've been going for around an hour and a half of our Oh God What Now election night YouTube live stream. And actually right now we've got a far more paper cuts looking panel for anyone who's a fan of the paper cuts show. Obviously Miranda needs no introduction because
I love it.
Miranda just did Miranda's laugh. So this is Miranda Sawyer, and you know that's Miranda, listeners.
Yeah.
Here.
Hello.
She is in the
Hello,
flesh.
friends.
Jason Hazley is here joining us, all fresh.
Whoops.
And we've got Rob, who isn't a new person but has a new hat,
It's
Yes.
such
which
a
is
good
the way
hat.
we would like it.
Are you receiving things through the ears?
I am, yes. I mean, I'm being talked down to the ground by a pretty waff as my Lancaster flames through the
to
sky.
be honest, we'll just follow you.
Right, okay.
That's good.
You're flying that high already?
Yes,
Just off the exit.
just
polls.
off the exit wall, and 2 results because we've now got the result from Blythe.
Absolutely.
Do you want the result? From
Well,
Blythe?
let me
Right.
just talk everyone through a little bit of what we're doing for anyone new who's into this. We're doing a kind of goggle box sort of soccer Saturday style thing where we've all got the screens on.
Really?
Well, but kind of, but for politics and
Right.
without the fun bits from them. So it's Jason's kind of Chris Kamara, and we'll swing to him on stuff. I'm going for a Jeff Stelling kind of vibe, and then I don't know anyone else from Soccer Saturday.
Right, I
so I
think
can't really
myself
comment,
the
and
Jeff
I don't know
Boycott
anyone
of
else
the,
from.
group.
Okay,
So, is that
The
right?
Jeff Boycott of Soccer Saturday.
Yes.
Yeah.
that sounds perfect. Anyway, we've all got one headphone in. I've got another headphone in with people bossing me around, and we're watching the screen, seeing what's going on. We'll react to it, talk about it, ask each other questions about it, and have a good fun time while we go along. If you enjoy what we're doing, there's a link in the stream notes where you can chip in to sling us chips or beer or alcohol-free IPAs that people like me in North London. Tangfastics, that
Always
could be
good.
good. So Tangfastics, anyone wants to donate to Miranda having some Tangfastics,
Yeah.
and we'll make her eat them all live and see how tangy she can get. Rob, you've got important news, so
I've
so
got
let's
important
dive
news
in. What's
from
happening?
my election desk of football. I can bring you the result from Blythe and Ashington, where
Yay.
unsurprisingly Labour have won again. But again, we've seen another northeast seat. We've seen exactly the same thing: swing from the Conservatives to Labour, big swing from the Conservatives to Reform, and again Reform moving into second place. I think.
Yes,
Yes.
second place.
Yeah. So yes, that is going to be the weird. If that keeps happening, that there's a really interesting what the hell does this do to our parliamentary dynamic question when you've got a whole load of Labour MPs who are worrying about what the Reform Party are going
But
to do in their seats.
is it not, won't it do nothing at all? Because it'll just be really funny because all the Reform people have got loads of votes but don't get any members of parliament? Is that not what happens?
It's funnier in some places than others. It depends how large your majority is. The one number that every MP knows is their majority, and they really precisely, and they know who's coming up behind them, and that's what they worry about. So, I mean, yeah, if you're Ian Lavery, you've got 20,000 votes to Reform's 10,000. You're probably not that worried. Bridget Phillipson's majority is rather smaller, so she's probably a little more anxious. I would say.
Of funny things that I've spotted here, by the way, there's just something I'd really like to share with you all, which is the worst nautical metaphor of the night so far from Wes Streeting. I asked producer Liam to transcribe this for me because I saw it pop along. I'm not going to do a Wes impression. I'm bad at accents and impressions, as anyone who is close to me has heard me doing a Sopranos one and annoying them. But anyway, he said, and yes, the implosion of the Conservatives and the SNP has put wind in Labour's sails. But the only reason we've got sails on the ship and the ship is ship shape is because Keir Starmer took the vessel from the shipwreck in 2019, rebuilt it and made it ship shape and seaworthy again.
This is worse than my pendulum.
Yeah, no, it's like it's more confusing than the pendulum. Yeah, you guys missed
Sorry,
first half.
That was Wes Street.
That was yeah. saying that. Yeah.
He doesn't need to try that hard.
No.
Just say we're doing well, aren't we?
Yeah, we're doing well from not doing so well in the past. Which
Without having
everyone-
to go, now here are my 14 boat building metaphors.
Well, on
And the
metaphors,
hull,
you guys
and if
missed
you think about
Rob.
the hull, the thing about the hull is, Wes, leave it.
I think we should go back to Wes. What I'm hoping for is another
More
another
Wes.
contribution from Wes
Well,
in about an hour.
If people
like,
chip in
hour,
on the
every hour.
YouTube, I think we can buy 10 minutes of Wes.
Can I
At some
show
point and we
everyone
can get him.
the
Please turn it
image
around. People can see
I've
it.
just been sent.
Turn it around to the,
I'm
to
gonna
the,
turn it
the
around.
cameras as well,
It's
please.
Paddington leading a tiny Rishi off.
You see, what worries me about that is that is a fucking big bear.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a really big bear. You know, no one wants a bear that big.
No.
Let alone with a sandwich that big under his fucking hat.
And people underestimate with Paddington. I'm sure he's really nice, but that's like everyone said their dog's nice. They can
Mm.
turn
Yeah,
violent. Has
yeah.
anyone thought about that with Paddington?
Yeah.
He was at one point a wild bear.
Paddington, he's never done this before.
You both haven't been here for this first hour, so we can do some of the kind of easier questions to you both. How are you
Okay.
feeling about it, Miranda? How do you feel?
Confused. That's just the nature of how
Uh-huh.
I feel at this time of day.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm confident, quietly confident. Should we say that?
Mhm.
Quietly confident. It's all going to be okay, isn't it? I'm slightly disturbed by the fact that on my, I'm looking at Channel 4 now,
Mhm.
and yeah, can we?
Oh, God,
dear.
it's her.
So we've got Anne Widdecombe on Channel 4, which nobody wants, and she's wearing
She's
some.
died.
No,
Gone
that's
to
actually
Channel 4,
Nadine
hasn't
Dorries, and she's just got older since you last saw her. That's after she's reacted to the result.
Yeah.
She's ended up looking.
She's
like
ended up
that.
looking like she's got a very unusual jacket on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's she
Well,
wearing?
okay,
then?
so her jacket is it's over shoulder padded, I would say. So it's a little bit
Yeah,
too much up here.
yeah.
And it's do you remember the wallpaper that your nan had when she was trying to be a bit jazzy? It's that. It's
Yeah.
very, very overflowered in a purple hue. Yeah.
Okay.
She looks strange.
She is strange.
That's very
Let's-
true.
Let's be
She's
honest
strange,
about
yeah.
it.
Jason, how are you feeling about everything?
Well, first of all, how am I feeling about Anne Widdecombe?
Anne.
Do you know what? Let's credit Anne Widdecombe with something. She is the person who came up with the phrase about Michael Howard. He has something of the night about him.
Yeah.
Which is actually really good.
Yeah.
And
It
that's
is
like
good.
so that's the end of her good stuff. How am I feeling about the night? Let's see. Reform having a predicted 13 is, I think, very alarming.
Mhm.
The biggest number I'd seen was 4. A couple of people I spoke to said they seen 5 and 8, but 13 is like that's well outside the 4 zone. So let's see. Nice majority for Labour. Very good. Not the biggest majority ever. 418 was their biggest majority, which was in 97, I think. But if that number is true for the Tories, that's the lowest number they've had in an election since about 1926 or something, isn't it? I think you probably know this, won't you?
Seth had the books, and I just
Okay.
Yeah.
just started taking
Since
his
the
word for it.
olden days.
Yeah,
Since
the guy,
olden
the
days,
guy
since
was
black and white.
the guy who was here before you
it
was much better at this
yeah.
stuff. Can I just say that?
Yeah, I know. I don't have his suit or his glasses or anything. I'm nothing.
If we're talking about outfits,
Yeah,
can we
always.
talk about the returning order officer?
Oh wow, that is impressive. I like that.
People watching it on other channels may already have seen this. How are we describing this, Miranda?
Okay, so I would say there's definitely a touch of Prince at the neck. Would we not say?
I think
Like-
it's quite purplish as
Yeah,
well. in
it's
the
like
sort of
it's
Prince
like so
purple.
that is a Purple Rain era kind of frou-frou element, which I approve of. And to be honest, I actually think it is slightly channeling Prince.
I think it's slightly channeling Prince Rupert.
Yeah.
It's just not sort of Roundheads Cavaliers territory.
But it looks like Prince getting an honorary degree from a university of some
It's
sort.
very sweet.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
stranger. It's, Aunt Sally from Wurzel Gummidge got an honorary degree when I got my degree.
Yes,
so you
Eunice
can, stranger
Stubbs,
people
yes.
can,
Yes.
but I didn't know that, and I was just like, Wurzel Gummidge, amazing. And people then told me, oh, she's very famous for other stuff and all that
Yeah.
sort of
Yes.
thing, and I was like,
She's in Summer
Okay.
Holiday with Cliff Richard.
Yeah.
yeah,
And she's very good.
Which again will mean
a
absolutely nothing
strange
to you
selection for
because
someone who graduated in 2015. I'd say
it
would
is.
be.
That
That, just
is.
a little a tidbit I'm seeing on social media here, by the way, that Jim Pickard has pulled out. Fascinating that the odds of Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat are apparently around 52 to 48. so around the cursed Brexit number.
Oh,
It's really
Ah,
53,
okay.
47, but he doesn't want to spoil his own joke, so
Uh,
gotta respect him for that.
yeah.
with the Conservative projection being 131, he doesn't lose his seat, does he? At that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I
we
say
don't. We
that's my
think
opinion.
Rishi's seat is safe. I did actually have somebody feed me all of this.
Yeah.
But I would be surprised if Jeremy Hunt is still there. I've been saying all
Right.
evening, and I continue to say, and I'm really sorry if this turns out to be a massive disappointment to everyone. I think that Liz Truss is going to lose her seat.
Do you really?
I think that's
But
going
she's
to be.
got. She had a massive, like
She did, but
22,000 majority
also,
or something.
and I think there's a really important. It's quite a complicated electoral thing here, but I'll just explain it. She's Liz Truss.
And how does that work?
Right.
No, hang on.
It's
Does
a
that
pendulum.
work?
She's spinning around.
So literally, there are 60,000 people in the country who actually get to vote against Liz Truss, which, as it turns out, is pretty much the nation's dream. So, and also there's an independent candidate there who's an independent Tory, and I don't think she was very loved in the constituents beforehand. There's lots of things are actually secretly against her. So,
Okay.
so that's my surprise watch: is stay up for Truss because it might be close.
Yeah.
And I if that ends up being a disappointment to everyone, I'm very sorry. That
I saw it's presumably when she's announced, so that'll be about like 3 a.m. There'll
I
be
think
a
it might be later than
plethora of
that, yeah.
things, loads of people will come through, then we can get excited about that.
Oh
Isn't
yeah,
it-
it will,
isn't it
it
the
will
case
be in a
that-
proper wave. This is very much the dull bit of election.
Are we in the
night.
warm up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, with the
now
orchestra
that
just
there's,
tuning up, we're not even at the overture yet. But isn't it the case that between 3 and 5 in the morning there are more than 3 declarations per minute?
Basically, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is incredible when you think about it, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Talking around warm-up acts, then I've been here for around an hour and 45 minutes, but Dorian Linsky is going to be coming in a moment to take over
don't
the
believe
hosting
it.
duties. People have arrived back from our live show, so we're actually going to cut. I don't know how any of this stuff works, but by magic, we will go off the screen, and our little green room will happen, and Andrew is going to be there schmoozing, chatting to people, and then I'll magic away. Dorian will come. So people watching in, that there won't be a break, but I'm going to go off the screen right about now.
BBC just now, uttering the fateful words.
Hello. Right, give me the thumbs up. Right, this is live television for you here. Right, we're hitting GB News levels of excitement here. So
Doing
you were
so
saying
well.
the task is now to deal with reform
It is.
across the rebel.
And also, not really just reform, but the effect that reform will have on the Tory party. So immediately, Andrea Leadsom has been on the BBC. They've been asking her, why do you think this is happening? What's the problem? And she said, we've not been conservative enough. So instantly, they're talking about tacking to the right, not to the centre. It just feels troubling. The thing is, they haven't been conservative enough with a small c. They've no longer represent what the Conservative Party was and should have been. But that's not the lesson they're learning. You can hear immediately that they're going the wrong way.
But you could tell that no matter what the hell happened, the conclusion was going to be, we haven't been conservative enough.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
Events prove what I thought in the first place.
In other frightening news, Rees-Mogg has been on saying that, basically hinting at a Boris return, saying that Farage shows us that big figures, big charismatic figures in politics. Now, do I actually think Boris will come back? No, but it shows that appetite for his idiocy has not gone away.
But I think I'm going to have to quote Alistair Campbell on, say, to Nadine
Be
Dorries
careful.
earlier this evening. You've got to get over Boris Johnson,
Yeah.
Nadine. She didn't like being told that at all.
I'm sure she
but
didn't.
maybe Rees-Mogg needs to be told, you've got to get over Boris Johnson.
Yes, they all need to understand that he was the problem, not the reason that he's the reason they lost. He's not the savior.
Now, we just watched the results come in at the Oh God, What Now live show
Yes,
in the
it's brilliant.
Tabernacle. Very, very exciting. And I was up in the booth telling Alex Rees to frantically type in the figures very quickly.
Refresh.
I will say, what did I say when we recorded a podcast yesterday? The Conservatives will get 130 seats because we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, you're right. I'm afraid.
So, and we also sort of semi-predicted that this would be, because it wasn't the MRP prediction of 60 seats, 50 seats, no seats, that this would be paraded as evidence that there's still a hunger out there for conservative policies and for conservative ideas. Are we seeing any of that yet?
Oh, I mean, there is. You're right on that sense that there is that hunger, and you know, I'm a bit worried. The reason I'm so worried about reform is that we've just been chatting in the green room earlier. That young people seem to be getting excited by them. That we've seen some flying around London today of like 18-year-olds flying for reform in London. Read the room, but you know that worries me. So yeah, I do think that appetite is there, and it's something we've got to watch.
Yeah.
We can have nice things. We have got a nice thing.
We've got a nice thing, which is a 400
Let's not underestimate
Labour.
what we
and
have got. But yeah, we can't assume we've got it for 15 years.
We've actually got two nice things. One is, isn't it, Labour's biggest ever victory and the Conservatives' worst ever defeat? They're two nice things.
It's not Labour's biggest ever victory.
Isn't it?
No, it's lower than 97 majority.
Is it? I should know that. I should,
Well,
as a Tonti fan.
If the figures are correct.
If the figure, I know we're all going.
I don't think
mad on
reform will
elections.
actually take 13 seats, incidentally.
Right.
But yeah, it's on the current predictions. It is less than 97.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think, are we going back into the studio now? I think we might be.
See you later.
Yeah. No, we're not. Apparently, we're not going back into the studio.
Slick.
So, you and I have got a long night ahead of ourselves.
We have. Shall I get a drink?
Yeah, I would very much like to get a drink. But I mean, the performance of the Liberal Democrats seems to be quite encouraging.
Yes.
And it's very hard to talk about them when you've got Labour kicking off, like, you know, pulling in such a fantastic result.
Maybe Leadsom should have said, what we really needed to do is more bungee jumps.
More bungee jumping and more falling into Lake Windermere. Are they, from what you've been saying, are the Lib Dems featuring in the conversation?
Not yet, because they're not featuring very highly in the seats that have already called.
Right.
But you know, yeah, that's something to watch in the next few hours. Definitely something to keep an eye on. I think, you know, they're very likely to get that 60. I think that's predicted. That does suggest tactical voting has been the primary driver of their boost in popularity, but it's brilliant to see them potentially back as a meaningful force. And, you know, they can help Labour get their legislation through, which really matters.
Right. And now we are going back to the studio. So thank you very much. We'll see you later.
With us. It's not that professional.
Hello, I'm Dorian Linsky. I've just come from the live show.
What? How did you do that?
I just teleported here for the live show, which was perhaps the most exciting live show moment I've ever had.
Oh,
With
fantastic.
the
So we
exit
need
poll.
to know lots about it then.
What
So-
happened?
Well,
Was there cheering?
there was an exit poll for the UK general election in which Labour did rather well and the Tories did rather badly. And that was very exciting. But I had it all set up on my laptop. But the stream, you know, there's that stream lag. And there was nothing happening yet. And then Alex Andreou had the backup in his ear on 5 Live. Obviously, no delay. So he announced, he stole my Dimbleby moment, really. And he just announced Labour landslide. And everyone went, yay!
Oh,
And we had
brilliant.
champagne, which is good because everyone's quite nervous. We're like, should we take the champagne out?
How dare he steal your Dimbleby? I mean, really.
I had a really good
A man
Dimbleby.
doesn't do that to a fellow man. He doesn't steal
No,
his
I
Dimbleby.
blame the internet. It's literally the internet's fault.
Yeah.
But it was very good. It was a very good vibe in the room.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
People-
Exciting. And then have you dashed across town in a cab?
No, I get the tune because I'm a man of the people.
Of course. Yeah.
I think Rishi Sunak would get a cab or a helicopter.
Helicopter. Yeah.
Yes, but I got an underground train
Yeah.
with my people. Really.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Shaking hands all the way.
shaking hands.
done.
on the way. Hello,
done, everyone.
hello.
Were there
Yes.
people partying on the tube?
No, not really. I was disappointed. I wanted lots of people singing things going to get better, people
That might happen later. but
rioting in a jolly fashion, but it's early days.
Yeah, it's early days. It's still early days indeed. We're tuned into various different sides of the telly, and I am on Channel 4, which I have to say, Jason's really upset about.
You've got Nadine Doris.
I've
Come
got-
on.
Can I
See
just
why
say-
I'm upset now?
Who have
I've
you
got-
got?
It's not like we've made you try and watch ITV Player or something. I mean,
I'm on ITV,
Yeah, okay.
and it's
So
Nicola Boring Sturgeon.
okay. I've got Nadine Doris. I've got Harriet Harman in a very, very heavy necklace, I have to say. It's like a kind of rapper's chamber in pink.
She does wear these big, thick fucking necklaces,
Yeah.
doesn't she?
Yeah, she does.
They're
and she
great.
carries
They
it
really
off.
suit her.
Oh, and
And-
podcaster Rory Stewart.
Podcaster Rory Stewart and indeed podcaster Alistair Campbell is also there. We've also had Anne Widdecombe. I mean, we've had the lot really, but most importantly for Jason, why he's had, we've got Hannah. What's she called? Hannah
Fry.
Hannah Fry with the nice red hair.
Be still my beating heart.
Yeah. So I'm looking at her rather than you, Jason. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking
You've
at,
got a reform
I'm looking
candidate.
at Dr. David Bull, who used to be a doctor on the television, is now some kind of reform thing.
Fair play for Kwasi Kwarteng for showing up.
Did he?
Given the circumstances.
Where?
He's been somewhere. Oh no, whose channel is he on? Not on your channel.
He's not on mine.
Is he?
Is he on yours?
I've got
Where can
Joe,
we
brother
find
of
him?
Boris Johnson, on
got
Sky.
what?
I've got Joe Johnson, brother of Boris Johnson.
Actually, he is. That's alarming, isn't it? That's what
Yeah.
AI would do if you asked it to draw Boris Johnson.
Yeah,
It would give him sensible hair and a face that actually
used
made
to be
some
my
sense.
MP, Joe Johnson in Orpington, and then resigned because he couldn't stand being an MP in his own brother's party.
Metaphors of our time.
Yeah,
I've got podcasters George Osborne and Ed Balls.
Yeah, everywhere.
What I want
who wants to
know,
listen to
do you know who
podcasters
else
on a
has
night like tonight?
Do you know who else has a fucking podcast?
Who?
We do.
Yeah, but you don't want to hang out
Multiple
with these people.
podcasts. Maybe I do.
Oh.
Maybe I do want Nicola Sturgeon leaning in going, what is this point that you're making? This sounds interesting.
Sorry, Dorian, you've only got us.
Where's Nicola Sturgeon?
Where is that, Nicola
I'm
Sturgeon?
really happy to be here with you guys tonight. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
Apart from Dorian,
Yeah, well,
I'm happy to be here with you.
yeah, maybe you should aim a little higher.
Yeah.
So look, Rob, I'm going to ask you a question because you know things.
Go on.
There have been questions from I want to say the listeners, but the listeners is incorrect tonight,
The
isn't
viewers.
it? So the viewers about voter turnout.
Right.
So do we know anything about voter turnout?
We literally only know about 2 seats because of which the 2 that have declared, and in those the turnout is down a little bit. And those are the thing is that one of the reasons why they can count the votes so fast in the northeast of England in these seats is that people in these seats don't vote. So turnout.
Is that generally the case?
Yeah, it's quicker to count. It's quicker to count a smaller number of pieces of paper.
That's so obvious, but
Yeah,
I didn't.
sorry.
realise that.
So it's always been this thing that
Tell me next that shorter people are nearer the ground.
But it is down in both of these places. So a question that has been asked when you guys weren't here was why aren't Labour doing better? To which my first answer is, hey, Labour are doing really well.
Lego is the answer for everything.
Okay, Labour are doing really well. Look, that's
Oh
Labour.
my God.
Have you not seen this? Yeah, no. This is you had your live show, but you didn't have this, did you?
No.
You
I
just
think
had
we could
champagne.
just put that on the stage
And
instead
look,
of us.
have you
That would've
seen
been
in
great.
front as
Which
well?
one of these
Look,
2 little people
What?
here is the
look,
racist?
there's actually number 10 as well in Lego.
Where's the little racist man?
I'm going to show you number 10 first, which has got a policeman on it, so that may answer.
Oh, wow. And it's not
Quite a good
raining, so
number
that's
10,
good
yeah.
news.
Is that an official Lego number 10? Or is
No, that's built by my sons and me about 10 years ago.
magnificent? I congratulate
Yeah,
your sons and
It's
you.
so good.
For Bloomberg
Well
graphic.
Hannah, sorry, I just want to say, Hannah's on.
Yeah, all right.
Was Hannah explaining Portillo moments?
Yeah, she's explaining the Portillo moment in a really fetching green suit, and she looks fabulous. So not only have you got Hannah, you've also got the Portillo moment. I think Jason might explode.
I can't cope with Hannah Fry.
Would you like Joe Johnson?
So look, can I?
No, that's the opposite. That's the thing I need to.
Can I
to
ask a
turn the
question?
temperature down.
Like, because obviously I haven't been watching television because you can't get signal on the tube with the working people where I was. And like, how much kind of has there been much sort of talking down of the Labour result and
Kwasi
talking up
Kwarteng-
of the reform?
Epic effort from Kwasi Kwarteng. Said that really it wasn't, in circumstances it wasn't a bad Conservative result. It is a bad Conservative result. I'm going to explain. 'Cause this okay.
Yeah.
This one is quite small and this one is quite big, and that's how you can tell. This is the good result.
Yeah.
Okay. We actually had to sit him down because he's so tall.
Right.
On top
yes.
of you see that's like maybe I should stand him up. And this is Ed. Is this obviously Ed Davey, by the way?
Dressed
Kind
up as a
of.
dinosaur.
I struggled a bit with Ed Davey, and in the
Yeah.
end,
Yes.
I hope people can understand why we went for man in a
So
dinosaur suit.
was Kwasi Kwarteng's argument, given what I did to the economy, this isn't a very good result?
I mean,
Yes.
sort of, but I don't think he quite put it in those terms. But my goodness, Rishi, the Sky News has got a giant Rishi Sunak, possibly the biggest he's ever been.
Do you mean a normal size Rishi Sunak?
And, no, it's genuinely enormous. It's
right,
some kind
okay.
of projection of him. I don't know how they've done it, but Yeah, sorry. Anyway, that site distracted me because he was towering over Beth Rigby. But
Okay, can I ask? So I've got something that I want to talk about because I've done some research. Would you like to know my research?
Well, go on then.
Okay, my research is just about comedy people that are standing as for election.
go on.
Okay, well, some of them are not comedy people. Some of them are people
of them
that we
are,
like.
Some of them are music people.
They are music people, people like Dave from Blur. Okay, so we've got obviously Count Binface standing against Rishi Sunak in Yorkshire.
Being supported by the Star.
Being supported by the Star, he's the person that the Star came out for. So the Star is going for Count Binface. And there's some
They love antics, the Star, don't they?
Yeah. Well, no, I think they're very serious actually. They had a secondary cover to this where they also pointed out that 80s legend Kim Wilde was supporting Count Binface. So
Was she?
yeah,
It's
it's front
classic
page of the
Wilde.
Star 2 days ago. So there's some lovely quotes from Count Binface. All right. So this is his quote. It might be true that on a Thursday night or Friday morning, I haven't beaten Rishi Sunak numerically, right? But I would argue that the moral victory will be mine. And if he is elected, then he was going to make July the 4th, of the election, Bindependence Day. So that's what we might be missing.
He certainly knows his lane, doesn't he, Count Binface?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a strong lane,
yeah.
I would say as well. Yeah, and so in terms of pop stars, we've got obviously Dave from Blur, and he's standing in mid Sussex, and he might do quite well. Do you not think?
Yeah, no, I sort of my baseline assumption for this evening is that anyone who's standing on the Labour ticket might do quite well.
Yeah, that's true.
Not all of them. Sadly, Dan Jarvis apparently might not do quite well, but in Barnsley because he's being overtaken by Reform.
Oh,
But
that's
but yeah, no, in general, Dave from Blur might do quite well.
it's an enormous, it's a pretty big majority. So it's like 18,197. So it's a big majority that he's got to turn over, but it's quite close. So he might do it. So that would be really good.
Also,
Yeah, exactly.
popular band.
Yeah.
I mean, they played
Yeah.
Wembley Stadium,
Twice.
which is much bigger than that majority.
Exactly. So
So
but they
if
don't
all of
all
those
live
people lived
in
in
Sussex.
Sussex, he'd walk it.
It would be fine.
It
yeah.
would be fine.
Okay, yeah. And there's also Tom Gray from
Gray.
Gomez, and he's standing as well. He's also standing as Labour. And where's my little notes about
It's
him?
Brighton Pavilion against
Brighton
the Greens.
Pavilion, that's right. So I don't know if he's got much of a chance. That's normally green, isn't it?
One of the Brightons is
Yeah.
green, and I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
I think
and
it-
the exit poll has the Greens taking 2 seats, one of which will be Bristol Central, and the other one will be. My guess would be it'll be whichever Brighton it is. I really ought to know this.
I think
it's
it is Brighton
Pavilion.
Pavilion.
Yeah.
But also he's standing. This is not a famous person. It's just an odd person that's standing. AI Steve. Do you know him? So AI Steve is this businessman, Steve Endicott, who's also standing in Brighton Pavilion. And his argument is that AI can kind of represent your constituents quite well. So that what he means is that if you've got a normal question, then AI can answer it.
Yes.
You see what I mean? So
So he's proposing. He's standing on a platform of I will not do my
I
job.
won't do work. Can't be
Okay.
bothered. I've got AIs here. No
There are some
prompts.
people who, if they win, really their constituents deserve them.
Does AI Steve have like 3 arms? Is he like one of those really
Yeah.
bad AIs?
Yeah, he's really blurry around the fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But incredibly flexible.
hands are difficult.
Yeah. Okay, and also we've obviously got the Daily Star having endorsed Count Binface. We have got the Daily Star's cover for tomorrow, which is a beautiful cover. Here it is. It's a big note, like a piece of paper with numbers on it, going from 1 to 12, all the way down. It says 14 years in charge, those good bits in full. There is nothing at all written on it. And at the bottom of it, we've got a picture of Rishi Sunak dressed as Biggles, as ever. We've got Lettuce Liz. Oh, we love Lettuce Liz. And we've got Boris Johnson, who is dressed as a clown. Very good. Yeah, the thought for the day is, now can you get on and fix the country, please? Which is, fair enough.
Have
really.
we seen the headlines from the right-wing press, and how meltdowny are they?
They're fairly meltdowny. I'll get some of them up. Hang on, here we go.
There's a Telegraph, just somebody, Alistair Heath, screaming.
Yeah, exactly. Having
On fire.
yet another nervous breakdown. Yeah, so we got the Times. The Times is, there's a big picture of Keir and his lovely wife. He looks nice in red. We've got exit poll puts Labour on course for landslide in the Times. Daily Express, sorry, the Daily Express always makes me laugh anyway, but crushing blow to Tory party in election wipeout. And then they've got a picture of Rishi Sunak and his wife walking away from the camera. So
Oh, that's clever.
Bye-bye. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Ta-ra, ta-ra, ta-ra. I'll see if we've got any more. I think the
wanna see the
Mail is
Telegraph
also
Man.
having some
While
things.
you're doing that, can I just take people to the BBC's data visuals now?
It's
Oh, hang on.
it's
There's a result
baffling
coming in.
citadel, isn't it?
There's a result coming in, but I'm going to take you to this. I would say is strong data visuals. Okay,
Yes,
Yes.
you
This-
are
right,
correct.
right.
Yeah, that's very
Yes.
good.
What the hell is this?
Oh my God, their Lego is rubbish.
Yeah, they're Lego. All that BBC money. You
Yeah.
could have had me, the BBC,
Yeah.
with my Lego bricks, and frankly, it would have been better.
That's just
definitely would be.
mayhem. That's visual
That's mayhem. I have no idea what's going on there.
Manhattan?
Yeah, is it Tetris?
It could be. It could be
Yeah.
Tetris Manhattan, yes.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Right,
Here We
what's-
Go is nice. Yeah, Here We Go is
Who's doing Here We Go?
mirror.
Mirror.
So
Okay.
the sun has got. I've got a bit thing where it's flashing through. See.
All right.
I see.
yeah,
They've
yeah,
had these front pages ready for days. haven't
Yeah,
they?
of course. So
It's
it's
like the
it's mostly
Obit.
just huge landslide, Labour majority. The Daily Mail is Labour set for historic landslide.
The Daily Mail hasn't gone
Goodness,
back
it's
to
red.
Starmageddon, which they were quite keen on.
They were quite keen. on that.
Sarmageddon's good though. You don't want to leave that on the table.
Yeah, fine.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. So the Sun has also. So the Sun came out for Labour, but very, very reluctantly, just a couple of days ago.
Talking of sun,
Yeah.
Sunderland Central.
Oh, beautifully. That's a beautiful segue. Yeah.
Chef's kiss for me. Oops. I've got very small ears.
Oh, have you lost your beard? Is it run away?
Shall I talk about what's going on in Sunderland Central
Please
while
do,
you
yeah.
plug yourself back
Yeah,
in?
what have we got, Rob?
Right. So another unsurprising Labour win,
Ooh.
and another. Well, it's the story of the night. It's the story of the night, people.
Oh.
Another swing from the Conservatives to Labour here. 10% swing from the Conservatives to Labour. 19% swing from the Conservatives to Reform. So Reform again moving into second place in another northeast seat
Wow.
that Labour has held.
It's really
So-
happening, isn't it?
Yeah. So this is basically. I mean, look. The thing is, actually, all three results that we've had are in the same part of the world. So it's possibly not very surprising
Yes,
they're all going the
yes,
same
yes.
way. It will be really interesting to see what happens once we start getting results from Surrey in.
Mm.
Whether there's a sort of a huge swing to Reform there as well. But there is a thing happening, and I mean, there is no happy way to say this, but Nigel Farage is going to be smiling somewhere.
Mm. Nigel Farage is possibly going to be in Parliament, which will be a bit
yeah,
I think that's a
Mm.
given, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Well, we were discussing earlier the possibility that has not been discussed enough that he will turn out to be an excellent conscientious constituency MP who's always turning up at school fetes, helping people with their bills. And
see
everyone
that
just-
coming.
he
Sorry.
seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
I wonder what he'll be like when you want to go and see him for a Saturday surgery meeting
Yeah.
to talk about your driveway and your next door neighbour's
Yeah.
driveway and how they're encroaching on each other.
Mm.
I wonder if he's how well he's going to engage.
They'd be like,
with
oh,
that
was it
kind of
immigrants
issue."
again? No, it's nothing to do with immigrants. They go, I can't help you then.
I imagine that he could. I mean, you can imagine that he would hold a kind of convivial kind of, constituency meeting.
Yeah, the problem is
Whether they'd solve
going
any
to
problem.
be when. I mean, look, one of the things actually the MPs, a lot of MPs talk about really passionately is about dealing with their constituents and being able to help their constituents' problem. And I can't remember who it was who was saying that the thing about being an MP is that very often you're the people who come to you are the people who can't work the system. They don't know how to get on the internet and find the right person, so they end up sort of coming to you for help. But as a result of this, you get a real insight into what are the bits of the system that don't work. And unfortunately, you also spend a lot of time, not unfortunately, you spend a lot of time writing letters on people's behalf and that kind of thing. The extent to which Farage is interested in that, given that Farage can't even be bothered to lead his own party outside of election periods, I'm a party that, by the way, he owns.
Yes.
how interested is he going to be in being, conscientious, diligent, sort of, yes, absolutely, I will sort your drains out. Yes, absolutely, I will write to see if I can get your benefits increased or whatever, get you what you're entitled to. It's very hard to imagine.
Yeah, very much so.
that.
Can I ask a thick question? Sorry.
There are no thick questions.
Well, it is quite a thick one.
This isn't Channel 4.
So if you're in a situation and it's Prime Minister's question time, though obviously it's like Labour and it'll be versus the Tories. Is there any situation there would ever be Labour and then he would be on the other side of the
only if the largest party only
so it's only ever going to be it should be the Tories.
So there was all of this stuff this week about whether the Tories are going to do so badly and the Lib Dems are going to do so well that Lib Dems became the official opposition, which would, if nothing else, have been very funny.
Oh, that would have been great.
So the geography of Parliament. Does anyone care about the geography of Parliament?
Yes,
right.
Go for it.
But you've been in with me.
It's
you should come in and watch. You'll have on the government side, which is on the speaker's. Which hand is this? Right. On the speaker's right, you have government MPs, and they are going to actually. One of the things is there's going to be so many of them, they're going to overflow round to the other side. And you'll have Keir Starmer in the front bench there. On speaker's left, you're going to have a small number of Conservative MPs, not quite filling. They won't actually be enough of them to fill the first set of benches.
Hi, pretty. Hi.
Wow. And then you're going to have at the front, you're going to have the Lib Dems, where we have become used to thinking of the SNP sitting, and they're going to take up, I would say, about 3 benches or so. And then probably behind them, well, a really interesting question. Behind them, you will either have Reform or the SNP, depending on how things go tonight. And there's about 1 bench's worth of them. And they will get a question every 2 weeks, a question a month. Which, as in the party leader will get, which we assume will be Farage in the chamber, will get that. So they won't get loads of time. And actually, Parliament is quite hard on the smaller parties.
Yeah.
Which
he will really hate because he wants the camera, so he won't do much in Parliament. Then I don't.
But on the other hand, as I was saying earlier, they will get a whole load of sort of broadcast entitlement now.
Well, last Nigel Farage can get on the TV because he's really been shut out there.
Well, they will get more. If you think you've seen a lot of Nigel Farage on TV in the last decade,
God,
maybe don't watch TV in the next decade. Would be my tip.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Anyway, we've got a question. Let's move on from that.
Good.
And the question is from Josh Parkinson on YouTube, and he says, based on the current results, do Reform start shouting for proportional representation? Presumably they do.
Yeah. Oh, they already are. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because they would do incredibly well under it.
Well, on the live show, Alex made a really good point. He goes, right, so we get nervous about PR in this country because you think, oh, well, then that gives Reform or a far right party a larger number of seats. But he says that basically first past the post is really good at keeping them out until they get to a certain point. And he said that in the French results, we just had the first round there, if it was first past the post, the National Assembly, Le Pen's lot would have 90% of the seats, and PR has actually kept it down 90% of the seats on something like 33% of the vote. So it's a really weird thing that we often think of as PR kind of like brings these kind of extreme parties into the mix, but actually first past the post can as well if they get to a certain point. So then it becomes a bit of a dampener on them. So it's a really strange thing that there is no, whether electoral system is good or bad, and if you support it or not, really is not about whether you you want to keep the radical
who
right
you're keeping out. Yeah. I mean, and also in France, there were certain constituencies. So basically, if you get above 50%, then you're automatically in. You don't go to the second round. And there were definitely a few that voted the RN straight in. And then, I mean, not huge amounts, but enough to be a bit scary. And then basically, in most other places, between the right, well, what we can call the far right and the far left.
Well, I'm actually a little bit relieved, actually, that the Tory vote isn't lower, or the Tory seat prediction isn't lower, because I think, you know, a lot of that, we wouldn't all be going to Labour.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Reform would be stronger. The Tories would be weaker and therefore more likely to do like a deal with Reform. And so there was a reason, much though I got very, very excited at the thought of a complete Tory
It would have been very funny.
humiliation. It would have been funny.
It would have been very funny.
But then it would have benefited the far right,
Yeah.
which is often
It should have been
the
not so
case with
funny.
things that are funny.
Yeah.
You're laughing until the jackboots come down the street.
Well, it's really
That's the lesson of
you
the
really-
movie Cabaret.
I mean, I hope you're bringing up people at home in the way that you're lightening the mood here, Dorian. Can I'm going to give you a comment from my War Movie Theatre co-host Duncan Weldon, who notes there are currently 3 MPs. I have known 2 of them since I was 19 and 1 since I was 18. I will never be this well connected again.
Wow. Yeah. Get in there. That's what I said.
It's because they're all from the northeast.
Okay, there's another audience question. Charles Bryant, or Byron, I'm not sure, asked, will the Tory far right now call for Boris or Farage to lead the party? But I mean, Farage can't, can he?
Whoever's got Andrea Leadsom in front of, not Andrea Leadsom, Nadine Dorries on their screen.
C'est moi.
I imagine if you can see her that she's calling for Boris to lead the party. Is her mouth moving?
Which she will be, yeah. So yeah, presumably, and I did wonder about, but given his lukewarm kind of endorsement the other day, that he might be preparing to sweep back.
Well, he is. He's we know he's basically on a constant Churchill wank, and he wants to have a second go at being PM, doesn't he? Like Churchill. That's his thing.
Yeah.
He looked genuinely unwell the other day.
Yeah, I thought that. He looked quite waxy.
Yeah, he did. But he was
especially for someone who's been on holiday all the time.
yes, quite. But he was extremely well received by people who seemed to be still in his thrall, which I find kind of odd now, don't you? Because those people who are his fans, yes, they are in his thrall, but they don't seem to recognise that the bulk of the country is just left him a long while behind now.
Yeah, very much
But
so.
they love that shit. But Johnson, a lot of the people that like Johnson and voted for Johnson, say in a seat like Sunderland there in 2019, they're voting for Farage now because they want somebody that's just a kind of like a braying lad. I mean, they're quite different sort of people, and they're actually quite different politics. But that's the kind of person they like, and those people have a really quite a low ceiling on their support. But the people who love them really love them. So it sort of doesn't surprise me that there are still people that just think, it's all COVID
fun.
under the bridge. He was fun, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Well,
that's
also,
it. They think these people, they're a laugh.
well, they're kind of understandable, aren't they? They're like somebody that you've met before, except a very extreme version. That's what I always think about them. You know them.
Do I?
Do you?
don't-
Have you got
I don't
friends
think
like
I do.
Boris?
I don't think
But
I've
you've
met
seen
anyone like
people-
Farage or Boris.
Yeah, but they're, you've seen them in the pub. They're there.
I've heard they're braying
Yeah,
from across
exactly.
the saloon.
I've met one person like that who just basically dominated the room by being loud, and it was actually extraordinarily intimidating.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Well, that's it. It's Big Dog, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It's like a posh football hooligan. Okay, look, we've got
I've got a result.
Yes.
Oh,
I've got a result.
Okay,
I know,
come on.
I've got a scalp. Does anyone want a scalp?
Scalp,
yes.
scalp.
Right,
Who's
so
scalped?
Robert Buckland. I'm sorry. Look, I'm working. I've got to work with what I've got. Okay.
Sure.
Robert Buckland, former Attorney General. I've just been. He is a recent. He has been in the cabinet.
Yeah.
I think he might have been Welsh Secretary for a bit.
I think he was one of those people. There were certain people that I'd turn on the Today program and there'd be some generic Tory talking.
And he's well, not
I mean,
anymore.
who is this absolute wanker? And it was often Buckland, sometimes Jenrick.
I would not classify Buckland and Jenrick in quite. I don't think they sit in quite the same sections as a plane. They certainly don't sit in quite the same.
No, but there was a
sections of
certain kind
Parliament.
of like generic voice where I just
I'll
had to
give you
work
that.
out
Yeah.
who they were.
Anyway, he has Heidi Alexander is coming back
Oh,
to
good.
Parliament, and he has lost his seat. And big swing from Conservative to Labour, big swing from Conservative to Reform.
And so who's won then? Labour.
Labour
Oh,
again.
phew.
Labour's won everything, but this is Swindon. This is
Oh,
Swindon.
right.
So this is a south of England seat
A
where we were
bellwether.
curious to know whether sort of the Reform stuff works as well, sort of south of Potters Bar. But and the answer on the basis of one data point is yes.
But then now you've told us that only when the polls come in, sorry, when the results come in early, it's just because nobody's voted.
Well, this is another
Wow.
seat. This is another seat where the turnout is down 6.5%. So maybe the turnout. One possible theory being advanced on the basis of nothing at all is that Labour supporters had sort of decided this thing was so in the bag that that they didn't need to go out and vote. Which is why, I mean, that's certainly what Labour has been worried about. If you look at what Labour's messaging for the last week has been change only happens if you vote for it.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah.
Yeah, please vote. So look, we've been the viewers have been very generous and have sent us some money in for. Well, I mean, it says licorice all sorts, but I don't
Does
like
that mean I
them.
can get a cab home?
No, this is for
Oh, I
sweets.
see. No, sorry.
Absolutely not.
Sweet. You can walk home in your
Haribo.
You can
sweets.
walk
Strictly
home
Haribo
eating your
money, yeah.
Haribo. Okay, so this is we would like to say thank you to Sunny Newby, A.M. Robinson, Richard Fitch, David Fogarty again. Thank you, David Fogarty. Yes,
So that's very pointed again from
yeah,
David.
very pointed again. Susanna Gill, Andy Hill, Warren Rossiter, Chris Jones, Beth Dawson. There's so many people. This is terrific. Melissa Bransberg, Alex Marsh, Elizabeth Dawson on YouTube, Jared Bradley, DJ Wub Wub.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. I
The
love
Wub
DJ
Wub.
Wub
Yeah.
Wub's
The
work.
Wub Wub's there.
I need
DJ
a
Wub Wub.
And that Charlotte Nixon. And very particularly thanks for the Tangfastics to Anora 8 Desus, T Mayer, sorry, Colin Baines, P Bruffle, okay, Oribai, Spice Bandit, and the Welsh Matt. I mean, these people should definitely form a band. So thank you very much. And Mixed Sweets will keep us going. Oh, and there's somebody from the United States who've sent
Wow.
virtual sweets.
Oh, happy 4th.
They
Yeah.
call
Happy
it
4th.
candy.
Yeah, nice. And that's Anuj Pant, and then also Gabriel Gray. So you've also the people who have supported us on YouTube are Gabriel Gray, Spice Bandit, Arwibayawi, DJ Wub Wub, Jared Bradley, Elizabeth Dawson. So thank you very much. Very nice.
Isn't it great to be able to read that many names out? Because
It's
normally you get to read like
terrific.
2 sponsors or something at the end of an ep.
Yeah, no, it's
And
absolutely
actually, to read
great.
like 1,000 of them is marvelous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely
Steve Baker tells Sky he expects to lose his seat of Wickham.
Hooray!
Is that from
he
his
looks quite
holiday?
cheery
Is he
about it,
speaking
actually.
from his holiday?
No,
or is he back from
well,
his
I don't know. It
holiday
depends
yet?
where the Sky Studio is. It's possible
Steve
they're all in
Baker's
Crete.
D-Mob happy,
But
isn't
he is D-Mob happy. He's chatting. I mean,
he? He's ready to go on an SAS adventure weekend.
not a huge surprise he's losing his seat. I think he's been reconciled to this for a while, to be honest.
Well, we had some predictions in the live show of who we'd like for Tiller moments, but it was not predictions that we thought would happen, but who we would like. And a lot of them, you know, were perhaps a little pie in the sky. Like Liz Truss, that's a reach. But
Rob thinks not.
I think that's going to happen.
but Miriam Cates, I went for,
Yeah,
and that just seems like
good.
an easy win.
Yeah.
And I think it was quite satisfying to have some. And I think Steve Baker was a bit like that as well, where you're just like, Steve Baker is halfway out the door here. He's not even bluffing anymore.
And who else did you choose then that you thought was?
I came up with Ian Duncan Smith because I wanted it to prove that the left had not split the vote.
Yeah.
After that dust up. Mog came up, of course.
That would be. You see, I think if that happened,
Mog's possible.
that's the Portillo.
That's the
moment.
Portillo. Mog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yes.
would.
I mean, Truss would obviously be delightful.
I can't imagine. You know,
Shaps.
Shaps. Yeah, of course. So, oh look, now they've gone on to Gogglebox, Channel 4. Sorry,
Have
it's
they?
like just not what I expected. Oh right, it's because they're laughing at when Rishi announced the election. I was like, that seems a bit. Everything's gone a bit surreal. But yes, okay. So I understand why it's just a wet Rishi.
I like looking at the reform candidates and just like the seething madness in their eyes. You're just kind of like, what's going on with these people?
Well, they're not sure, are they? They've not. They've not.
Nobody knows.
They've not been vetted, Dorian.
They've not been
That's what I
vetted.
heard.
We gave some money to the wallet
Vetting.com.
inspector.
If you look- if you
who's at
can't trust
vetting.com. It's in the name.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So
I
if
think the
What do you
vetting was-
want?
The vetting, they just WhatsApp
Who
them
do
and
you
go,
ask to
are
vet?
you a
Vetting.com?
racist? And they go, no. They said they weren't.
Vetting.com.
You know what? I surprised you. This is possibly not a surprise to you two because you know all about politics. I was quite surprised that Rod Liddle is standing for a seat.
Yeah, that one actually that blindsided me for the SDP.
Yeah,
The
even
SDP, the SDP are not. This is not your dad's SDP.
It's not Roy's
Hang on,
SDP.
Is it not? Well,
The
what is it
SDP,
then?
The Social Democratic Party,
Okay.
but only in some
When
kind
they
of.
merged-
that's the Shirley Williams party.
Yeah, but when they merged with
not anymore.
So you're thinking along my line.
Right.
no,
Yeah,
but when
yeah,
they
yeah.
merged with the Liberals to form the Lib Dem,
Yes.
a bunch of hardline, don't even be hardline SDP, they basically went, well, we're not doing it. We're staying independent.
The Owenites.
And over many decades, because Owen was a bit of a handful anyway, but over the decades, they became kind of like unbelievably socially conservative, which is so weird for a party that was launched by Roy Jenkins, the most transformative Home Secretary
most extraordinary
in
Home Secretary.
British history. They're like absolute. I mean, they're basically their platform is quite similar to sort of reforms, wouldn't you say? I mean, they're like
they are
just very
That's-
right wing.
It's a party Rod Liddle can feel at home in.
So what sort of policies? Give me three
I,
policies.
I,
What
I
we looking
can't
at?
give you three
Well,
positives.
they don't
have Rod
like-
Liddle as a candidate.
They're not
That's
great.
one.
They're not great with the LGBT stuff.
Okay, well, we can leave it there.
They're
that's
not
fine.
great with the
I don't think they're great with the
immigrants.
immigrants.
I mean,
my
basically,
goodness.
it's just imagine reform without the cavalier panache.
Which makes me wonder if Rod Liddle is going to join that party, why hasn't he hitched his wagon to
To
reform?
reform. Yeah, it's quite weird.
I don't know.
You know why
Is
I
he
think-
trying to be iconoclastic or what?
I think it's because he can't handle the personalities because he wants to be like the centre of attention. Do you know what I mean? It's like he wants to be the Nigel Farage of the SDP. Bit weird, but I think
I'll
that's
tell you a story about Rod Liddle when the cameras are off.
Ooh, that sounds
Yeah. Do
exciting.
you know I haven't thought about Rod Liddle in years?
Sorry about that.
There you
I
go.
try to think about him as little as possible.
Yay!
Oh!
So look, we have about a minute before we're going to throw out to the very exciting green room outside there.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
so
what?
it's
So
out
who's-
there. Yeah, they're doing
Is
things.
that where
Jar.
Nicola Sturgeon is?
Yes, you missed it.
Oh.
She's out there. Okay. Actually, I was going to
Camper
ask
van parked
a,
outside.
I was going to ask a very important question, but it's too important. I'm going to save it for later because it's a long answer. And what I'm going to draw your attention to before we go to the green room is that the Caesar salad has turned 100. Just so you know, like a round of applause.
Is this a warning about the
lovely
buffet?
birthday.
Is this some
And-
weird lettuce reference?
No. And somebody has said on Twitter, orchestrating a whole general election just to distract from Caesar salad's 100th birthday is crazy and desperate. So, okay, we are going to throw to the green room where apparently Nicola Sturgeon is there. No, she's not. It's really, she's not there. So let's throw. This is how you throw. Ready?
Really?
Throw.
And here we are. We are back in the green room here. I've got Mr. Podmasters himself, Andrew Harrison.
What makes it a green room? It's just got some plants.
The green sofa, which has come from my flat itself.
There's my green complexion. I've been running around London all night long, sweating myself to pieces.
Well, how have you been finding it, Andrew? I think you need to start basking in the centrist landslide that's happening.
Well, it's a
little bit
big
more.
night for centrist dads and
Yeah.
centrist not dads. I'm not going to say I'm not going to be magnanimous in any way at all.
No,
but
please
this is
don't.
steamroller time. We've absolutely the enemies in all directions have been
Mhm.
absolutely panelled. I'm feeling very good about it, and
Good.
which brings me neatly to the available
Yes,
merchandise.
please.
Party like it's 1997.
We also
The
have,
the official commemorative T-shirt
for anyone who needs to see it, there's a pulp rip-off shirt
for the common person in your
made
life.
by our designer Jim, who's done a fantastic job there.
Yeah,
That's all at podmarket.co.uk.
podmarket.co.uk, and if you rock till you can't stop, there is also one that you may think is possibly inspired by a certain key rock band that are quite litigious, so we're not going to mention them
Yeah,
by name.
It was all original stuff, wasn't it? Completely.
If you're on a highway to hell, this is the T-shirt you should be wearing.
Well, talk to me about an MP who think they could be on a highway to hell. It's a hard bloke. He'll do quite well in hell. He'll be able to fight his way through it, I suppose.
What, Buckland, do we talk
No,
about?
Steve Baker
Oh, Steve Baker.
believes that he might be on his
Brexit
way
hard
out.
man, Steve
Brexit
Baker.
hard
Sorry,
man,
yeah, he thinks he's finished. He thinks he's had it. And when Brexit hard man Steve Baker is kind of thrown in the towel, Mind you, he's got quite psychedelic lately, hasn't he? Psychedelic
He
Steve?
does
He's
seem
just-
like he's someone bought him a Ram Dass book for Christmas or
Yeah, and he's
something
just-
like that, and he's just gone.
He
gone with
reminds me
what's
of,
gone
you know,
away.
that bit in Father Ted where a priest turns up at the house and accidentally falls in with a load of hippies and jumps in their campfire. And goes,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean anything, does it, Ted? And just disappears.
Sort
But
of chills out.
moving to serious matters,
Okay,
I've been collecting
please.
factoids. Tim Shipman at the Times says he hears that Sunak will be resigning on Friday morning,
Okay.
which is not that surprising, is it? Because I mean,
No.
it's about the A-list. He possibly can resign, but it's being pointed out that the 1922 committee rule of you need 100 MPs before you trigger a leadership contest is a bit tricky when you've only got 131 MPs.
Yeah. So it's something I think 20 people or so could basically call.
Yeah, which
a
means you could
leadership bid.
basically call a leadership contest by a coughing fit.
Yeah.
Or by an administrative error. So that's going to be
Yeah.
a fun thing to conjure with. We're also noticing a pattern emerging, which is that if you appear as a guest on Oh God, What Now, you win your seat.
Yeah. So talk me through this. It's,
So Bridget Phillipson was the first one of the night to win, and we're a big fan of Bridget Phillipson. She came on the show, I think, last year.
Yep.
Exceptionally able person, exceptionally personable and persuasive. And I just think he's going to be a real, Dorian, you're in shot. A real kind of live TV, people. So we wanted a kind of Tiswas feel to this. We wanted a kind of, for the older listeners, the Kenny Everett video show. is what we were
Every
going
time we
for.
took the piss out of GB News, it's going
Absolutely.
to come back
So-
to bite us this evening,
I'm
isn't
going
it?
to go full Daubney. We go now to me to tell you, Jarv, it's fast happening.
Please.
So Bridget Phillipson comes on the show. She
Uh-huh.
wins her seat. And Heidi Alexander comes on
Also.
the show and she wins her
Nice.
seat in Swindon South and knocks Buckland out. So this is good. So it makes me think who else has been on the show is going to become an MP then? Jason Pack?
Count Binface.
Count Binface.
Let's
It
see
bodes
how
well.
it is.
Bodes well for the bin. So let's see how that emerges. I also noticed that the Twitter account Liza Minnelli Outlives, which tells you all the things Liza Minnelli has outlived.
Okay.
They just posted Liza Minnelli has outlived 14 years of Conservative Party rule in the United Kingdom.
Okay.
So-
Nice.
so
yeah,
that's
that's good to hear.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll be bringing you more
On that
nuggets,
measure.
exciting nuggets like this as the evening goes on.
Well, one thing in terms of the, obviously filling this amount of time is difficult for every single broadcaster, and difficult for us and everyone. The BBC, for example, and elsewhere, just really leading off the narrative rather because the landslide was so predictable. It feels like the narrative which is emerging, which people want to say is interesting, is how well Reform may have done.
Yeah.
It looks
Well,
like
they have come second in I
they've
think
exceeded us.
3
exactly.
of the
They've
constituencies they've
exceeded.
declared so far.
Is that a fair criticism of the broadcasters at this point, or is it worth considering at the moment that people watching in, they're the deep cut nerds and they need the good undercurrent
Well,
juice? If it's for the next few days, it's how well Reformed is, then maybe that's a problem.
Well, it's just where are we now? It's it's midnight. We're 2.5 hours into after the exit polls. It is a story so far. It's unusual and it hasn't happened before. Whether it will be borne out with actual seats, whether the prediction of 13 seats will come true, is something that's going to take hours and hours to prove. But as a story, it's more interesting than the Liberal Democrats have had a resurgence, haven't they?
Exactly.
I'm sure if you're Ed Davey, you're kicking the television in, going like, we've just outperformed
It's
our
6
expectations.
times as many seats as they're expecting.
And we're not
which
getting a
is,
second,
really
second
quite
of airtime
something.
because Reform. But I think, as Rob Hutton was pointing out on our YouTube stream only a few minutes ago, Reform has already lost one of the MPs that hasn't even been sworn in yet.
Yeah.
Has been booted out for being a racist.
Yeah, that's these things happen if you're Reform.
Reform.
Yeah. They were on some breaking bits. So Washington and Gateshead South result, a Labour hold there, but again, Reform up in second.
Yeah.
They've taken 29% of the vote, up 15 points, and the Conservatives down 21.2 points there. So 12%. So it is, as you say, there's the kind of the feeling of it being that this is the difficulty when we talk about voting systems, isn't it? Because clearly, if it weren't first past the post, then maybe Reform would be getting more seats than it would appear they're due to get by look at these second ones. But they're going to have extraordinary influence anyway, aren't they?
True, but I think you have to look at electoral systems as dynamic over long periods of time, rather than just which government or which parliament has reduced this time around. If you have a system of proportional representation that runs for a period of time, then a party like Reform, which may have broad but very shallow support, is going to get exposed, because we're already seeing the quality of candidate, the quality of character they're producing, it's a rabble.
Yeah.
You know, they can barely hold it together
Well,
past election night. Imagine that in government, or even never mind government. Imagine that in Parliament in numbers. Imagine that kind of an organisation trying to say, well, we deserve a party in a coalition.
Well,
They're going to expose themselves very quickly.
Imagine here a terrible Christmas dinner you wouldn't want to be at. That basically, Peter Soul tweeting this extraordinary story potentially brewing in Bassetlaw, where according to the exit poll, Reform UK have a good chance of winning. Their candidate is 86-year-old Frank Ward, who is father of the newly elected Labour mayor of the East Midlands, Claire Ward.
Well,
so imagine being, over that dinner table, the rows that would happen.
Well, I've been saying they should have relaunched Steptoe and Son for years, and this now seems like the Steptoe and Daughter reboot that we've been crying out for.
We're talking about Steptoe and Son, Corbyn. A Corbyn campaign source has told Sky News on his English North that it's very close. Anyway, we've got to throw back now, so we'll see. Very close.
Watch this space.
So thank you very much for tuning in to the Green Room. That merch, podmarket.co.uk. And now we're going to swing back to the main studio.
Hello and welcome back. We are still here, Dorian and Miranda, but we've got two new people. What?
Here we are.
They're going to introduce themselves
Hi, I'm Hannah Fern, regular on Ogwen, and now here.
with new merch.
And I'm Rachel Conliffe, also regular. I can't say that as an abbreviation. From the New Statesman.
And you went to the New Statesman party, one
did. I
And how
did.
was that? How were the
Vibes,
vibes?
man, vibes.
What was it like when the poll dropped?
So it was actually a bit tense before the poll dropped, and it was like we were way over capacity. We were crowded into the room, and everyone was like a little bit edgy because, like, what if it doesn't show or whatever?
Yeah.
And then the poll came out, and there was a pause. And there was like an intake of breath. And then there was like a cheer and a round of applause. And it took about 90 seconds for them to start playing Things Can Only Get Better.
Oh, that's good.
And then there was, I mean, it's classic, but it was.
Well, we won't do it at the live show, but licensing issues.
Yeah. Well,
you should do it at a party.
You don't have that at a party. And then there was Dancing Queen. And then there was Murder on the Dance Floor.
No.
Yeah, there was Murder on the Dance Floor.
You
and
danced.
I mean,
You've already danced.
There's a video of me dancing that
Okay.
I will show you and not put on Twitter. We danced, and then it took another maybe 10, 15 minutes before they played Things Can Make It Better again. So yeah, that was the vibe.
That's really good. I was there at the 2017 one, and when that exit poll dropped, it was just complete chaos.
Oh yeah, because that was a weird result.
Because nobody was expecting
Like-
it, and I just saw like members of the New Statesman staff rushing around, going, "What the shit is happening?" Not like unhappy about it, but just like we didn't know this was happening. Whereas this one was kind of a weird one because it was more like we do know what's happening, but what
Yeah.
are the numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I had to file my copy to balance on a cocktail table with a beer in one hand, writing it on my phone. I felt like a real journalist.
Wow.
I've got a question about the party. Where was it held? In the offices?
Okay, so it was either the National Liberal Club or the National Reform Club, and I know that there's two very different places. And somebody told me which one it was, and I can't remember. So it was the one in Whitehall Place, which I think is the National Liberal Club,
Seth would be appalled.
because I think the Reform Club is somewhere else. I don't know, but it was like one of those old like members.
As long as it's good, it
clubs.
wasn't like the National Socialist Club or something.
It wasn't. It was this like book-lined library type
Oh,
room, but
nice.
with like no furniture, like double height, books everywhere. Even like the plug sockets had like fake books over them, which I like. I love
was
that
it
for
kind of
decor.
wood-lined? Is
Yes.
it
Oh
like
yeah,
that?
wood line panels, like double height windows.
And if there was no one in the room,
Yeah.
would you be able to do a slide on your knees because it's slippery floors?
No, it had carpet.
Oh,
Oh,
not
that's
so good.
disappointing.
It is disappointing.
Did it have
isn't
carpet?
Did-
I don't know.
well,
I
you
wasn't
don't-
paying attention to the
You
floor.
don't have to give anything away.
Yeah.
But did you have celebrities from the world of politics and media?
But David Lammy gave a speech.
Wow.
That was before the exit poll dropped, and when things were still like a little bit edgy. And then after the exit poll dropped, Sadiq Khan came and gave a
Oh,
speech, and everyone
great.
was in a much better mood by that point.
It's a very weird
Not
feeling.
that
is
they
it
weren't,
not?
not that they weren't in a good mood before, but you know how like the anticipation, nervousness versus the yeah.
I mean, it is 27 years. We
Yeah,
can't-
it's a long time.
27 years. And somebody said, when was the last time that somebody said that? I think that was also the last time that a prime minister came in, a new prime minister took over the next day. Because
Yeah.
every other election was somebody who was already in office, except in 2010, and then they had the coalition thing,
And that took
Oh,
ages.
and that
so
took
that's-
ages, all the
yeah, yeah.
negotiations. So this is actually the first
And that
time
was a
since
weird
Blair that it's like,
anticlimax. We were all getting fed up and bored by the end of those negotiations because just like, get on with it. Who is the government? We need to know. No, this is exciting.
that's how they get you.
Also,
You're just all right then, the Tories.
normally you're looking at sort of Monday for cabinet appointments. But actually this time I have heard, you heard it here first, they're going to have their first cabinet meeting on Saturday. So all the appointments coming in tomorrow.
It's
we
going to
go.
be, I don't want to frame it entirely around this podcast, but it's going to be a big day
Yeah.
for some former Oh God, What Now guests,
Oh, right.
which is how they identify
Definitely.
Obviously.
primarily.
Yeah.
But people we had when they were just
It's all
kind
they
of
think about.
cheeky.
Do you remember that day
cheeky
I
little
was like, God,
backbenchers.
what now?
I know they're probably going to be, you know, I don't know if I got time to be a special advisor, but they're probably going to ask.
Yeah.
No, but it was quite sort of like, you know, when you've actually, this is the first time in my life that, you know, because I'm not, I haven't been a political journalist and so on. But it's the first time where there's people who are going to be like ministers
Mm.
that I have like met. Like, I haven't gone for a beer with them. I haven't gone to their wedding. But it is at least people where you're like, oh, they're not just sort of people on TV.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's really important because that's what people
Are
say
they
about
people-
Starmer.
They're people that, if they saw you, would say, "Hiya, Dorian."
Oh, I don't. I think one or two,
Considering
one or
that you're
two,
thinking
would,
about it.
one or two would. I think
Mm.
one or two, you know, they went for the Twitter follow.
Yes.
Um,
Okay, so they would.
Other people,
right.
probably it was just another day in their very busy and important lives.
Yes.
But it's still something, it's sort of a humanizing thing. It's like, oh, okay, right. There's these sort of people that
Yeah.
Yeah.
exist in, you know.
Do you know what I've
this world.
realised?
What?
I am one of the grown-ups now, and it's terrifying because I didn't get the memo for like how to run a country or how to be an advisor to a minister, and I don't think anyone else like of my generation got the memo. But people
Right.
like of my people, I mean, this is true of the Conservative government as well. People like younger than me have gone in to advise the Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak's team are. A lot of them are younger than me. I'm 33, and I'm saying that because last time I made this point on the podcast, you got comments saying, if you're going to say younger than you, say how old you are. But it feels like I know people who are going in as special advisors, not as MPs. Maybe I know people who are going in as MPs. I don't know actually. And like, when did they get the guide to running the country? I didn't get that guide. This is
No,
terrifying.
but they've always been like that, though, haven't they? Like advisors, just always just terrifyingly young.
It's like the whole like police officers are getting younger thing.
I
but
mean,
now
this goes on and on. I was troublingly close to being older than the Prime Minister with Sunak, but just a whisker under. But you know,
it's
by
easier now.
bit.
Now with Starmer, it makes more
Starmer's
sense.
given me a bit of
Starmer,
breathing
that
space.
gives us all a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Now, like, you know, pretty much the entire team, I think, is younger than Starmer. We've got a question
Yeah.
from Indigo Snow. It's just an amazing name.
Isn't it? I mean, everybody that seems to be asking questions should be in some form of
Like
pop
a
band.
Bond,
Yeah,
Bond
Indigo
girl,
Snow,
maybe.
man.
I don't
Actually,
want to
that's-
she's probably got a very important job. I'm sorry, I don't want to reduce you to Bond girl. But anyway, Indigo, what can Starmer afford to do to make an immediate difference for struggling families to try to lessen the pull of populists like Farage?
Mm.
I think that's two questions, right?
Yeah.
I think one is what could he do that make a difference to
True.
struggling families? And two, is the general appeal of Farage that people think that they will help them in their struggles that do not involve immigrants? Like, I think there is a baked-in assumption, which I'm not sure about. But what would you say?
I mean, the really obvious one. I don't know whether you've discussed this in the last hour. Is the 2-child benefit cap?
Yeah,
Mm.
that's what I would
Obvious.
say, yeah.
It's the one that drove people to the Greens. So it's part of the issue where the vote split today. Those constituencies where reform are, troubling the Tories and troubling Labour are basically the ones where people are struggling the most. That children are more likely to be caught in those traps. I think they're going to do it. I really believe it's going to be in the first budget. Now,
Oh, yeah.
I am overly optimistic, and I constantly get called
Ooh.
out on this podcast for being too optimistic. But I think it's going to happen.
Is it
Just want to
gonna
say, by the way, so Newcastle Central is coming in.
Ooh.
Labour hold massive majority, but Reform second again.
Yeah, that's happening a
Reform
lot.
are coming second
Can I
time
just
and
say, 'cause
time again.
I've got the job of watching GB News on this show. I
Oh,
don't
how
know.
Fun.
I don't know why I have. So I've got the screen going on, and at that particular moment, Nigel Farage was on screen doing like a little campaign ad, and I'm like, "Hang on, am I watching? Am I watching news results, or am I watching?" I was like, "Oh, the Clacton count's coming in," and it wasn't. It was just a little video of Farage, and it was just quite a weird thing to have on the screen.
Yeah.
Ashton, the Reform candidate in Newcastle, Ashton Muncaster, which is a cheese, is well, turnout 54%.
Yeah,
That's not great, is it?
well, that's kind of what Rob was saying, though, wasn't it?
Does that apply to Newcastle
Sunderland
as
was
well?
yeah, that was like 53%. So not amazing.
Have they just they've all just got things to do in that part of the country?
I genuinely think this is going to sound a bit weird. That quite a lot of people don't know there's an election on, and I know that's really weird.
No, I think you're
No, I
right.
think you're
But
right.
like I met quite a few people today. I was doing a journalism somewhere else, and I met some people, and they just were like some of them had just forgotten because they were very busy. It was like a kind of like a small festival basically where they had lots of different speakers, and I was interviewing somebody, and a lot of people were working there were like, oh yeah, I forgot it was today, because they were really busy with their job, and some people were just like not a clue, didn't care.
It's so easy in this bubble
Yeah.
to not realise that most people are disinterested still. And I got on the tube after the result, grinning from ear to ear like an insane, killed up Cheshire cat or something. And literally nobody was looking at, like, they probably all thought I was unwell or something, because nobody was like nodding back. I thought, come on, this is obvious. It's like 6 minutes past 10.
Yeah.
The reason I look like this is the exit poll. No one's bothered.
Yeah, you can feel like, I remember, like, it's not quite the same, but I remember when the England women's football team were kind of like maybe going to win. I was on a train and I was just absolutely absorbed.
Yeah,
like I was
refreshing.
so excited. And there was one person over there who was also really excited. And like, when goals happened, I kind of went like that, and no one else. And you're like, I can't, when you're that involved, you're like, I can't believe it. And they did announce it at the end, like, which was very sweet, and everybody kind of gave a polite applause, but they were a bit like, why are we clapping?
And that's really part of the reform story, though, in terms of like, what can they do about reform? Part of it is make people feel like politics matters for them again. And
it's, well, I want to ask you, Rachel, like,
thing.
is the appeal of, is the way to sort of reduce the appeal of reform, to do more for, for struggling people, or is there appeal something else? Because we've really only had a few weeks to judge it, right? Since they've been in this race, the novelty of it all.
I think a lot of it is novelty, and I think a lot of it is that reform have like had a very good campaign in terms of social media and like TikTok, which like the other parties have struggled with. I sort of agree with you that it would be simple in a way, like and quite straightforward to be like, help struggling families, and that will decrease the appeal of reform. And I think they're two different things as well. I watched the reform, it wasn't the manifesto, the reform contract with the people launch, and one of the things that,
it's not manifesto because they're not a real party,
exactly.
they're just a company.
But one of the things that stood out from that is like they had reducing like the welfare bill as part of that, and I don't think anyone voted reform being like, what reform will do? They will get rid of the 2-child benefit cap. So I think they're different things. I think just being, maybe this is being optimistic, just being a like competent government that governs will make reform in comparison look like a joke, a not serious party. Like some people will always be appealing, but like the reform candidates, there is such a diverse bunch, shall we say? Diverse in views that go off the scale, and so I don't think it's going to take very long for them to resign, some of them, or go off and be independents, or other comments will surface. Like the dysfunction in that party, which isn't a party, it's a limited company owned and run by Nigel Farage, is going to be sort of so intense that they're going to kind of struggle to solidify those gains. And if you've got Labour being like, yeah, we're a competent government and we're getting on with the actual job of governing, I think that'll make a difference. Also, the other thing that I would say, and maybe you discussed this previously, is the exit poll showed 17 seats for reform, 14 seats for reform.
13, I thought, but
13?
yeah,
Okay.
maybe more.
If all of those 13 had gone Conservative instead, let's take the exit poll as sort of right, and the Conservatives got 145 and Labour got 410 or whatever they're forecast to get, no one would be saying, see, the Conservatives are better than expected. Like, that's how are Labour going to deal with this? Like, it's still a tiny amount.
But I also think there's a lot of and we've had this with Brexit, and we've had this with Trump, and we have it again and again and again. There's particularly a left-wing assessment of the far right Well, no, I mean, they're not a far right party. With the radical right, should we say? I'm not sure what the euphemism one uses now.
Joke, right?
Hard right.
The writer right.
The
No,
right,
that's not
right. No, but there's always an assumption that this is basically just a bunch of kind of like reasonable, like, people who are having a bit of a tough time. And if you give them these certain policies that will help them, but sort of like left-wing policies, and regeneration, and then that's fine, and then that lot will lose all their appeal. And there's lots of other things going on. Sometimes it's just like a knock against the system. Sometimes it's just out and out racism. And it's not like it. I mean, you should do those things anyway. You should try and lift people out of poverty. You should try and regenerate abandoned areas. That's just the thing that you should do for the people. But the idea that automatically kind of chops the legs off those sort of right-wing parties is a bit misguided.
Yeah, and also in the end, I mean, you can be a really competent and brilliant politician. You're still a politician. People still hate you. Like, that's just the deal. If you're in the government, it doesn't, people can think of, say, for instance, like the Blair government in a really positive and warm way. And when they first got in, it was really incredibly exciting and brilliant. But, they were still the government. People still really dislike them because that's the deal.
And
You've got to get on with it.
And they're going to disappoint people. And
yeah,
I mean, there's just an assumption, I think. Omega Squared asks, and that could be the Bond villain. We're just putting together a movie
we've
here.
just cast the whole film.
No, I know.
So-
I think they're indie bands, aren't they?
Yeah,
Oh, right, Indigo
Indigo
Snow and
Snow as
Omega
well.
Squared. It's
Yeah.
the
We've
kind
got
of
a
BBC
festival.
introducing stage at Glastonbury.
Yeah.
How long until we see Starmer's new government have an impact on the country? I don't think he'll have long to get a narrative of action established.
I think that's absolutely right that he won't have long. And also, the time when he has the most power is
Now,
actually it's
Tomorrow
not right
morning.
now. It's tomorrow morning. Thinking
Yeah.
about it, like he's not actually in
Sleep
Downing
on
Street
it.
yet. Yeah. Because it's like when you've gone for a job interview and they've offered you the job, and like that is the time to negotiate the salary. And if you're
Yeah.
like, oh well, just like leave it and I'll show everyone that I'm doing like a good job, and then I'll get, like, you're never going to get that salary raise. Like, he's got 5 years for, if he wants to sort of go for the election at the time of his choosing. That is quite a long time if you know that you're going to be in power for that time with the kind of majority that he's getting. Like, he pretty much knows that. And so do the hard stuff, the potentially unpopular to some people stuff now. Do it in your first
and what would that be then?
planning reform, like new
Planning,
towns.
yes.
Right.
New towns. I am expecting an announcement on that, like in the next couple of weeks, where they're going to be. I really hope they have worked out
They
where
have
they're going
backed
to
away
be.
though from the whole development corporation to build though, and that makes me really sad, because I think
build
it would
those houses, man.
that would be the best way to do it.
But they have he has
But
said that he's prepared to make enemies on that, and I think that's really important, because I think of those 410 MPs, like some of them are not going to be MPs in the next election, no matter what. They're
Yeah.
just not. So, like, accepting that early on and saying to some people, you've got 4 years, go make a difference, but like, don't expect us
Well,
to
that-
not do controversial
Well,
things
that's
in
one
your
of New
areas.
Labour's big regrets, is that they just didn't do more.
Yeah.
at the beginning,
At the
they've said
beginning,
that.
they kind of squandered their first term, and everybody was saying it at the time, and Blair and so on. They accepted it later. Surely that is a lesson that Starmer will have learned.
I can't remember that far back. So what did they not do? What did they do in the first term then?
Well, they're
They
very
did short
cautious, and they
start,
stuck to spending limits for a couple of years. I mean, I don't remember exactly
wish
what they
they'd spent
introduced
more.
when.
They wish they'd
They wish
done
they'd spent
a lot
more.
more on kind of like the welfare state
They're
and
very
really, like,
cautious.
funneling down stuff.
They did the Bank of England. I mean, the thing is, remember, like,
They
it
did
was a
Bank of
big
England
ta-da.
within hours.
Yeah. Now, I'd
I
love.
think there will be something like that tomorrow. I mean, planning is definitely one of them. I really believe there's going to be some big stuff in the first 100 days.
Well, I know that there are certain things that they're not going to be as big or whatever, but there's things that you can just do, right? So Ed Miliband wants to open up more online wind farms and just remove the kind of bar on that. So there's loads of stuff you can do
Sorry to be
without
cheeky.
spending money.
What's an online wind farm?
Did I say online? On land.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Onshore.
I was generally like, this is a whole new
Like onshore,
dimension.
offshore.
Onshore.
Onshore. Onshore.
I've done a
Online is
live show,
amazing.
man. I'm very tired.
It's been
yes,
a long evening.
but an online,
I think-
onshore, on land, on.
I've been
on it.
rewatching the thick of it in the
On
last
one.
couple of weeks, and
Yeah.
that sounds exactly like online wind
Wind
farms.
farms. It's great. They won't distract anyone because they'll all be on the internet. So yeah, I think there are lots of things that perhaps we, that maybe the policy wonks are really paying attention to, that can be done quite easily. And a lot of stuff that people, of course, are more aware of is like, well, can they fix social care? And can they
but
fix
that
waiting
isn't
lists?
actually, waiting lists and social care are both ones where they haven't set out exactly how they're going to do it, because they know they're going to have to do some stuff that's deeply unpopular and is going to cost absolutely loads of money and probably will involve tax rises quite quickly. But I think they are going to do it. And I feel quite confident about that. So you can all pick me up, in 3 years when it hasn't happened. But I think that is exactly what this majority is about. And the kind of Ming Vaz steady as you go route to tonight was making sure that they had the space to do it. That's why it's exciting, I think.
No, but
have I convinced any of you?
I don't know. I can't
but
tell. That's optimism from you.
Yeah, this is optimism.
That's optimism. Okay.
no, but I think that
exciting.
what I've just noticed, though, and there is a great problem, I think, on the left, and I'm talking broadly left here, I'm not being factional, but there's a great thing that you instantly look at, like, what is the problem? Like, oh, some of their kind of majorities have fallen and taken to reform, and there's this threat, and there's that danger, and there's that challenge, and and I think it's really important at this point, particularly tonight, to remember that there is a change of government.
Yeah.
After 14 years, and you have a new government, and you have a government that is making, if you are a supporter of that, wing of politics, just consistently making decisions that are just better. Like, they're coming from a better, they're largely coming from a better place. There's a lot of stuff that you can't see coming. And also just not making things worse. There are many things that if you just imagine what the Tories would have done in the next 5 years, there would have been a lot of, like, really dreadful stuff that is not happening. And so I know that people are just sort of craving this, like, to come in and with the most, and instantly kind of go, we've fixed the NHS.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's like, there are chances, but there's a lot of stuff that maybe we're not anticipating, that is going to be that could be very consequential.
Dorian, are you saying things can only get better?
Literally. I mean, this is the same message, isn't it?
One of the things that Starmer has said is that he wants a politics that can. So I can't remember the exact form of words, but it's something like
tread more lightly
on people's lives. The reason people hate politicians is they're sick of, like, constant elections. You know, that Brenda from Bristol, like, oh, there's too much politics, go away. I think people do really feel like that, and so if politics goes away a bit, but also their lives start to get incrementally better because there's fewer potholes, the waiting lists have gone down a bit. But
you know what I would say to that, weirdly, because of hosting paper cuts, what you start to understand because of looking at the papers every day is the papers don't want that. The papers want the splash. They want the kind of fun, and they obviously want, like, most of them want to bring Labour down anyway, but they want personalities and they want nuttiness. They want Nadine Dorries, they want Liz Truss. I mean, they don't really want them, but they're like, that's
that's
readers,
the
deal.
Yeah.
That's
they'll be very excited if one of the new backbenchers, because there's just so many of them, right? One of the new MPs, and I'm sure there'll be more than one, just turns out to have some crazy, like, they used to do, they've got like an OnlyFans account, or
Dave
whatever they used to
Blur.
drink chicken blood.
Dave from Blur.
Dave from Blur. And they'll dig up some interview from the 1990s ago, he was all messed up in 1994.
For years. He's
I know.
wonderful.
No, but what I mean is they'll be looking for stuff.
I know. And
it's
there will be
interesting.
things out
But I
there.
do think that there is a kind of, like, there is a militant, I don't want to say tedium, but a militant, like, lack of drama.
Yeah.
Militant tedium.
So I've been thinking about this and the media point in particular, because we would really like to, over the last 5 years, to not have had, like, rebel plot to bring down government, like, being every second day story, because there's, like, serious policy stuff to discuss. And I think that all of that Tory psychodrama distracted even the ministers who had good intentions. That's a very controversial thing to say on this podcast, or intentions, like, they didn't go into it actively wanting to make everyone's lives worse. They went into it thinking that they could do things that they thought would make things better, and they got distracted by the psychodrama and the backstabbing and the plotting, and that distracted them from the actual business of government. Starmer's really boring, and I think the media, the right-wing media in particular, have been trying for 4 years to find a way to, get some drama and some some personality wars, and obviously that will happen eventually because politicians do the facade does break eventually. Like there's sort of grime in their scandal, like that stuff does build up. But in the meantime, a lot of journalists are going to be left with the job of covering a government that they have no contacts in, and if you go after dirt on ministers and it's unfair and it's not genuine scandal, it's literally just trying to smear them all of the time, you're not going to get interviews, you're not going to get tips, you're not going to be the ones who are granted access to things, and where's your career kind of going to go? You just wrap up a Tory psychodrama?
Heath going to do?
Oh, he's fine.
He can just predict the end of the world.
Yeah,
I think The
just-
Economist is slightly different, but I think a lot of the lobby
Yeah, yeah.
journalists are suddenly going to realise that if you want to be able to do your job in any kind of reasonable way, you can't just try and undermine people at every turn, because then you won't be able to do your job.
On the no drama thing, I think also what would be really interesting
drama,
is if
drama.
people were allowed to stay in their posts for a while, because one of the reasons why the Tory government stopped being able to do anything was because there were these constant reshuffles, of course, when there were changes of leader and so on. And so there were people like, Shapps being the classic example, where he never got anything done. I mean, I don't think he got anything done if you would give him 5 years, but, he was always moving. And I think it's really important that as long as someone isn't like blowing it, that somebody gets to stay, that Phillipson gets to stay in educational streets and gets to stay in health. That
Can we have a housing minister that lasts more than 5 minutes?
I know, right?
sake.
The education and
yeah,
housing, which is
absolutely.
disgraceful.
There was 16 housing ministers in the last, was it
50
5 years, was it?
Okay, so I think
Was that over
I
the
think it was over the
whole
whole thing, but
parliament?
like 7 of them were in the last 5 years. Although one of them was in twice. I'm not sure if you count him twice. Lee Rowley kind of got the job and they didn't have the job. But exactly, like one of them, like the average tenure was 7 months. Like you can't build anything in 7 months. So yeah, and actually, if you look at a sort of equivalent on the flip side of that, Nick Gibb was schools minister for all of the prime ministers, I think, or almost all of them. They had a tenure of over 10 years.
Yeah.
And what is the one area where the Conservatives have actually made improvements? It's children's literacy. And like not everyone was pleased about the education reforms, but like they had something that they wanted to do, and someone stuck around long enough to make it happen.
Tangible result.
And they got a tangible result.
Global Reading Index shows that there's a genuine result.
Yeah.
But
So
you-
if you let
Wouldn't it be
people
nice
stay
to
And
and do
people
the
who are
job.
invested in a subject as well. I think that's what is always fascinating with shadow ministers, is that a lot of the time they're people who really want to do something. And inevitably people get moved around. Some people get demoted, some people get promoted. But I almost believe that a lot of ministers, they have that one job that they are the most suited to. It might be the one they start with, it might be one they come to later. But I mean, just a bit of stability on the job front would really help.
And the idea also that like cabinet jobs are a kind of a ladder, and if you start off at education, that's quite low down, and you should hope to a promotion. Like
That's depressing.
like,
It's low down.
to foreign or
Absolutely, I
something.
agree.
Like
It's only
depressing.
education.
yes.
Rhonda, do you want to?
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's some very important news. I know you're going to be very excited about this. That is, Carla Mercer has donated £2 for cheese and onion crisps for me. That's
Amazing.
very kind.
That's going to keep you going.
I thought you were going to quote John Curtis, but I realised
No.
why you bumped him down the.
I bumped him down
list.
because cheese and onion crisps are more important. I actually am
Yes.
going to go for salt and vinegar. Just
How
so
much
you
has
know.
she donated?
£2.
That's a bag each.
There's like a
isn't it?
snack
50p, yeah.
donation
Yeah.
drive
Thanks,
going
Yeah, I've
on.
got some snacks already. It's like a kids' party here.
I said that
this is what we're getting.
I was outside and I just was looking at the coffee and then looking at the wine and being like, I have no idea what I'm meant to be
Where's it going?
drinking
Which
right now.
way?
Oh,
Which way
yeah,
should you
no,
go?
I don't know either.
I had water, so it was boring.
And apparently the Islington result is incoming. We are in Islington, right?
We are in
I've
Islington.
We are
had
in
my
Islington.
eye
Yeah.
very closely on that. It hasn't come
It
yet.
hasn't
As
come
soon
in
as
yet.
it does,
It's
I'll
so close. I
jump
was
to
out in
it. It's on a
Islington North
knife edge.
today
Yeah.
because I live there.
And you're sitting in it now.
And I'm sitting in it now. So for a lot of reasons, there was an explosion of sort of Corbyn mania
Oh,
on
was
the
there?
ground game, which made me think, oh God, this could be really, this could be like closer than I thought, just because people were like pouring in. Literally, somebody was stopped by somebody going, I go, yeah, I love Jeremy Corbyn. I vote for himself, but I don't live here. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of. It's basically the place to go if that is your kind of
Honestly,
politics.
this is going to sound really pathetic. I assumed he's going to win.
No,
Honestly, it
no,
is-
I never
it's
assumed he was
close
going to
by.
win.
It's
I-
too close to call.
Yeah, I thought Labour would edge. I thought Labour would win. The only poll that came out, the constituency poll, had Labour winning by quite a lot, but I thought it'd be closer than that. But I mean, basically, it's just, if you think about it, there's like one seat in the country where those people want to put their energy. So you basically couldn't move for Corbyn campaigners. And that might
Where were
make a
they
big
hanging out?
difference.
By the tube.
By the tube, on like, by the Fonthill Road Market, there was like a permanent stall there, stickers, they were writing vote
There's,
Corbyn
like,
in chalk on the
fancy
pavement.
chalk,
It was
yeah,
like a little
everywhere,
bit
chalk art.
overwhelming. It was a little bit culty, dare I say. Like this was,
Really?
yeah, it was like not like normal campaigning at all.
So it's the equivalent of Nigel Farage, but the other way.
Well, I mean, that's a harsh thing to
Well, no,
say.
because
Is it though?
they're
Because it is
running-
a personality-based.
But it was definitely like the Corbyn youthquake thing. It wasn't just young people, but you know what I mean. It was like
definitely
Corbyn
not
mania,
young
but like
people, really.
condensed into like one constituency.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
like yes, Farage is a personality, but they also are running candidates basically everywhere.
Yeah.
And so they don't have one thing that Reform don't really have are canvassers and volunteers.
Yeah,
They just run rallies because they don't have the people to kind of go and knock on
Yeah, yeah.
doors. Whereas I think in Islington North, they must have had people from all over the country coming in to volunteer
Yeah,
to
fair
knock
enough.
on doors.
We are looking at
But we don't have a result yet.
turnout estimate is
Hmm.
54%,
Is that bad?
which is alarmingly low. So John Curtis
Yeah.
says there's a widespread expectation that turnout would fall in this election, and the early results are consistent with that. To that extent, we may discover we are heading towards one of the lower turnouts of general elections in post-war electoral history. I don't know what was lower because I thought 2001 was the lowest, and that was
I'm afraid off the top of my head,
that was
I don't know.
higher. I think that was like 6. It was either 2001 or 2000. I think it was 2001 because I think it
No.
went up a bit after. 2001 was very low.
The
Oh.
really interesting
The
question.
second Blair one, because people just like, they didn't like the Tories, but they didn't love Labour. So a lot of people
Okay.
just didn't show up.
My memory of that was I was at school, so probably. But I thought there was a lot of kind of maybe it's because Labour won another landslide.
It wasn't. It was quite
Okay,
reduced.
again, I was 9, so
Don't.
You were 9.
10. I was 10.
What?
Yeah, let's just not get into it.
I'm just gonna. I'm
I
gonna
did a project on it at school.
So a really interesting thing I think about that is going to be how far voter ID has impacted
Yeah.
on turnout. I don't think they're collecting turnaways because
they
of lack of
not? They
ID, but they
should
really
do.
should be because it's so significant. That's the stat we all really need to hear.
Yeah.
That will tell the story.
Here we go. 2001 was 59.4%.
Okay,
So that is the lowest post-war result.
What's the highest?
and this could be lower.
The highest is 1950, 83.9%.
Wow, that's
That's
a
good.
lot.
That's crazy. People were mad for voting then.
Yeah.
I don't know why particularly 1950 more than 1945.
Tell you
Maybe
why,
more Soldiers
wasn't-
Home.
There wasn't like Netflix.
You got out of the house, didn't you? You know what I mean?
Cause
So it's a
Something to
lovely
do.
day out.
Correlation is not causation.
So I'm going to do a little bit of a description of what I'm looking at on Channel 4,
Oh yeah.
because Nadine Dorris has disappeared.
Oh no, has she
I
been
know,
replaced by?
I know. You're very upset about
Are
that.
they still there? Have they given the whole
What-
gig to
What
the
they
rest of
really-
politics?
What they really like arguing.
Yeah, that's the so that yeah, they're hosting it.
Yeah.
They're hosting it.
Of
Yeah.
course, on Sky, I'm watching
You're
basically electoral dysfunction running the show.
Well, and on ITV, which I've now turned off in disgust, it's Osborne and Balls.
And so where are we? Where aren't we on the main broadcast?
Look, we've done this. We did this in the previous
Yeah,
shift.
yeah, you should.
The
GB News.
the resentment,
in.
the rage. So just could we have? I'm just going to beg now.
I'm just watching
Could we?
the presenter in
Oh.
Shishnet's constituency and Count Binface is being interviewed.
Good, quite right.
So
Well,
because Rachel has to watch Count Binface being interviewed on GB News,
That's good.
we're going to just ask, could we have some more money for sweets, please? There's drinks and pizza and all kinds of stuff, and,
we're
which has been
taking
very welcome.
donations.
We are taking donations, but like,
Maybe
doesn't have
what
to be
you
a
could
lot.
do is take donations and specify what we've got to eat within reason.
Within reason.
I
Yeah.
don't like
Could
that
just turn into
idea.
bullying.
I don't no.
Eat the live octopus like in
Yeah.
Old Boy or something.
No, it's got to be within the kind of kids' party. Like,
Zone.
Oh,
kind of zone,
okay. Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. So just to
Particular
keep
biscuits.
us going.
This
Yeah.
Count Binface interview is reminding me that I wrote a piece today on what happens if Rishi Sunak loses his seat. Would you like to know what happens if Rishi Sunak loses his seat?
Is it a bit what?
In terms of
Yeah.
in terms of the Conservative leadership? So obviously, if he loses his seat, he's not the MP anymore.
Got it.
Obviously, he's not Prime Minister anymore. But being leader of the Conservative Party is a separate thing.
So he'd
And
still be that.
well, their constitution says that you have to be an MP to be leader, but he doesn't have an elected deputy. It's not like Angela Rayner.
Yeah.
They don't have, because it's never happened, they don't have it in their constitution what would happen. So I spoke to a whole lot of people, CCHQ, like people who used to be senior ministers, like a whole range of people. Basically, the answer is nobody knows.
Really?
So
And they haven't even planned
they
for
they
it,
don't
which
they
is
don't know,
what
because what would
tells us a
normally
lot.
happen is the chair of the 1922 committee they'd hold a leadership election very quickly, and like the chair of the 1922 committee would of backbench Tory MPs would kind of orchestrate it. But the chair of the 1922 committee was Sir Graham Brady, who's not standing in this election. So they don't have one of those either. They've got a deputy prime minister as Oliver Dowden, but he was appointed by Sunak. That's not like a Tory party role. Also, he might lose his seat as well. There's a party chair, Richard Holden, who like someone was like, it could be Richard Holden.
He
and
might
some-
lose his seat.
He might
he
also
might lose his seat, and also
yeah.
he's really unpopular because he was parachuted into this seemingly safe seat. Someone
Yes,
else
that's on
said,
the knife edge, that one.
someone else said it would be David Cameron, as
That would
like
be
the senior
very
Tory, but
banter.
he's like in the Lords, so they have to change the constitution. And somebody else said that I love this technicality, that you have to be an MP in order to be Conservative leader, but there's nothing that says that if you're no longer an MP, you automatically stop being it. So it might carry on being Sunak. But I think it's interesting that they don't have a plan, and it will basically be, if it happens, which I don't think it will, but if it happened, it would be a group of senior Tories. There are none left. Like in a room, the men in grey suits being like, guys, we don't have a leader. What do we do?
Well, there will be more, I think, with if this exit poll holds up. And of course, it's weird how much faith we put in it, like the precise seats and whatever, because of course it can change. But I mean, there are, at least for the Tories, there's still going to be quite a few senior Tories bobbing around. If you look at the worst, just the worst, just like the worst predictions, though, were literally like kind of the Red Wedding, wasn't it? And just people just getting their heads lopped off. And there will actually be quite a lot of senior ones left. You may still have, you know, some reasonable, you'll have some reasonable ones.
Like
Tom, is it Tom Tugendhat? It's going to definitely, he's fine.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
Penny Mordaunt might, don't know.
Penny Mordaunt,
She
it
could go
says-
either way.
it said on a knife edge.
It's on a knife edge, but she might. And then some of the real horrors, of course, are definitely going to stay. Braverman's safe.
Yeah.
Badenoch's probably safe.
I don't think Braverman is safe. But that's
Really?
just me. Well, because they redrew
Have you got
her,
carried away?
well, they redrew her constituency, and
Wish
like-
they'd redrew it in the sea.
she's going to suffer from Jacob Rees-Mogg syndrome, which is that
Yeah.
they've like redrawn it, like not to the same degree,
Right.
but I've been talking to people and they're not as sure.
Really? Oh, well,
Yeah.
no, well, let's find out. But I mean, I'm just saying, if it is that more kind of a 130 kind of zone rather than the sub 100 zone, it feels like at least there is going to be some contenders. Because I was actually a bit scared, like what would happen if it was just
No one.
well, just not, not many people except some absolute maniac who's in the safest seat in the country or something.
Yeah.
I'm not. That's not libel. I don't know who is in the safest seat in the country. That was a figure of speech.
Yeah.
There'll be a couple safe in Scotland as well, because in Scotland they vote more on like unionist independence vibes, and so there'll be people who like don't like the Conservatives but really don't want Scottish independence. So ironically, I was speaking to a Scottish MP. Actually, there were no Scottish MP. There were no MPs at the moment. I was speaking to somebody who was, until Parliament was dissolved, a Scottish Tory MP, who was like, it's very strange to me that I'm in one of the safest seats because of that trend.
Yeah, that is weird.
It's so weird when you even looked at the map, the worst possible, the apocalypse option, and there were still like 2 seats in Scotland. And it's like, I've never been to that part of Scotland. It's like, what's going on? Is it all just from grouse shooters?
No, it's just it's genuinely that they just really don't want the SNP, and that's that kind of trumps it. It's the same thing as like looking at how the seats fall out in Northern Ireland, and it's on a completely different trajectory.
I'm just going to do a quick thank you, if that's all right, to people who are helping us eat.
Thanks.
Thanks. There's Sebastian Schmeischek, Oliver Breaker-Eisen.
Oh, these are
Some amazing names. Carla Mercer, Matt Laws, Joseph Golby, Stephen Brewster, Ollie Ward. I'm on running now. These are easy.
Yeah.
S.J. Yates, George Barnes, Thanks for the Pret. J. Petrock Mackenzie Williams. Lobster rolls and champagne.
Hey,
Yeah,
where are they?
Not in this room. From Gabriel Gray, Stephen Slater, Tom Cowley, and Robert Norris from Australia. Although if you sent the lobster rolls from Australia,
It's
they
gonna
might
take
not
a time.
arrive.
It's
Part of
And
the-
they might be a
It's
little.
part of a post-Brexit trade deal.
Yeah.
And Robert's not working quite as hard to stay up as we are, considering it's the middle of the day for him.
Yeah, that's true. Can I just say
Thank
that
you. Not ungrateful.
on channel, we are very grateful for all that. And Channel 4, they're interviewing Rachel Reeves, and I just want to say, lovely skin. She looks like fantastic.
I think
Her hair's always been a great asset, but fantastic.
Her hair is very responsible. Her
Yes, it's
hair is
very
not,
responsible.
It's not going to spend too much money. That
She's
haircut.
not done well with her top, is all I would say. So she's got a very efficient black blazer on, and underneath she has, unfortunately, a flesh colored top, which basically looks like it's suddenly got a bit saucy. Do you know what I mean? It's
Oh
like
yes.
plunging.
Let's see.
See,
It does, yeah. From a
Do you see
distance,
what I mean? From a distance,
you
that
could
looks-
imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks hot.
Does
but-
anyone know who this is? Oh no, she's gone now.
Yeah.
On
which
GB
one?
News, we've got
BBC.
Luciana Berger, the a former Labour MP.
She's on GB News.
Yeah, she's on GB News. She's on GB News with Kwasi Kwarteng. So
Oh well, he's just moved from Channel 4.
Oh, I love seeing them when they pop up again. They go, "Where's he gone?" There he is.
On Sky News,
it's like, well, come on.
Yeah.
on Sky News right now, we've got Larry the cat strolling past. our
Yes.
yes.
Oh, there was a lot of Larry before the exit
Do you
poll
think
because I had
Larry-
the screen open. Did you see? And it was just pictures of horses, dogs, Larry the
and
cat,
Larry.
because they couldn't show anything and they
Yeah.
couldn't make any commentary or punditry before the exit poll. So it's
Yeah.
literally just like kind of
Happy animals.
ambient nature vibes, like something they screen in the background of a home.
Do you think Larry the cat knows that something big is happening? Because like when I'm going on holiday, my cat knows. Like when I'm even before I get the suitcase out, my cat is like, "Oh, something's going on." Do you think the cat knows?
Larry the cat is the person that chooses. Like, definitely. That he knows.
I've met Larry the cat. I've
Oh,
met Larry
yeah.
the cat twice, and both times Larry the cat has been like, "Yes, I am beautiful. I am wonderful. You should try and pet me," and then wandered off.
Who started Larry the cat? Like
I
who,
mean,
who,
he
who was the
started
first
him.
one?
He does
He's
exist.
a cat.
Yeah, but like how long he's not like immortal. I'm just saying, like, which prime minister was the first person to have Larry the cat?
No,
Unless
they've
he was
always
like,
had a cat. They've always had a cat. He's Chief Mouser. They've always had a cat.
on,
And
wait.
But hang on a minute. I'm going to do
so
Larry
when
the
one
cat,
Larry
but-
dies, do they just bring
they get-
another?
it's
Has it
not-
always
they're
been
not all
Larry since
called
like
Larry.
Robert Peel or
No,
whatever?
the Treasury one is called Gladstone. The Foreign Office one is called Palmerston. Like all of those buildings, they're old Georgian buildings. They're absolutely infested with mice. So they've always had cats. And Larry was adopted from a shelter. I can't
I
remember. He's
think
quite
the
old
I've
now.
got
only
the
reason
time,
that
Go
we
on.
know
He's
Go on.
born January 2007. He is a
That's quite
British
an old
domestic.
cat.
Yeah, he's old. Tabby cat who has been serving as chief mouser.
I said it's got a
So it's
proper
like a
role.
Blair, it's Blairite.
Yeah, and he was been serving as chief mouser since 2011.
But there was a cat beforehand. But I think just that they didn't. People didn't obsess over who the cat
My
was.
Yeah, he didn't have a
favourite
name.
detail about when the Treasury's cat moved in. There was this like pictures of them having face off on Downing Street, and when someone asked for a quote about how they were getting on, the quote was, "They coexist," which I just think is perfect.
Yeah.
My favorite fact about the I think it's the Cabinet Office cat or one of them. Everyone who goes through like tries to pet the cat, and they had to take the cat away for like a holiday because the cat was traumatized by everyone. Just like it wasn't a particularly sociable cat. It was just too many
Yeah.
people.
It's like, go
So-
away. I hate
This is what I want,
politicians.
by the way. This is like,
Good cat
my
chat.
brand is very much politics and cats. So
That's,
this is like
that's- no, it's, you're burnishing your brand.
Fully on brand today.
So we've
Yeah.
got Labour Hold, Gateshead Central.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The swing there, I don't know if anyone noticed, was also almost entirely Labour sticking exactly where they were, went up slightly by about 1.5%, and all of the Tories swinging to Reform,
And
and
Reform
Reform in
second.
second place.
Well, I think the
So
problem
this
with-
is a consistent
The
pattern
thing is,
that I think we're
Reform
going
have
to
really
see all
helped
evening.
Labour, obviously, under first past the post. But where I think they've hurt them in percentages is that there was a bunch of people who were just like, I hate the Tories, I'm going to vote Labour. And then Reform came along and they were like, oh, okay, I still get to hate the Tories, but now with a little soupçon of racism. And, you know, and I don't have to vote Labour because I didn't really want to vote Labour. And I think that
I
this is
think
what we're
it's more that.
seeing.
I mean, I
over
get
and
your point, but it's more that like
But
they
it
were
suits their
never
proclivities.
enthusiastic
That's it.
about
But they
Starmer.
thought, oh, I have to vote Labour, but I don't really want to. And now I get to vote.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happened. And obviously it hasn't hurt Labour with seats. but it's why I think we're seeing these kind of like what seems sort of disappointing percentage-wise, because some of those people that were in the Labour column in earlier polls before Farage came back, they weren't. Was it Stephen Bush? The FT had that amazing line. He goes, was it like reform is how men say don't know or something? It was just this kind of like none of the above.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of those
It's
people were
instead
probably
of
going to go
spoiling
Labour
your-
earlier.
Instead of spoiling your
ballot.
paper.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you, which is from Wooshell on Twitter. This is interesting, I think, because it's actually a little bit like what we were talking about with the papers. And it's why are TV commentators acting like Reform have won the election on a potential 13 seats, but barely a mention for the Lib Dems on a potential 61?
I think it's to do with drama. And it's to do with narrative, and it hasn't been a particularly exciting election campaign in terms of who's going to win.
Ed Davies tried. He's really tried.
I meant who's going to enter government. That hasn't been sort of exciting bit. And if the story you're telling, and I say this as somebody who has been covering exactly this story for the New Statesman, if the story you're telling is what has happened to the Conservative Party, Reform are a really key part of that. The Lib Dems are part of that as well, because a lot of the southern blue wall seats are anticipated to go for the Lib Dems. But if you're looking at, there was this great institution that has lasted 150 years, just the Conservative Party, and it's all, 5 years ago we were talking about another decade of Conservative rule, and it's all crumbled. What has happened? What is behind that story? Reform are an important part of that story, so that's why the focus is there. And I think the Lib Dem wins have kind of been priced in. My favourite Lib Dem fact is that on vote share, the Lib Dems look likely to get pretty much the exact same vote share nationally this year as they did in 2019. According to the exit poll, I think actually they did slightly better in 2019, and they got 11 MPs then, and they're forecast to get over 60. That's like almost 6 times as many. And I think that's a really interesting story about. You can tell it 2 ways. Like, one, you can say like, what is wrong with our voting system that you can have such wildly different results? Or you can say, here's a party that had a catastrophic result and spent 5 years going, okay, how can we maximize this within the system that we are in? And I think they're just, it's really interesting.
I went back to sorry, Hannah.
Just to answer the question initially, I think another reason that you're hearing all of this stuff about reform now is that the part of the evening that we're in, so the early seats that are coming through are the ones where the switch is all about what's happened to the Tories and why Labour crept back in the red wall or in the north. What we're going to see as the night goes on, where all the southern seats start to drop, is that it will twist a bit. So I would say to our question asker, hang in there. It's not going to be quite so depressing all evening.
Well, I have to say
there'll be more to say.
I do think that the left, broadly speaking, liberal and centrists, they do have a kind of disproportionate fascination with like the radical right. There is an obsession there. If you look at a lot of the questions, we haven't been able to get through all the questions because a lot of the questions have basically been sort of along the lines of what this person is critiquing. They're going, well, what's it mean in reform? Well, what reform going to do? And people are really obsessed to an extent with the idea that, kind of whatever, like fascism is coming. So one of the questions somebody asked was like, well, do you think that the success of the far right in France had sort of normalized it? And I don't think most people voting reform are following the first round of the French parliamentary elections, but there is a huge obsession with these kind of like with the danger.
Don't you think it's the papers as well?
That's what I'm saying. No, absolutely. Sorry, I include the media in that.
Yeah.
I include the media because it's sort of a dangerous thing. And as Rachel says, there's a novelty to it because we're expecting Labour to win, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this has always been why has Farage always got, disproportionate attention. Sometimes, of course, he's been extremely influential in doing cleaning up at the European elections, but other times not so much. And he still got that attention. And there was very much kind of like the rabbit entranced by the cobra, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
Like so it's hard to sort of. I'm annoyed by it as well, but it's certainly, if you look at the comments we've got coming in, it's not just the TV channels.
Can I just jump in with one seat? So Cramlington and Killingworth,
Where is
which
that?
it basically used to be Blythe Valley. So they've redrawn a lot
Okay.
of the constituency boundary area. Can't speak constituency boundary areas in that space, and much of what was once Blythe Valley is now in this new constituency, and it is a Labour hold really rather than a gain. But nevertheless, that does suggest that what we were expecting around the whole. The former Red Wall becoming Red Wall again is definitely happening.
So we have to go to the green room
Yeah.
in a few minutes. We just got a couple of news things. Rishi Sunak expected to resign as Conservative Party leader tomorrow morning. Problem
Of
solved. And Labour said that Islington North looks challenging.
Told
That
ya.
usually means it's
But
going.
I think, but I think we knew that it was close.
I think he's won. I think definitely Corbyn has
Yeah,
won.
but
As a
Richard-
completely naive, I don't know anything about politics person, I think, of course he's winning.
No, I've been quite invested because, living there and been following it really closely. I remember at the beginning, people were like, Corbyn would walk it. Like, it will be a landslide for Corbyn. And I thought, I don't think that's true at all.
Right.
And then I swung to thinking Labour probably would win. And then the last couple of days, I thought, actually, I think it will be really close.
Yeah.
It might not be close. I think it will be very
I
close.
think it will be close, and I thought he has the national appeal and the supporters and the volunteers. Labour have the data. They have these are where the voters are, and here's where they've
Where to go and literally
knock on doors.
Yeah.
And I think that stuff also matters and is often underrated. The reason that startup parties and independent candidates usually don't do very well is because that data is it's a really boring thing to talk about, but it does actually count
So
and
they're
matter.
knocking
So
on
I
the
think,
wrong doors.
yeah, they don't know where to go, and they don't know just like the historically like who's been living where and where they can kind of count on support. So I think like those two, it's a battle between those two things, between volunteers and data.
They're both strong in different ways.
One sounds possibly a bit daft, but thing to mention is that Corbyn, because it's in alphabetical order, he's right at the top of the ballot paper. And so if his name recognition, the fact that he's been a well-loved constituency MP for 40 years, there will be people that, as Miranda says, are disengaged with the kind of national picture and the minutiae of what's going on in Islington, but know him and have a relationship with that name, and they might not even notice they're not voting Labour.
Aaron A. Aronson.
You're saying that as a joke. When I saw the Labour candidate there, I was surprised that it wasn't somebody alphabetically above, because one of the things that both the Corbyn
cynical.
campaign,
I love it.
No, but one of the things that both the Corbyn campaign and the Labour campaign there have been saying is that when they talk to people in the constituency, a lot of people are not aware that Jeremy Corbyn is not the Labour candidate. And when you ask people who are you voting for, people will say, oh yeah, I'm voting for Corbyn, I'm voting Labour, and that they may be confused. There may be some confusion. So if you think about a ballot paper, I don't know. I think if you look at a ballot paper, the name is probably more prominent than the party.
So they should have been called Mr. or Ms. Labour.
We're going to have to go to that result's going to come in later, and we're going to have to go to the green room now, I believe.
Hello, so welcome back to the Oh God What Now green room on the live stream. I'm here cutting a bit of a lonely figure, but don't worry, the office is very much bustling, very much exciting, and there's plenty going on. If you are a new viewer of Oh God What Now and don't know what we do, let me talk you through it a little bit then. So what is going on this evening? We're doing a bit of a watch along. We've got people from our podcasts, The Bunker, Paper Cuts, and Oh God What Now. We've got a team across it doing a kind of goggle box soccer Saturday style thing, but minus the football, minus the reality TV, and we're looking at all of the politics and we're finding out what is going on there pretty much. So if you don't know also what we do generally, we run a podcast called Oh God What Now. It used to be called Romaniacs. We're a sort of center-left leaning podcast, and we call ourselves the no bullshit politics podcast. So if you enjoy what we're doing on this stream, we're out every Tuesday morning and every Friday morning for everyone to listen to. We've been doing a lot over the past few weeks, and we're going to be here into the new Labour government and keeping checks on what they are doing. Also, if you enjoy what we do, in the streaming notes here, you can send us a bit of cash if you want to buy some chips, some sweets, some alcohol-free beer, whatever you fancy. There's a link down in the streaming notes. Also, though, we have, as you've seen modeled throughout, we've got merch here. We've got this very snazzy number, which is might remind you of a certain band from the 90s. And we also have this for people who want to party like it's 1997. There, if you go to podmarket.co.uk, you'll be able to buy them. And yeah, we'd very much appreciate your support. Let's have a talk through what's going on at the minute. Then I'm going to be the Twitter correspondent momentarily, or X, whatever you want to call it. Trending, we have Rory Stewart top, and I'm going to take a little look through here of what is going on. Essentially, it seems to be that Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell are having a bit of a Barney with Nadine Dorries, is what's been happening on Channel 4. Emily Maitlis is also trending. People just praising her, saying that she's doing really, really well. So that's good to know. Also looks to be clashing with Nadine Dorries a little bit. So some recurring things. And then Nadine Dorries is trending for people arguing with her. And we also have Gullis on the trending list. And I think this is basically just because someone's made a potential Portillo moment timetable. People they're hoping might leave their seats. We've got Jenrick, Keegan, Hunt, Shaps, Coffey, McVeigh, Sunak, Stride, Cleverly, Rees-Mogg, Gullis, Mercer, Truss, and Philp. If that's going to happen, I don't exactly know. But if you're just tuning in, I imagine it's unlikely you don't know the way it's looking at the moment. The exit poll around over 400 seats for Labour, looking like one of the biggest swings we've seen in a very, very long time. Probably the biggest swing Labour have achieved. The same with the Lib Dems on around 61 seats. Then the undercurrent of the night being that Reform are on around 13 seats, which seems to be a much bigger delivery than we would have expected. We are going to be going back very shortly to a team in the full studio, and it'll be away. There'll be more people and a little bit more company to keep you there, looking at stuff that's breaking. Peter Stefanovic tweeting Labour holds South Shields, which is good to see. Not to be biased. And we also have The Guardian, which have gone with a very straightforward Labour landslide as their headline. Right, I've got a few seconds left. Thank you so much for listening in. If you want to support us, you know that the link is there in the streaming notes. We're going to now be going to Andrew Harrison is going to be hosting, and we've also got John Elledge there. And Zoe Grunewald is going to be joining the team. Both New Statesman alumni there. So it's going to be plenty to talk through, and we are expecting lots more seats to start more quickly reeling in over the next few minutes and the next few hours or so. So don't tune out. There's going to be plenty. Right, throwing back to the studio. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Okay, I'll just go.
And we are back in the studio with a refreshed panel of me, Andrew Harrison. I don't know, refreshed might be too big a word. Zoe Grunewald, hello, how you doing?
Yeah, good.
Are you feeling refreshed?
I'm feeling refreshed.
Hannah's still here.
Hello.
Looking
here.
fresh as a daisy. And John Elledge.
I've never been refreshed in my life.
Okay, well, there's the first time for everything. So Zoe, where have you been and what have you been seeing?
I've been at the Leeds, the Lead UK's election party.
Been at the Leeds, I thought you meant the Building Society for a second. The
No.
Lead UK, yes.
No, I've had a more exciting night. I've been at the Leeds party in Waterloo. John was there as well.
Yeah,
We had a good time, didn't we? I've been talking to interesting Labour people.
Yes.
I have to say, so we all watched the election, the exit poll together on the big screen. Lots of cheering for the Labour result, but the thing that everybody's been talking about is the Reform result, which has been quite frightening, really. And watching the results roll in, particularly Bridget Phillipson's constituency, seeing how close Reform were and how much they over doubled the Conservative vote share. Yeah, I think it's taken quite a lot of people by surprise. I don't think people thought it was going to be that big.
Well, I think somebody said in the chat for this very stream is like, what do you expect a split on the right to look like? You know, this is kind of, it's, you put those two votes together and it's not an unimaginable, what would have been an unimaginable total for the Conservatives. It's just the Conservatives have blown the game so enormously badly across the board. It's not that surprising.
Also, it's slightly a function of the maths. If Reform is going to land on 15, 16, 17%, and in some constituencies they're doing 4 or 5%, that means there are going to be constituencies where they are doing horrifyingly well. Just like that's how the numbers work.
But I do agree with the point we were just making, that it's also a kind of protest vote. It's the like, you know, I don't really, I'm sick of the Conservatives. I can't bring myself to vote for them. But I've never been enthused by Labour. I'm not a Labour natural. Labour's not my natural home. Oh well, you know, this alternative has presented itself at the last minute. And so how that maps out over the next 5 years is going to be a really important thing, I think.
I think it shows you as well that vote hasn't, it's not like everybody's moved to the left and that's why we've got a Labour government. That vote is still there. It's just divided. The question is what Labour is now going to do about that vote share and indeed how the Conservatives are going to respond. That's the big, scary question.
Yeah. Do you think it's possibly that what Reform offers is kind of all the energy and all the kind of anger that the Conservative Party no longer provides, except when directed at itself? Like, you know, the Conservative Party supposedly provides, as well as culture war and all the rest of it, it supplies policy and life solutions. And Reform doesn't have to supply any of those things. It knows it's never going to be anywhere near power. So you can have a fulfilling emotional experience out of it. I've been really, really angry.
Can I just dive in and point out we have our first Lib Dem gains tonight?
Oh, really?
We do. They've gained Harrogate and Knaresborough.
Have they? From whom?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming, based on it being Harrogate and Knaresborough, that it would have been the Tories.
Yeah, but I'm wondering who it is. Was there?
Is
anybody interested in being
Hang on, let me have a look.
We'll find out.
They will find out.
They've beaten somebody called Andrew Jones, who I've never heard of.
No, never heard of him. I'm seeing Ian Lavery has won Blythe and Ashington. But again, second Reform on 10,000 votes. Labour on 20,000. Mark Pert of Reform on 10,800. And Maureen Levy of the Conservatives on 6,000. So it's another, in Blythe and Ashington, another, unfortunately, really good performance for
absolutely.
Reform.
That's what we're seeing across that red wall. Yes, it's a red wall again, which is great. But you've got to wonder what's going on behind that. It makes the 5 years thing feel even more acute. That there really is this 4 to 5 year period where life has to get substantially better for those constituents if we don't want to see this rise for Reform turn into something else.
Is the general election the new European elections? Outcome Brexit outcome? No, it isn't. Because there are real stakes, aren't there?
Say no.
Yeah. Fair enough. So what else are we saying? I mean, we kind of. I've got the BBC. Zoe, who have you got here?
I've got GB News.
What's happening?
They're in a huge. Oh, they've got an Elvis impersonator. I'm not even joking. He's just come on
they've got
to
the
ask me
appalling
that.
Dubes as well. The
Yes,
appalling Michelle Dewberry.
They've got Michelle Dewberry. They've got Patrick Christie. They're in a huge auditorium full of GB News viewers, which looks like amazing. It looks kind of like
it's very WEF looking.
Yeah, it is. And everyone's at tables.
Jump down and slam Christie to the mat.
But I'm not even joking. An Elvis impersonator has just walked on the stage. So I think they might have given up on the whole election thing and might be going full entertainment. It's kind of like going down with the Titanic vibes at GB News.
Yeah. Hannah, what have you got?
I'm on Channel 4. There's a bit of a long debate from the Portsmouth constituency at the moment, but no report back. So we'll wait and watch. But discussion about Lib Dems gain in Harrogate is
it's a good job.
It's the beginning of the rise again for the Lib Dems. We haven't really talked about Lib Dems that much yet.
Well, we haven't. We were, in fact, outside of it, we were talking about how little we're talking about the Lib Dems and the poor old Lib Dems. So why are we not talking about the Lib Dems?
Well, I think it's partly that we're not round to the seats that are falling for them yet. So maybe we're getting into that part of the night now. So maybe it's time to start talking about them. I think the fact that we are predicting, I hope they do get 60, 61. I think that's a really decent kind of showing. That means they have real legislative power in the House. They will really be able to help Labour usher through those more tricky bits of legislation that they need to start making a real difference to people's lives, and that they're going to have to do a lot very quickly, as we were just discussing for those who were watching 50 minutes ago. And yeah, the Lib Dems being there to back that up feels like a really important part of that, even with this not super majority but very good majority.
Yeah, we've got a commenter out there called Al, who says, "I want that shirt." I presume means this shirt,
Could mean this,
but it could
one.
mean that
I've
one,
got the
or could equally mean that one. Well, the good news for you, Al, is they're all available at podmarket.co.uk. The commemorative Party Like It's 1997 shirt and mug is available, and you know.
I didn't put mine on.
You didn't, why didn't
My
you put,
shirt is not available.
Why didn't you put yours on?
I forgot.
You forgot.
I
that's
was
it.
eating pizza.
Well, actually, there's a fair bit of pizza on this. Also, you can tell it's a live long night stream because auto power off has got on the thing. So we need to find the remote control and stop it powering off. Again, GB News Daubeny power is happening
They've
here.
got nothing on us.
I know, yeah.
They are making us look bad, I have to say. Look at the size of their venue.
Yeah, it's a huge venue, isn't it? But we've got a nice table. So
We
I
do.
don't care about that. So we have a question from viewer Matthew West. Which element of Sue Gray's shit list will the new government tackle first, or at least give public attention to? Now that this raises the question of, can we remember what 6 things were on the shit list? Prisons.
University.
Thames Water.
University's going to go bust. Public sector pay.
Yeah.
I
NHS.
think was housing on there as well.
And
No.
vampires.
Should have been, shouldn't it, John?
What was the other?
Vampires. No, it was, what have we got? Which are we missing? Local authorities going bust. Have we done that
Councils.
one? Councils there. Yeah. So which of those things is what's top of the shit list?
I don't think it's you do a single thing. I think there is an emergency financial statement in the next couple of months that at the very least kicks 2 or 3 of those things another year down the road.
Right.
So I think you can probably kind of like start negotiations with a lot of the public sector unions, say like, well, it's not necessarily that we're going to give you a massive pay rise now, but we're going to talk about it. There will be jam tomorrow, to name another Podmasters show.
Podcast.
Yeah. But you can kind of like make clear you're willing to have a conversation with people and not to get too angry too soon. I think that will probably push things forward a little bit.
Yeah, there is a lot of kind of talk though that prisons might force itself to the top of the shit list.
And Thames Water might. I mean, a council might. All of these things are. I mean, in some ways, I don't want to start criticising the quality of the questions coming in from our beloved readers, listeners. But like, you can't necessarily get in front of some of these things. Like something like Thames Water. I think that's going to blow up at some point.
Yeah.
Universities you can though, and they've got to do something. And the manifesto basically acknowledged the problem and then said, yeah, we'll do something, but would not specify what. And I think that is an expensive, important problem to solve.
Yeah. I mean, I realise it's early days, but what's been our favourite bit of the evening so far? What bits have we kind of, apart from, guess what, goodbye horrible government?
The words Labour landslide.
Yeah, they are quite sort of heartwarming, aren't they?
It's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, we're not there yet.
No, but it's...
I'm quite heartened to see that 59% in turnout in Clacton as well. They haven't actually stated the result. I think we can guess what it's going to be. But that actually, the Farage movement, even in Clacton, isn't turning out, a greater number of people. It's the same as the rest of the country. So it doesn't feel like it's just this one personality cult thing. It's it's an issue. It's a policy issue. It's not just Farage is a brilliant politician. So I'm kind of heartened by that in some way.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of, I think it's a little bit of it. If we're looking at 54%, which may well be, I think makes it the lowest turnout on record, then that is a little bit up on it, but it's not 65, 70%. It's not the indication of an incredibly enthusiastic voter base. I don't think. We've got another one here from. Hang on a second. Can you please talk about Scotland? 10 SNP feels very low, and hang on. Big John Curtis says to take it with caution. I mean, I'm always very worried about talking about Scotland because I am, pitifully underinformed on it, and I think you kind of need to be there and have a close personal connection before you can sort of talk authoritatively, don't you? I mean, it's clearly things are happening. What do we think?
I mean, I completely agree with what you just said. I think like we probably have, as an industry, under discussed what's happening in Scotland. And I think that's because, like, the media is very London-based. Let's be honest. I think a lot of us know that we don't really understand the issues up there. It's a completely different political scenario where, to a large extent, the SNP are in the incumbents. I mean, like, the idea that there are people up there who are choosing between Labour or the Tories and could go either way depending on which is the best unionist party to vote for, that from an English perspective is completely baffling. So it's kind of difficult to kind of like get your head around it.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of words for I don't know.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's one thing we can do on shows like this. We can say we don't know, but you cannot say that on Channel 4.
The one thing that I think I can say, which is not, I'm afraid, sorry, is not to do with what exactly is going on in Scotland, but you can say that Labour can't build a solid majority like the one they've got today without Scotland. So we're back to where we were, that Labour really needs Scotland and will always will to secure that important working majority. So, interesting that that countries turned so much that that's possible again, but that Labour can't rely on that.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think it is possible to see paths to Labour doing 400, 410 seats without a massive increase in Scotland. Like, it's harder, but it's not impossible in a way a couple of years ago it looked like it would be. So I think that's another reason we're probably under discussing it is, in past elections, like everybody's known that, for Labour to win, they need Scotland. Whereas now it's probably not quite so key to that majority.
Yeah. Well, how about something to cheer us up? BBC, gloomy Tory faces in Morton's constituency. Turnout in Penny Morton seat, Portsmouth North, is 59.25%, down from 63.9% in 2019. The result is expected in a few hours. Designated too close to call in the exit poll, but there are gloomy Tory faces. Are there any other kind of Tory faces at the moment? They're all bloody miserable, aren't they? But that, I mean, for somebody who's supposed to be one of the kind of future standard bearers, that could be quite entertaining, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Penny Mordaunt fancied herself as a Tory party leader for years now. And I think actually there was a stage where she really thought Sunak was warming the benches for her. And you could see the look of utter disgust on her face during the hustings after Rishi Sunak did the D-Day gaffe when she had to go out and bat for him. And she thought, this is going to ruin my political career because she has modelled herself as a military woman.
Well, she's a cross between Margaret Thatcher and Boudica, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
With shields and swords and massive hair.
Yeah, she is. I mean, there's going to be so many voters who have moved to Reform who liked Penny Mordaunt. I would say she has lost, even though she's not of the right, she has lost a lot of supportive voters to Reform in that sense, because she represents, even though she's not really of the right, she represents that sort of core vote in almost just what she radiated. Like Boris Johnson radiated right-wing energy, but actually compared to other Tories, was a bit more kind of was bigger on public spending, and she radiates right-wing energy when actually she's not. She's not Suella Braverman, she's not Priti Patel.
But the weird thing, the kind of right-wing energy that she radiates is almost the polar opposite of that Boris Johnson radiates. She radiates super competence, super kind of indefatigable dreadnought, not a hair out of place, not a word out of place, super serious at all time, no sense of humor. Does it remind you of anybody? Whereas Johnson's kind of right-wing energy was, if I am self-assured enough, then I can just bumble my way to success while looking like a bag of laundry. And that's actually something to aspire to. Wouldn't it be great if we were all just so absolutely bumptious that we could do whatever the hell we liked?
I kind of agree with you, but that first 7-way debate, she really came undone. Talking about the hair out of place, she started to look completely frazzled and a little bit mad.
But she looked mental in a kind of over confident and over kind of declamatory. She looked wild-eyed rather than hair out of place.
Yeah,
she
looked bonkers.
Mad. She was hopping mad. She was so incandescent that she had to do that.
It's really interesting that of the handful of clips of what has been a kind of weirdly simultaneously exciting and boring campaign, because we've known the outcome for ages. One of the few clips that gets pulled out is her going, higher taxes, like Oprah saying, you get a car and you get a car. That's become one of the emblematic images of the whole thing. I don't know.
But, I was, when the exit poll came through and we were sort of unpicking it, and the Tories had done better than, the point was made that for us who have been poring over every single poll that has come out, in some ways it looked like the Tories had done better than expected. For many members of the general public, it's like, oh, Labour majority. Tories have lost like a ton of seats. That's very clear. It's very clear where public opinion lies. But the question that everyone was asking was, is it that one of those Conservative attack lines that we have been picking up and mocking and saying, well, no one's going to believe that, has actually worked? Is it the supermajority line? Is it the £2,000 tax line? Is it Penny Mordaunt saying high taxes, high taxes, high... You know, has that actually cut through? Have people actually gone on polling day? Oh, actually, I am quite scared about that.
You know what?
Because something has worked,
You know what?
clearly.
You know what I don't think cuts through? Cut through. I don't think cut through has cut through in this election. I think people made their decisions at the beginning. The Tories are a share of shit and we are sick of them. And they just then do it onto a secondary decision of how do I punish them? And can I punish them by going? Can I stomach punishing them by going for Labour? Many people are absolutely delighted to go Labour to punish the Conservatives, but many of them wanted to punish them from the other side. I don't know, John. You're kind of looking a little bit sort of sceptical of that.
I was watching the result from Nuneaton. So
oh right, okay. What's happening in Nuneaton?
Labour. I don't know if it's a Labour Labour. Yes, it is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Reform came third in that one.
Okay.
So most of the they still got 9,000 votes, which is not small. But we are seeing the biggest Reform vote shares so far in the Red Wall. I imagine we'll also see quite a lot of high Reform vote shares in the eastern counties as the night goes on.
Right.
But Nuneaton is a bit more Midlandsy, and the Conservatives managed to keep the Reform in third place. So that's something.
Okay. Well, I've got another Labour game, which is in Stroud. Yay, Stroud.
I've got Mark Francois holds Raleigh and Wickford.
No.
Sorry, guys, but yeah.
Oh, this is supposed to be the perfect night.
5 more years of Mark Francois.
That was always likely, though. He was always on one of the safest seats, so we shouldn't. That's disappointing because he's a truly terrible MP. But we shouldn't read across from that to the rest of the country.
I just want to say also on Channel 4 we've got Wes Streeting doing an interview. He's basically really playing down expectations. Obviously, they're going to have a significant landslide. He's talking about a 1997 style landslide, but saying that a lot of those seats hold on a knife edge, and you shouldn't be taking the exit poll as the definitive result at this stage and being quite cautious. So that's interesting.
I've got the Guardian front page. I don't know if they've talked about it on previous ones. The Guardian front page for tomorrow is just Labour landslide in type bigger than the Guardian's masthead, which is unusual. Like you really, have a look at that. Sorry, what do you think? Like nice picture of Keir and Mrs. Keir walking in the sunshine.
Lady Basil, can I jump
the lady
in?
Miss Keir, yes.
Basildon's going to a recount.
Basildon's going to a recount.
That's
Depeche Mode have demanded a recount.
Isn't it? Yes.
I'm also getting on GB News. General election fraud fears in Glasgow. Police Scotland reported to have rushed to Emirates Arena over alleged ballot fraud.
Oh, right.
Wow.
That's exciting.
And I can see them. They are indeed at the Emirates Arena, but they don't look alarmed. But who's to say?
It says here on the BBC that Labour are saying they've won all the seats in Leeds for the first time since the Tony Blair era.
Leeds.
Yes, which means Leeds South Western Morley, held by Lady Middlefinger Andrea Jenkins. If that's the case, she's out. That will be quite good, wouldn't it?
Did you see her Great British beef with Isabel Oakeshott on Twitter? Did anyone catch that?
I didn't.
So there was a classic.
It was a cooking show you would like to discuss.
It's just a bit of Great British beef where Andrea Jenkins had tweeted something and then Isabel Oakeshott quote tweeted her and said, Andrea Jenkins had said to Isabel Oakeshott, you tried to drag me over to the Reform Party, and Isabel Oakeshott had quote tweeted her and said, you know exactly what you said. Don't worry, we're not going to say anything, but just watch what you say.
Oh, yeah.
It's a bit of sort of
interesting
reform on the right of the Tory Party.
Blue on very blue.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Andrea Jenkins is such a deeply unpleasant person that I would almost pay to see those two.
Oh, yeah.
Knocking lumps out of each other. It looks like we still haven't heard from Islington North just up the road, which seems pretty tight. I mean, Dorian was just talking about how he couldn't get down the street without scores and scores of busting Corbyn fans from all over the place. The Corbyn name chalked on the pavement, stickers all over everything. I travel to work through Islington North every morning, and I actually didn't see too many. I would have thought I would have been harangued and harassed. Maybe I'm just giving off too much Blair energy. Yeah,
you are.
Yeah. I mean, what does it mean anything if he wins?
I don't know. I think it means that he's an excellent, or was an excellent constituency MP that was deeply loved in that role. That doesn't reflect on his, inadequacies as party leader, as leader of the opposition. I had a very funny story today that I'm not allowed to tell.
You can't do
No,
that.
I know. Well, it's just it popped into my head. But the thing is,
Libel law doesn't actually apply on
no,
on
it's like I'll
live
lose a
streams.
friend over it. But he was a very inadequate leader of the opposition in many ways. That doesn't mean that his constituents didn't see the work that he did for them. And so I do think that he was always going to have that. Those 40 years don't count for nothing.
Yeah.
They hold in people's hearts. So that's why he's still in contention. I just mentioned this in the previous session, but he's at the top of the ballot paper as well. I don't think everybody is aware that he's standing as an independent, so he will have benefited from some of that. I still think Labour are going to win, but we'll see.
We will. Here's a question we'll all find very, very easy to answer from Innocent Winter Mountains. Non-political one. What are the panel's usual drinks of choice? This may be driven by my 3 glasses of red and now a cold beer. John, what's your drinks of choice?
I'm very promiscuous.
Lager,
cider. I go all over the show. It's very Chumbawamba of me. I do like a gin and tonic as well. But I'm actually on the black coffee tonight because I had free beers quite early on, and then suddenly realised I was not speaking clearly enough to do a live stream.
Which event was this at?
This was at a number of other parties I've been to.
Social Gadfly this evening.
I have been, yeah. I went to the New Statesman party, I went to the Leeds party, and then I briefly popped into another live stream, which I'm not going to name because that would be very disloyal.
What was going on at the New Statesman party? Because they must now think that they are the hot centre.
There was a lot of talk about how the New Statesman has kept the flame of the Labour Party alive in the last 14 years. David Lammy gave a very fine, but I must say quite slowly delivered speech, in which he was clearly thinking very carefully, word by word. And the queue at the bar was too long. So those are my main takeaways, I have to say.
Fair enough. Hannah, what's your drink of choice?
Well, I really like an espresso martini, which feels like the perfect one for tonight. I could do with one right now. If anyone's listening outside, come deliver me one to get me through the next 25 minutes.
And viewers, if you want Hannah to have an espresso martini, that's an absolutely perfect cue to suggest that you might want to throw us a few quid via the link in the show notes on the YouTube screen via Stripe. You can donate. I believe the last panel were asking for sweets. We're after the hard stuff. We're after an espresso martini or two. So please donate away and tell us what you want us to drink. We might not be able to drink it live on air, but we'll drink it at some point. So we're taking donations. Just go to it's the link that is marked Stripe, and any donations absolutely welcome. Zoe, what about you? What's your drink of choice?
Well, on a night like tonight, I'd have a beer because it just feels like communal and right. But like if I was, with the girls down at a nice bar, I'd have a margarita.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sticking with IPA and possibly a Lafroig because it just warms the entire system. We've got a lot of people who've donated, and with their special requests, which we'll get through a little bit later. We've got a couple of more results. Labour gains Nuneaton from the Conservatives. Labour gains Darlington from the Conservatives. So are either of those surprised? I don't think so. Things are proceeding as we have foreseen.
It feels like there's a surprising amount of uncertainty at this point in the night, though, I have to say.
I think that's true, even given the strength of the exit poll, especially with the way Streeting was pitching it very delicately just then. I think there is nerves in the Labour camp that some of this might not be quite right.
I mean, I think there's a lot of freeway splits, which we have an electoral system that can really screw you over in that situation.
And that we're not used to commenting on. So you're not seeing kind of, the pundits on the main channels knowing how to respond to that.
Yeah. Spice Bandit is asking, is the low turnout due to the stories about the Labour supermajority, i.e. basically, did we all assume it was a done deal?
No, I mean, sorry. Go,
no, I was going to ask, what is the turn? I've not seen the turnout.
54%. It's historically low. If the polls are correct, caveat.
I think strongly no. It's about general disengagement with politics. It's not my vote doesn't really make a difference, so I can't be bothered. Oh, I'm not needed today. It's fine. I'll just go down the pub or see my mates or whatever. It feels to me more like a certain disengagement that there hasn't been that kind of buzz around that I thought there would be today. I was walking down to the polling booth. I expected to see a kind of a frisson in the air, and I just not really happening. That surprised me.
When I went to Warrington, so many people I spoke to just said, "I'm not voting. I'm not going to vote." I spoke to one man, and he was a lifelong Conservative voter, and he said, "I'm just not going to vote because none of the parties represent me. Conservatives can't trust him. Labour can't trust him. Don't like Nigel Farage. Nobody else is going to do." It was this sense of like, if you don't like the two main parties, then what is the point? It's a wasted vote. And that came up so many times.
Well, this is the thing we talked about on the main edition of the podcast, the last one on the day before polling day, the kind of fear that what the Conservatives might have done, their only real achievement is to embed a kind of cynicism into everyone and a rejection of the idea that politics could work at all, which is a really bleak thought.
I think there's certainly an element of that. I do think that is slightly letting Labour off the hook.
Yeah.
I mean, oh God, the look you just gave me. I don't want to be too critical about the new golden age. But I do think like this Labour Party has really narrowed in on like exactly how to win a particular type of target voter to get them over the line. Like we've heard a lot about hero voters who are people who used to vote Labour, voted Brexit, ended up voting Tory, who they want back.
Right.
They've been laser focused on particular types of voter they need to win back. And as part of that, they've been quite happy to tell voters who are less important to getting over the line that they are less important. They've been less worried about the vision thing and more about kind of closing off possible attack lines. I do not think under those circumstances, it is a huge surprise that some people are just not that fast.
Yeah. I think that's probably true. I think there's almost also an element of, people could see this result coming. Most of the idea that it might not go that way was created by Conservative newspapers or journalists who are just desperate to keep the ball in the air, knowing that 6 weeks is a bloody long time to keep people interested.
It is such a long time, and there is only so much you can say. I mean, that's why you saw,
That's
the
what we're
Lib
doing all
Dems
night
doing all
commentary
the
on it.
stunts. The stunts are about trying to break through it because it does get tedious, and you're constantly looking for something to say. And it has been a shame that it hasn't been a really fierce policy debate. That it's been about something else entirely. It has been almost a kind of an ideological war, but without any detail, which is a shame.
When I was at the Lead, I had a brief interview with Tom Watson,
the
former deputy leader of the Labour Party under Corbyn, 2015 to 2019. And I asked him, because there's been a lot of rumours, Keir Starmer's first few days, is there going to be a big rabbit out of the hat moment? Is there going to be a, making the Bank of England independent moment? And he said no, which I was quite surprised about.
But he would say that.
Well, he would say that.
Then it's not a rabbit out of the hat.
Well, but he said it's about stability, and there's no gimmicks in this election. There's no surprises. And while I think, on the one hand, it's a very attractive proposition for a lot of people who just want stability, it's also a very demotivating proposition where it's just like, we can't give you anything exciting because there's nothing to be excited about.
I think they need to give something, and quite quickly. Otherwise, it's a spiral of kind of discontent that creates media problems very fast.
I was thinking, well, we were actually discussing your article, Hannah, that you wrote for the Lead about abolishing Department for Work and Pensions. As like, could that be a rabbit out of the hat moment? I mean, the other thing is, and they've ruled it out, so it's not going to be, but like they could reform council tax. There are a few things that could be done, but they seem to have just drawn a line under every possibility and said, nope.
If
nope.
they ruled out abolishing the Home Office, they could do that.
They could do that.
Split it into two departments, one for kind of like policing and so on, and one for immigration. Just completely take that out the contention.
Hey, what do we think?
Here's a result that's actually quite interesting. Labour has held Barnsley North, Dan Jarvis, and that was apparently
they were worried about
touch and go, wasn't it? Yeah. So Jarvo 2-0.
That was my constituency growing up.
Right. So in a sense, you won this for Labour.
I actually think I won this for Labour. No, in 2010, I think the British National Party, BNP, came second in the general election. Someone should check that. But it's definitely one of those seats which is full of disillusionment and ripe for a party like Reform to take. So good for Dan Jarvis.
Yeah, and Dan Jarvis is kind of he was quite a big figure in the last
For a short
Labour
while, he
regime,
looked
wasn't he?
like he was gonna, he would be a serious leadership
Military man.
contender.
Yeah.
And he came out of the hat, like popped out, like who everyone was like, right, the next guy's going to be Dan Jarvis, and it reminded me of the thick of it because it was like no one's ever fucking heard of Dan Jarvis, but all of a sudden he's like everyone's whispering behind doors. And then he became this figure, and then he slipped away as quickly as he became significant.
It slightly felt like they weren't really backing Dan Jarvis so much as Dan Jarvis's Wikipedia page, where he had exactly the kind of biography that you would want in a future Labour leader.
Yeah, well, anyways, but I to be honest, I'd forgotten he's still an MP, but he's back in Barnsley North, so you can take some personal.
I will. I'll text him.
Yeah, do that. Here we go. Leeds have held Labour. Labour have held Leeds, Western Pudsey, Rachel Reeves. Obviously, that's kind of very likely.
Labour gained Telford.
Yeah.
What do we? Does anyone know anything about Telford?
Steel.
It's a new town in Staffordshire, I believe. I've got that. I will see if I can get some more details about Telford.
Fair enough. The BBC have got Peter Mandelson holding forth in front of
Telford is in
Pitcher Bridge. Shropshire.
Yeah, Shropshire. That's I got completely blank.
This is the worst episode of University Challenge that's ever been shown on YouTube. Is it Fern? Ogwen? Yeah.
Have we heard anything about Normanton, Pontefract, and Castleford, which is Yvette Cooper's seat yet?
Not yet.
There's lots of concern in Labour circles about Labour losing this to Reform.
Okay.
Which would be
awful.
That would be a big scalp, wouldn't it? That'd be the first. Would that be the first seat they'd taken from Labour?
From Labour, yes.
That I was hearing that as well a couple of hours ago, but that seems to have died down.
Okay.
They're now there's been a lot of attempt to pour water on that and say actually Labour thinks she might have increased her majority. I mean, to some extent, I don't want to undermine the whole purpose of us being here, but to some extent, there's a lot of rumour and not a lot of information around.
Well, we're at that stage of the night, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's kind of
this is the worst bit almost between 2 and 3. From 3, you're going to see nothing but counts. But this is the bit where you feel like you know something, but you actually don't really know very much at all.
Yeah. Oh, message here from the Welsh Matt, who has sent us £10 and said, Andrew, you seem like a classy man. Have an old-fashioned on me. Well, all I'm saying is that the resolution on YouTube is not high. And, I might seem like a classy man.
Also, £10 for an old-fashioned in London. I mean, it's kind of the Welsh Matt, but it's up to
Here we are. They're declaring in Sunderland.
Which Sunderland?
Labour, 16,000. Sunderland Central.
Oh, Conservative hold Castle Point.
Reform. Yeah, well, we're going to confuse people by reading out two at the same time. Let's just do Sunderland Central. Labour, Lewis Atkinson, 16,800. Reform, Chris Anian, 10,700. Green, R. Featherstone, 2,300. How's the Tory done? The Liberal Democrat, 3,600. And come on, what's the Tory done? Conservative, Greg Paycott, 5,000. So Reform has beaten the Tories into third place again in Sunderland.
Rory Stewart is expressing concern currently about the fact that the Tories are shedding what he calls more and more people on the centre left of his, which makes no sense because it's his party. But he's talking about the centre left of the right, if that makes sense.
Hang on, what? Run that by me again.
In the same way there's a Labour right, there's a Tory left. We don't tend to call it the Tory left.
Yeah. So he's panicking about the fact that the losses are all coming from the centre ground of the Conservative Party, or the left of the Tories, if you want to call it that.
Right.
And he's saying that is where, if you look at the data, that's where all the losses are going to come from, and the headbangers are keeping their seats.
So what does that mean?
Well, it means that we'll definitely see a significant lurch to the right to try and absorb those people who were tempted by Farage and put Farage in second place in many of these seats. And also, as Ruth Davison has pointed out a few times in speaking, that simply they're going to make the mistake of doing that twice round. So they'll lurch to the right now, and they'll probably lurch to right in 4 years' time as well. And then it'll take a long time to repair.
Backing that point up, actually, well, I may be contradicting it. I don't know. The reason I shouted about Castle Point is that's Southern Essex on the Thames Estuary. That's Canvey Island. That was one of those seats that seemed like a very good bet for reform. They've not managed to take it, but they did get 30% of the vote. The Tories got 38%. And that basically all went to all the lost Tory votes have gone to reform, basically. And I think it's entirely possible the Tories are going to look at that and think that what they really need to do is kind of chase after those voters they're losing to the right and ignore the ones they are losing in the centre.
Oh God!
It's important to say we have only actually seen 18 seats out of 650
Yeah, I
called
know.
so
We're
far.
trying to extrapolate. You know, it's like when they found like a dinosaur elbow and they can reconstruct. And you know what? It's bigger than a Tyrannosaurus. It was incredible. And then it turns
Here's
out
what we've got.
like chicken. It's like, it wasn't the elbow. That was its entire spine. You know, kind of thing. First paleontological analogy ever in zoology.
I liked it.
There you go. I'll try and do more of those for later. Yeah, I think we were just seeing that the swing that in Sunderland Central is a 7.7% swing from Labour to Reform, which I don't know how that swing goes. It has to go round the Conservatives or something. I don't know. I don't really understand swing anymore. My evening of swing has been cancelled. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to see it on a political spectrum, do you? Isn't it just a swing from one side of the ballot to the other?
But how do you? I don't understand how you calculate swing given Reform weren't in the last election.
Yeah,
that's what's confusing.
Well, they were. They just had a different name,
but not in every seat. So
yeah, but maybe they're in that seat.
I think it's just like landslide or any other jargon. Like swing doesn't always mean anything anymore. It just means people voted for.
Labour gained Blackpool South, by the way.
Oh, hang on, Blackpool South. Who's that?
Is that Scott Benton?
It was
I believe it was Scott Benton.
But then it did go Labour again in the by-election.
Oh yeah,
so they've just got
terrible result for the Tories. Labour on 48%, up 8. Reform on 28%. Conservatives down 18 points to 15%. That's pretty bad.
I can top that, John. Tory drop in Rayleigh and Wickford is their biggest ever. 26-point drop in the Conservative vote in Rayleigh and Wickford is easily the biggest fall in Conservative support in a safe seat ever, the 5th biggest vote drop in British election history. But Mark Francois did hold on to the seat. Boo.
There is a really interesting thing to be said that like we are, like the Tories are being destroyed. The drops are huge. They're rapid. They're vast. They are vertiginous, and yet we're not celebrating it like I thought we might before tonight.
I'm trying to, but you keep saying things like reform are going to turn Britain into a fascist state.
It is because of reform, but if they had gone to Labour, we would be celebrating. And actually, you're right that we have said that it doesn't necessarily mean in all of these cases that people are seeing a solution to their problems in reform. They are simply fed up with the current government and they want to move somewhere else. And maybe they don't feel that inspired by Labour, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that they are. That
they're not signed up for an insurance system of healthcare and whatever other batshit he wants to come up with. Yeah, it exactly. Is the current way to administer a punishment beating to the Conservatives. Yeah, and in that respect, it's fully understandable. Should we do some sharing? Has anybody got in their family a Reform voter?
I have some relatives who used to vote BNP, actually.
Yeah. What do they think about Reform at the moment?
I shouldn't have said anything because I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know where to go with that.
I've got a very beloved auntie who thinks Nigel Farage is brilliant because he's funny and is also quite worried about, shall we say, the effects of immigration on a place that hasn't got any immigration at all. But she thinks he's great. And what she likes is the fact that he winds me up. And I think that's probably underpriced, the extent to which his kind of smokes fags, drinks beer, says what used to be called politically incorrect things, really wind up the likes of us, and therefore people can kind of vicariously enjoy that one and be part of it.
I do think.
Can I just say, in Telford, we've got the biggest ever swing in a general election to Labour, and I've now lost the data off my screen, so you have to wait with me while I try and get it back. But yeah, Telford was an interesting one because there was some discussion about whether Reform would do very well there, in fact. And I spoke to a couple of young voters there, one of whom was a young Christian voter, and like very motivated by his faith, and was, really probably at heart conservative, and was really not sure what to do with their vote. So I mean, a really, really interesting place to watch, and it looks like the swing to Labour has been huge. So that's really interesting.
24.2%.
That's pretty good. I have other news as well. Swindon North is now a Labour game from Conservatives, as well as Swindon South. So Swindon, home of XTC, Swindon is red. They're not making plans for Nigel in Swindon. That's quite
excellent. Yeah,
encouraging there.
And in Swindon South, actually, we didn't mention this earlier. That was the return of Heidi Alexander.
Yeah.
She was obviously one of the very first people to walk out on Corbyn, to lose trust and quit. And, around that time that we ended up with all the reform, Change UK stuff and all that disaster. She just simply said, I can't serve you anymore, and walked away. It's actually really nice to see her back. She was a really effective politician, I think. So, yeah, that's a great one to be pleased about.
Also, she has the key characteristic of as a guest on this podcast. So for her on this podcast, win your seat. It worked for Bridget Phillipson. It worked for her.
Can I just point out something that someone's just WhatsApped me? The exit poll had Barnsley North as a 99% likelihood of a Reform gain. That is the one that Dan Jarvis has just held for Labour.
Yeah.
So maybe we're heading in a different direction.
I mean, that does raise some questions about exactly how accurate the exit poll is going to be. I mean, my gut is it's probably not that inaccurate in the round, but individual seats might be off.
So that's Barnsley North.
Barnsley North.
What about Barnsley South, which it says here, Labour holds Barnsley South? Was that also, do we know?
I do not have that information for you right now.
But we've got a Barnsley correspondent here. We've got Barnsley desk. What do we know about Barnsley South? Now, quick.
Barnsley South.
Barnsley
Just hang with me
where
one
is it? It's south of Barnsley North.
It is. Okay, so... Okay. Oh, so that's Stephanie Peacock. Do we know if Barnsley South has declared yet? I don't think it has. Oh, it has.
Stephanie Peacock has held it.
Okay. So what's the question?
Was that in danger of any kind of reform insurgency?
That's a very good question.
That's a very sorry for asking it. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Both Barnsleys are in the bag. There's probably a Barnsley East and West as well as which I don't know about because I live in the South and I'm ignorant.
We don't have need for that. Yeah.
Yeah. You only need two directions.
We have another Labour game, by the way, Lee and Atherton.
Yeah.
I'm getting you more details as I speak.
Is that a person or a place? Lee and Atherton.
All I've got is massive majority so far. There's got to be someone's got to.
While you're getting all these gains, I've been stuck on these TBG news anchors, just still interviewing their
they look
panel.
Like they're doing origami with Union Jacks. It looks like blue pizza.
They've got a lot of flags around them. The main presenter's on his phone, seemingly ignoring the person he's interviewing. And not once is anybody talking about the general election.
Fantastic election watch party. They're not watching anything except the presenter's phone.
They're literally doing arts and crafts.
I'm going to put BBC News on in the background.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I've got.
Lee and Atherton is another seat where Reform are in second place, pushing the Tories into third. But Labour gained Colchester. So that's...
Oh, no, sorry. I keep thinking Colchester Dave from Blair, but he's not standing in Colchester, is he?
No, he's not. He's standing in Brett Anderson's constituency. Have you heard nothing from me all day? He's standing in Haywards Heath. He's standing
in Haywards Heath.
Yeah, he's standing in Mid Sussex. No one else has pointed this out. It's only me who cares about this.
I really care about that.
Anyway, yeah, obviously.
So is that Alex James standing in Burnley to put his tanks on Noel Gallagher's lawn?
Anyway.
Hang on. Oh, what?
Chris Hope, GB News, is reporting that Reform says they defeated Yvette Cooper in Normanton.
Oh, that would just be awful. I really hope that's not true.
That's exceptionally depressing.
What a moment.
We don't want that.
Reform sources not confirmed, but that would be...
Let's just pretend we didn't hear that.
Sorry.
And hope
That would
that
be
they are
really
completely wrong and that their sources are incorrect.
Yeah. I'll believe it when it's on the BBC. And even then I won't believe it. Berliga Morgan, Labour gain from Conservative, Kanishka Narayan, well done.
Sources believe Penny Mordaunt could have lost her Portsmouth North seat to Labour by around 1,000 votes. That could be a slight Portillo moment.
That could be a slight Portillo moment. We are about to take a short break and we'll be back very soon because we have to do technical things. And so why not take this moment to go to podmarket.co.uk and buy yourself a Party Like 1997 mug or t-shirt, because that's what the sophisticated late night podcast was wearing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You too can party like it's 1997.
Yes, absolutely. So we're going to take that break, and we'll be back very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Oh God What Now election live stream on YouTube. I'm Jacob Jarvis, here to bring some energy back to this this gang as everyone's
What are
getting
you trying to
tired.
say?
I've been out
We're
having
doing
coffee. I'm here to G everyone up, get it all going, inject a new bit of pace. Is what I'm saying. They needed a sub. That's what they had to do. They had to bring it on. I'm like 5-a-side going on. So very quick to get that going. We've obviously been in the mix of things. One thing instantly, Lee Anderson. Then, so tell me about him. Is it looking like he's won or is going to win his seat, isn't he? We've got some Lee Anderson news-ish.
Yes, we've got the first reform seat. I'm streaming GB News live, which is obviously gonna cover this with a massive smile on their face. I don't have the exact breakdown of the numbers.
I can give you that if you want. It's 42.8% for Reform, 29% for Labour, 15.7% for the Ashfield Independent, Jason Zarozny, and a mere 8.2% for the Conservative. So that's a majority of about 5,500 for Lee Anderson.
So the independent candidate was, for a while, wasn't it suggested that he could pick up a lot of Lee Anderson's seats?
I think that was this. I mean, it was such a difficult seat to call precisely because you've not only got Reform in the mix, you do have this quite popular independent who's a very well-known local figure. So I think it must have been very difficult to kind of get a handle on exactly what was going to happen there. But yeah, Lee Anderson, I think the one good thing to be said about Lee Anderson being Reform's first MP is if, as expected, Nigel Farage is elected in Clacton later, how long do we think they're going to stay friends?
Yeah, it's
I
not a
can't see
married man in
them.
heaven, is it?
I can't see them bonding. Right, let's drag away from this this slightly briefly to get some random questions in here. John, one of my favorite things on the podcasts is I love when you get really frustrated and you do a little rant and your hair goes a little bit toughly. Obviously, the results seem like they're quite nice for us. But what's going to be getting you angry over this next set of months and years and weeks? What's still going to be frustrating you?
Ooh, I mean, like, so Labour says housing policy is going to be first out the gate. I will be sort of holding their feet to the fire on that. I think I'm probably actually going to get quite frustrated with our own beloved media industry, though, in that, okay, this is clearly a very big night for Reform. This is a significant story, but it does kind of feel like that is dominating the narrative over the fact that Labour looks set to win 400 plus seats. This is a Blair level landslide, and you wouldn't know it from the tone and lot of the coverage so far.
Blair, Andrew, Tony
Great
Blair.
guy, hell of a guy. We need him back, actually.
Some
We need
say
Blair
he governed
energy.
too much, but Tony Blair, you've basically now got kind of like Blairism's returned a little bit, but with a new sort of figurehead. How do you feel with this comeback? And are there any other sort of B tier comebacks that you would like to see? Down the line?
I refute the premise of the question. I don't think there is a return of Blairism because Blair had a kind of a vaguely kind of messianic visionary edge to him, which could go both ways. It was very much a double-edged sword, and Keir's weaponized boringness, which I'm a huge fan of, because I think the country has had absolutely up to here with excitement, entertainment, and what we used to term colourful characters. There's a reason why Keir is on the front of the Labour manifesto in black and white, looking grey, with the simple title "Change." And looking at you as if I think somebody just got it as, your disappointed dad when you come back from the shop having bought a pint of milk. I think that has worked because, if you want entertainment, go to the bloody circus. This is supposed to be running the country. We've had a parade of, we had a PR man followed by a desperate headmistress, followed by a putrid and disgusting habitual liar and self-seeker, followed by a lunatic, followed by some nobody. I've had enough of colourful characters. So I actually don't think that Starmer is Blairite in that respect. When you look at it, he's also much more ruthless when it comes to the left of the party. Tonti never purged the party the way that Starmer has, in a way that made even me blanch. I mean, I was fully up for the party needs to be reorganized. We need to remove this kind of fantasy permanent protest aspect from the party. But the speed and the ruthlessness with which he did it made even me go, Jesus, do you really need to do that? I now realize that actually he did, because the focus shouldn't be the fact that Reform have made second place in many of these elections. It's depressing, it's dismal, but where is a punishment beating for the Tories going to come from, except from going into supporting a consequence-free party? You know, you can vote for Reform knowing they'll never enact any of their policies. It's just a good way to give the Tories a shoeing. So we shouldn't be focusing on that. We should be focusing on the 411 projected seats and the absolute hammering the Conservatives have taken, and the fact that we are definitively entering a new era of politics. That's my short answer there, Joe.
Zoe, on the new era of politics side of things, you've kind of reported on politics quite similarly to myself throughout. It's been the Brexit mayhem ever since. You've known nothing but sort of all the E numbers, high excitement, politics.
Peace.
But how are you feeling in terms of that? And I'm finding it quite strange to think I've had this chunk of time. I know it might go a little bit normal, it might not. But how are you feeling about it?
I guess I got caught up in the Labour landslide. And, you know, when the exit polls came in, I was super happy because there it was right in front of us. But I think there was also, because we were absolutely suckered in by the polls, some of them were predicting like mass Tory wipeout. And me in my naivety, baby fledgling political journalist, but also, as you say, living under a Tory government for half my life, absolutely wanted to believe that what we were going to see was complete Tory wipeout. And yes, this is an amazing result for Labour. And yes, it's really annoying that we're focusing on Reform. But I am a bit concerned about Reform, just because I'm just concerned about that's how the public feel. And politicians don't seem to learn from the fact that there is this big group of the British electorate that just feel disillusioned, and nothing we're doing is bringing them back into the fray.
Yeah, and neither do they neither attempt to look after them. We get leveling up, which was the equivalent of like his
cynical,
or we just get a failure to explain to them. I've got two little bits of good news. I can't believe it. Have we mentioned this at all yet? The fact that the Justice Secretary Alex Chalk becomes the first Tory cabinet minister confirmed to have lost their seat. Have we mentioned this yet?
No.
So Pippa Crerar has confirmed that, beaten by the Lib Dems in Cheltenham. Yeah. And it's another bit of good news. Anna Turley returns as the Labour MP for Redcar. Anna Turley is a good egg. She's old school good Labour, and we like her. And I wish she'd come on the bloody podcast. We've asked her.
Let's ask her again.
Come on, you're an MP now. Come on the podcast.
I'm told that something might be coming on the screen shortly. I'm being asked. No, I'm not. I've been told it's not coming on the screen. I'm just a bit of Chris Kamara. Anyway, on the Reform side of things, briefly to say, Chris Mason saying that Reform will tomorrow make a moral case that they should be part of the conversation in UK politics.
What the hell does that mean?
Fuck off. No, you shouldn't.
No.
Also, like, part of the conversation, like, that gets. Okay, I do understand that you wanted to rant. I do understand like the argument that, like, you know, this is you know, a fifth of the electorate or sixth or whatever it is, and therefore like we can't just pretend they're not there. And I agree with Andrew, like this means we should probably like actually do something about their concerns, whether that means addressing them or explaining to them why they're wrong, rather than just kind of sucking up to them. But the idea that they have not been part of the conversation,
they have been the bloody conversation.
They are the conversation. We're
talking about them now.
Everybody's moaning about the BBC at the minute, saying it's all the focus is on Reform and Reform's gains.
Clive Murray has described Reform's gains as the story of the night. There is a Labour landslide underway. The government is about to change.
Speaking of, I think Keir Starmer we're about to see Keir Starmer's count any minute now, 2:30.
Well, while we wait for that, I just have to do a quick shout out to some of the people who are supporting us throughout this at the moment. So we've got Spice Bandit, Gabrielle Gray, Carla Mercer, Al D, Darren Green, Rob Fitzgerald, Nick Brook, Kathy Hurst, and Ian Bartlett. Who I want to say, I wonder if he's related to Stephen Bartlett. That'd be interesting if so. But anyway, thank you so much for keeping Oh God What Now on the road and well stocked in, well, bottles of water are all on at the moment because we're getting a little bit tired, I think, cups of tea and coffees, but there's plenty of stuff outside as well that I'm sure we'll enjoy at some point, and some bubbly. So thank you very much. If you want to contribute to the stream, you know, there's in the stream notes, there's something going on down there. Let's take a look to what else we're seeing. On a bit of interesting news, Torsten Bell has won his seat.
Excellent.
Swansea West, Labour hold there. So that's an interesting one. And Beth Rigby is reporting Labour wins Hartlepool, and the exit poll had that down to be a reform.
Yeah,
So,
Hartlepool could have been, at one point, Hartlepool was the end of the entire Circuit project, wasn't it? He was going to quit because he was so depressed, and then he didn't.
Also, Charles Walker is says it was a strategic error for Sunak to go early and would have had a better result in November, even though they wouldn't have won it then either. Discuss, should we have had people knocking on doors in November and going out to vote in November and dragging this out? Do we think the numbers would have been different to any
people might not
kind?
have thought they were Tories.
Yeah, potentially.
Well, I thought it was penny for the guy.
Well, they're all wearing different colours anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But yeah,
like maybe wait to do the shit slinging until we've actually got the results.
No, we've got time to fill.
All right,
well,
do it
Charles
now.
Walker has
I don't
also
care.
said that many Conservatives warned the party leadership against making Lee Anderson deputy chairman, but sadly, we were ignored. He did enormous damage to the party. Who would have seen such a thing coming? It's just, there's a lot we can't predict, isn't there, in politics?
I couldn't predict this if I can find it, which is Neil Kinnock telling BBC Radio, "I'm going to give myself an evening of pure ecstasy, and nothing gets in the way of that. I'll be singing and dancing." So who knew that Neil was, that way inclined?
Nice. He's going for it.
Yes.
So if Labour have won Hartlepool with an
Uh-huh.
8,000 majority, and that was one of the seats that the exit poll predicted could go reform. And what was the other one we said? Barnsley North?
Barnsley North.
One of the Barnsleys.
Yeah. We're talking about exit polls not being completely accurate. Do we have to have a stern word with Sir John Curtis about ruining our Labour landslide with all these?
You're not allowed to have
You
a
can
stern-
do that.
a stern word with
Hey,
him.
I'm a big fan of Sir John
If you
Curtis.
think you're getting a word in edgeways with Sir John to have the stern word with him,
Yeah.
he'll
But,
just
you
tell you
know,
about the polls.
Yes,
you
well-
won't be able to get past it.
And this is
It's
clearly
very
been
nice.
quite a hard exit poll to do because there's a lot of factors there aren't normally. Like so many of these things are based on extrapolation from previous elections, right? And we haven't had an election with this kind
Well,
of
it's also
split.
because the last few elections were so much tighter. They were so much closer together. It's probably easier to extrapolate from the last one compared to having we've had just a normal gap this time, but a still much more significant gap than we'd had in the past. Conservatives have held Broxbourne, but with a slash majority of over 20,000 to 2K.
And that's why
So that's
Charles
one.
Walker is chatting, right? Because it's his constituents.
Oh, okay.
I think Charles Walker's
Charles Walker.
There's a fantastic typo on the BBC.
Please.
Labour's Christ Webb has gained the seat of Blackpool South. They've promoted Chris Webb to the status of deity. Christ Webb.
So what's happening on your screen at the minute, John? Talk me through what's
I
going on.
have a giant Elmo who's
Okay.
gone, and now we're at account, and Robert Halfin's there. Nothing really makes sense on GB News. It kind of, 1 minute it's Elvis, next
Well,
it's Elmo.
this is Keir Starmer's count in Holborn and St Pancras. And because it's Keir Starmer, there's bound to be idiots on the platform. There's going to be nutters.
Yes.
There's bound to be Spider-Man and screaming Lord Such's
Yeah.
latest.
Where is Count Binface standing?
Richmond and North
Richmond.
Lanarkshire.
Okay, he's with Sunak. Okay. So yeah, we are waiting for GB News is waiting for Keir Starmer's announcement, which is imminent.
There's something here from Rob Hudson, by the way, who was with us earlier. But shout out for anyone with the last name Jarvis at the moment. There are currently as many MPs with the surname Jarvis as there are Tory MPs.
We're getting the declaration from Rochdale.
Oh, please.
It's not clear what's going on, but it's interesting that George Galloway does not appear to be on stage for it that I can see.
They were saying that he'd moodied off and wasn't happy.
He might be being carried in on a large gold throne.
We will have a result.
A large gold throne.
Galloway-esque. I was there for the Rochdale by-election, and it was people queuing outside
You
the
want
count
me
at 4 a.m.
to be the cat? Right, let's get some more stuff going on. Get something more exciting.
Says here Farage is looking like he's winning Claxon, do it.
Paul Waugh has gained Rochdale for Labour.
Get it.
Yes, come on.
Yes.
So Galloway's gone.
For now.
Galloway's gone.
Yeah, but how long do you know he's gone? You can never expect him to be gone for long.
Quickly refresh. So he's not on the stage.
He's not even bothered to
Taking
show
it
up
like
to
a
the
champ,
stage.
as he always does.
Such a classy guy.
Oh my goodness me.
He's indefatigable.
Let's see what he's. I bet he's.
He wasn't that far off,
Rage
actually.
tweeting.
29 points to Labour's 33. So,
Wow.
but
You know what I call a
nonetheless,
good loser, John? A loser.
Well, Sundar Waller pointing out here that the main reason the Lib Dems are going to make 5 to 10 times as many games as Reform is that they have a much stronger local connection and presence, despite Reform's high profile in the media and online. Is that kind of it, that the Reform has basically been the Nigel Farage party, hasn't it, over the last few weeks? It's not
and
really.
is likely to remain so, I think.
Yeah.
I actually wonder if, I've been wondering if it would in fact be potentially bad for Reform if they do win a bunch of MPs, because that immediately means civil war. Sorry, Zoe.
Jeremy Corbyn has won in Islington North, according to Owen Jones.
According to Owen Jones,
don't do that.
Liverpool have won the Premier League in 2025, according to me.
I'm just saying, you know.
The quality, I know that we've got time to fill, but the quality of sources.
Listen, I didn't like what John was
is
saying, and I had to move the
decreasing
conversation on, okay?
at the moment. Well, we've seen apparently 30p Lee has called Ashfield the capital of common sense. So we've got a new place to go to if you need to get any common sense. Ashfield, apparently there, which is going to be.
Can we take out sanctions on the capital of common sense?
Highly rise in popularity. It's a poor woe.
Come on, what else is happening? We're supposed to be in the middle of the deluge of results right now.
I know, and it's just Labour,
what's happening
Labour
is-
gain, Labour gain, Labour gain.
On BBC, I've got Jeremy Vine stomping around in a kind of digital Thunderdome, or he looks like he's inside a spin dryer made of democracy, and he's doing, Minority Report hands to control the computer. He's inside the swingometer, which looks like the Large Hadron Collider, and I hope they're going to turn it on. And it'll be turned into the
Lib
Dr.
Dems
Manhattan
taking
of
Henley,
elections.
I'm seeing.
What's happening?
Lib Dems winning Henley.
Wow.
Okay. They're really
yeah.
pushing the boat out there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? we promised Jeff Stelling soccer Saturday, Joe. We've got to lean into it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew, beaming in there from just down the table to me. Ian Dale saying, what's he got? Ian, in 2005, Tony Blair won a 66 majority with 35.2% of the vote. In 2024, Keir Starmer will win a majority of around 170 with 36% of the vote. Discuss.
I think they're going to get
How
more
do we
than
feel around that?
36% of the vote. But also, I think it's interesting that none of these people were concerned about the iniquities of first past the post when they were winning.
Yeah.
I seem to recall that 52-48 is an overwhelming mandate, actually.
And an
so-
immovable eternal mandate as well that can never be questioned.
Well, this was like when the guy who co-wrote the 2019 Conservative Manifesto was moaning about Ed Davey being able to just do stunts and potentially win loads of seats without having much substance. And you thought, yeah, these people, a lot of people like sowing, but they don't like reaping in the politics world.
In my experience, the only people who like reaping, not even farmers actually, even they hate it. It's bloody hard work. Nobody likes reaping. Sowing's easy.
My Bravman is trending. I wonder what for. Let's find out. Latest. What's been said?
So GB News is reporting that Reform's seat projection is down from 13 to 9 seats now.
Good.
Okay,
Let's get it down.
single figures would be good to see.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we've got. See, I've got GB News at the moment. I've got people waiting around.
Still waiting at Starmer's seat.
Well, I think Ed Davey is waiting around at the moment as well. So
Wouldn't
we
it be
could
great
have
if
a
Ed
couple
Davey
of
arrived
party
at his own count on a bungee wire or fired in one of those, like a Zorb cannonball?
We've got a question here actually, which is useful. So it's from Mags Manston. How much do we think the second places for Reform / increase in Reform seats in combination with a low turnout is basically Reform successfully harnessing, rejuvenating Brexit referendum disenchantments? Do you think that's the case? There's sort of.
I don't think it's Brexit referendum disenchantment. I
No.
think it's disenchantment. I don't
Just
think
pure
Brexit.
disenchantment.
We've talked about this ad nauseum on the podcast. Brexit was not the cause; it was the symptom. The disenchantment produced Brexit and is now producing Reform and may produce other things in the future. Brexit is not causing these things. Brexit is the symptom.
A symptom.
Yeah,
I agree
that's
with
what I
that.
think.
Yeah.
So kind of semi-right, but the causal relationship I don't think is the correct one.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
We've got some more shout outs very quickly. So a massive thanks to Chris Wells, Fiona Coyle, Paula Woodward, Olaf Hartberg, and a very, very big shout out to Ian Dahl, who has given us enough money for a round, some dinner, a taxi home, and maybe some new bedding from Amazon, I'm told. So we've really got plenty there, which is very kind. And have you also seen that someone called you a classy man, Andrew? And
Yeah,
saying that you should have an old fashioned.
They did 10 minutes on that.
Yeah. It's the way to fill. To our screens, what's happening? So on GB News, it's just Ed Davey kind of wavering around at the moment is what I've got. It's expected at 3:15 Kingston and Surbiton result expected. So I'm not quite sure why they're doing a close up on him.
It looks like Davies held, which is not a surprise.
It's first monster raving loony party I've seen all night. Ed Davey he's come in with lots, with 25,870. He walked it, hasn't he? He's done it on a paddleboard. he's done it on those, those boots with springs on.
Oh yeah. Pogo stick as well.
Challenge Ed Davey. Yeah, the Tory got 8,600.
Apparently, there's a full-blown fight going on in Basildon and Billericay. They're having
Can you believe? There's a row going on down in
There's
Slough.
a recount. Richard Holden has a very close battle to hold his new seat after fleeing to Essex from the northeast, says James Ball.
That would be a shame.
They think there might just be sort of 10 votes in it.
Right.
20 votes in it is being reported. And apparently, Richard Holden is looking miserable. Couldn't have happened to a worse person.
If I were Richard Holden, I would also be looking miserable.
And he's not doing rather well. Great. Labour against Tipton and Wednesbury from the Conservatives. There is a new MP called Antonia Bance.
Antonia Bance is an MP.
Who's Antonia
I
Bance?
know her.
Do you?
She reads my newsletter.
Really? Oh. Hello, Antonia Bance.
Yay, Antonia.
She should have a podcast called Bance with Bance.
Oh, God, I can report from Twitter that somebody named Jago has drawn us.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
I don't think any of us come out well.
No, but it's pretty accurate.
I quite like
But
mine.
thank you, Jago. I think Zoe does come out best, yeah.
I look, my neck is wider than my head.
Andrew, you look really
guy,
tough.
Andrew.
Nah.
Jago, I want to be clear. I'm not offended that you've made me look like. I'm worried I actually do look like that. That's my problem.
You don't look like that. You do not look like Miriam Margolyes.
Yeah, there's something in it.
Retweet that. It's brilliant. Can we put that on a tea towel and sell it?
Yes, can
through
we?
merchandise store podmarket.co.uk, where you can purchase things like this t-shirt.
Thank you, Jago.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it as well. It's got very Vic Reeves quality to it, hasn't it? Like when Vic Reeves draws celebrities.
It's going to be all 90s references all night, isn't it?
Time stopped after the 90s.
Right, I'm going to need somebody like Rishi Sunak to lose his seat now.
Yeah,
I
we've
think.
got to have something going. So, looking at results, parties by seats actually in at the moment, we've got 48 for Labour, 3 Lib Dem, 2 Cons, 1 1 Reform, and a 0 of anyone else. Looking on the BBC's coverage at the moment. Taking a look at the front pages, landslide, the Keir Stormer. We've got Britain sees red, crushing blow to Tory party in election wipeout. Keir Stormer was actually the Metro.
That's not bad.
Which, normally they're quite hit and miss there. Daily Expresses is pretty funny in just how it's just a picture of the Sunaks sort of walking away, crushing blow to Tory party in election wipeout. It looks so sad.
Is it? You're probably too young to remember the end of The Incredible Hulk, where he would always walk away on his own while sad piano music played.
It's almost it's reminiscent. It looks like one of those sort of Paddington leading someone to heaven cartoons, but an actual
somebody has done that. They've done the Paddington cartoon, but Paddington's walking away saying, "No, fuck this," leaving Sunak on his own.
Okay.
What's happening?
Do we know Jim Murphy, CEO of Arden Strategies? No. He's saying.
Is he?
That the Liberal Democrats are about to win David Cameron's old seat of Witney.
That would be interesting.
That would be very interesting. True blue Oxfordshire.
We've got a question
I once
here.
convinced my wife that David Cameron's constituency was called Whitney Houston, and she believed it for ages. And she said, "Why is the singer?" I said, "Well, the singer, because she's related to Dionne Warwick, and her real name was something or other Warwick, so she needed a new name. And they just put their finger on the map of England. They thought Whitney Houston sounded really classic." She believed this for hours. She probably would still believe it. I hadn't told her. But she's American, so they can be persuaded.
We've got a couple of listener questions here. So this is from Andrew Patterson. Do you think Labour's win will be unfairly downplayed by the media due to vote percentage, even though we have FPTP, first past the post, and the Tories never had their wins downplayed, winning in the same way?
I don't think that's. We are watching it happen. It's happening on the front
happening right
pages.
now,
It's
yeah.
a reform is the story. Apparently,
Yeah.
they're all pretending that a 411 vote prediction 3 hours ago is ancient history and doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it also, to an extent, doesn't matter. Like at this point, it's all just numbers. It's just voters and so on. In a couple of days, when Labour starts governing and everyone realises they have no actual power, I think that will change the dynamic. But at the moment, we're still kind of talking about the politics rather than the reality
exactly. I
of
think if the BBC was still leading off reform after the weekend, I would start to be quite concerned by that. But at the moment, it is just it's the more surprising story of the minute, isn't it? Andrew, what have you
Just
got?
a little bit of hometown glory here. Labour against Southport.
Nice.
Sowie P has gone back to Labour from a pretty crappy Tory MP. We can see Angela Rayner is making her victory speech here in Tameside. What's their constituency again?
This is a question from Tom Clark. What should one do if Rees-Mogg is booted?
Ashton-under-Lyne. Sorry, that wasn't an answer. That's a bit
I
Mornington credit.
This is the two runnings where you answered the last but one question. Yeah, who's going to be the foreign secretary? Cheese and onion.
What should one do if Rees-Mogg is booted? It then says instantly omnipotent, which I think is maybe, I'm not sure on the word there. But what should, how should someone react to Rees-Mogg being booted? What are your guys' reactions going to be if that happens?
Well, I unfortunately have quite a lot more work to do before I actually get to rest, because otherwise I would be getting absolutely plastered on champagne.
If I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I'm glad to see these people get booted, but there's a sort of like. Do you remember when Margaret Thatcher died, and all over Twitter it was like, "Ding dong, witch is dead," yeah, and all this kind of performative Thatcher. And I was like, yeah, and the mines are now going to reopen, and everybody who lost their job in the 80s is going to get their job back. And, the utilities are going to be unprivatized. It doesn't change anything, despite the, quite apart from the fact that celebrating the death of anybody is ugly and corrosive to the self. It's like, what do you think this achieves? So Rees-Mogg getting the boot, it'll be very, very satisfying, but it's not going to undo 14 years of bullshit. The real thing is like, now what do you do with the fact that you displaced him? Talk about majorities. When I was young and naive, I used to see, slim majorities of 10 and go, oh, well, they're not going to be able to do much with that, are they? It's only as much as a tiny majority. And the fact is, the majority is a majority and the government is the government. And they're perfectly able to turn around and say, no, actually, we have the power to do it. So, it's if Rees-Mogg goes, I will permit myself a moment of celebration. But I know that there's an awful lot of hard work to undo the things that he and his ideological allies have wrought.
Starting to sound more and more like a stoic every day, Andrew. The books I've been reading around, leaving around the office, sort of sprinkling in my my philosophy is paying off. A lot of lions asks us. I don't know if that's actually a lot of lions have asked, or it's a person called that. Anyone else finding it very satisfying seeing the right being inept at tactical voting after so many years of the left/centre left being screwed over by first past the post?
I think yes, obviously, but I also think that's kind of a reading of the landscape. The left is currently being good at tactical voting because there is an overwhelming urge to get these people out of government. It's not that the people on the right don't understand tactical voting. It is simply that part of their vote has peeled away to reform as a protest because they also want the Tories out, but they're not going to vote for Labour or the Liberal Democrats or something. So I think it is entirely possible that if we have 5 years of a Labour government and it doesn't go terribly well, I think it could all flip in 5 years' time. We could suddenly find Reform and Conservative voters finding it much easier to cooperate.
And also sometimes you get, the closer a party or a faction within a party gets to power, sometimes, not always, you get the mellowing effect that comes of, if we just trim around the edges here, we may find ourselves sort of invited into the tent to be a legitimate party. Not always. Sometimes you have increasingly radical demands like the ERG, where they radicalize themselves and nothing satisfies. But, I mean, much as it pains us to say it, Meloni in Italy has not turned into be an instant fascist. Power has made her sort of engage with some realities.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are institutional limits on what you can do. Like, and I always thought that had Jeremy Corbyn somehow won an election and become prime minister, a lot of his supporters would have been disappointed because the institutional constraints on the government's action would still have been there.
Yeah, I also think they would have been disappointed because being disappointed in power and government is part of the emotional arc of being in those places in politics. When you're on the extreme utopian wings, you have to be disappointed, because if you're ever satisfied, it means you've arrived. It means you've achieved your millennial goals, and you never can, because that's not the emotional environment that you're in.
While we're talking about this, though, it was interesting. I can't remember on Sky earlier, John McDonnell, they've got John McDonnell as part of their panel, and he's still a Labour MP. I sort of feel he would have been the one that got the blame for those disappointments, and he's taken a very different path to a lot of the left, where he's clearly he's relatively supportive of Starmer's leadership, even though he's from a very different faction.
Yeah.
Do we have we're getting a lot of Labour gains now.
Yeah, Labour gain Stevenage from the Conservatives. Welcome aboard, Kevin Benavia.
Okay, that's quite an interesting seat as well. It's one that bounces back and forth a little bit, so good to see.
Labour gains Baron Furness from the Conservatives. Michelle Scroggum is an MP. Tory fears of recount in Hunt's seat. Exit poll suggests Chancellor Jeremy Hunt has just a 19% chance of retaining his seat. On the count floor, it's very much a two-horse race between Hunt and Liberal Democrat Paul Follows. This is the BBC. Probably going to be a recount, and they won't get results about 4 o'clock in the morning. Come on, we want somebody big to go down. It's been minutes since something exciting.
So in results so far, we're seeing the swing from Conservatives to Labour is higher on average in areas with more mortgage holders. So that's just a little stat for you from Will Jennings there. In results so far, the swing from Conservatives to Labour is higher on average in areas with more mortgage holders. So it's probably indicative that the Liz Truss interest rate fiasco is having a long tail impact on the way people are voting. That's from Will Jennings there. He's got lots of interesting stats to pick out. They've against Scunthorpe.
They've against Scunthorpe. Nick Dakin is now
brilliant. That's quite near me.
Good.
near my
great.
No,
is that
near me and my parents?
Is it a hotly contested swing seat?
I'm not sure on Scunthorpe, but it's the sort of place that I think can be quite red wally. It's not too far from sort of Boston, Grimsby-ish
area. So it's in the Brexit
Lincoln.
triangle.
Yeah, it's in that. Lincoln was Labour for a while, and then very solidly Tory. So I'd like to see that hopefully swing back. But that whole area is just quite Brexity.
Why didn't you call your band Lincoln Park?
Lincoln Park should have. Well, there's still time.
Yeah,
there's still time.
Plenty of time.
Serious question been tweeted in from a Ski Dad Pro on Twitter. Can you guys form some sort of international progressive media alliance to help other countries, like International Rescue and the Thunderbirds, but with slightly less space stations? Andrew, this is for you.
I'm happy to announce we're launching a German podcast called Mein Gott, was ist das? And followed by the French one, Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce que c'est? It's going to look great on Marie will, of course, be hosting that. If we can buy an island where the volcano opens up and we can fly the podcast studio out of it, like Tracy Island, we could give it a go. Yeah. I don't know.
It's getting. I mean, we've boosted in studio size, so if we keep incrementally doing this every few years,
sprawling,
we might get there by the time you're sort of like 80-ish. We might have the Thunderbird thing. But I'll continue the legacy after to keep it going.
You have got a bit of a Virgil Tracy look about you.
Yeah,
got the hair.
I can go for that. That's,
FAB job.
I'll take that as a
Labour gains Thurrock from the Conservatives. Yay! Jen Craft.
ITV have reconsidered its forecast, now giving Labour a majority of 178. Labour 414 seats, Conservatives 130, Lib Dems 60, Reform 10, and SNP 11.
So Labour going up.
Labour going up, Conservatives and Reform are going down.
Nice.
Lib Dems staying broadly the same.
I think they're on 65 in
the okay. Well, Lib Dems
going
going. Everyone's going down, but Labour's going up.
Good. But reform's the story, apparently.
It's true.
Well, George Eaton from New Statesman has pointed out here how Labour's majority of 170 plus is more than double Boris Johnson's 80 seats, but it does seem to have had a much more muted.
Sorry,
reception.
I've got distracted by the Clacton count here, where everybody you hate is in one little window on my screen. Tyson, Oakeshott, and Farage, and everybody else just looks like grotesque.
Is Tyson not at his own count in Boston?
Doesn't seem to be. Seems to be a no. Sorry, hang on. You're right. He's in Boston with Oakeshott. It's a split screen.
I see,
No, the microphone was in the way of the thing.
And I would assume Oakeshott would be with him.
Boston also quite near my family, so I really hope it doesn't go reformy. But I can see it. So we've been told by the production team here that Clacton is coming up. Clacton is teeing up. Please not Farage.
Oh, come on, Clacton. The thing is, I mean, if you go around Clacton and the Clacton area, you can actually fully understand why people would want to vote reform. It's been neglect isn't even in it. It's like, you know, if you live in Jaywick, God help you, it is grim. And I mean, no way surprised that people reject conventional politics, shall we say, and go for a spasm of rage from what friend of the podcast Jason Pack calls an anti-systems vote.
It's on another person, a Lib Dem game here, which should be quite interesting. Lewis Goddall is reporting potentially the Lib Dems think that they've beaten George Osborne's former advisor Rupert Harrison in Bicester and Woodstock.
That's Bicester, Bicester.
Bicester. The Bicester Bisons.
Worcestershire.
American friction.
Yeah, Bicester. Anyway, so in Bicester and Woodstock, a source told Lewis Goddard the birthplace of Winston Churchill and home of Blenheim Palace now has a Liberal Democrat MP. That really illustrates the scale of the Liberal Democrat triumph here and across Oxfordshire.
It's Blenheim.
What did you say?
That we are now like pronunciation shaming Jarve. This is just no good.
Yeah,
they're not.
I'm just reading how it's written.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. You are doing a great job.
Is Keir's count?
Oh,
we're in Camden. Here we go. As follows.
Come on, Keir.
Nick the Incredible Flying Brick.
I met that guy at the Blackpool Rochdale election.
166. This is where the Elmo is.
Yeah. Starmer looking very happy.
Lib Dem 2000. Feinstein got 7,000. That's the supposed let's get rid of Starmer vote.
Oh shit!
What's happened?
Nick Timothy's an MP.
maybe it'll shut him up.
Having lost the Tories their majority in 2017, former Theresa May advisor Nick Timothy has been elected by the constituency of West Suffolk.
You know what? That's like a headache for the Tories. Like this.
So apparently,
after all this fucking guy.
It's just bad for his personal development. He's never kind of been forced to reckon with what he did.
From the YouTube earlier, people seem to enjoy us talking about clothing. Has anyone seen Richard Holden's incredibly long trousers? He's just got really big trousers on that. Richard Holden. Someone needs to have taken them up.
Is he waiting for his mum to take them?
They look like he's wearing them quite low.
Starmer.
They're still long. Starmer drama.
18,000. But the anti-Starmer guy said Pistol comes second.
Okay.
Which is whatever. Anyway, he's won it by a mile.
Okay. So Starmer, he's sticking in. We've not got that situation.
Yeah.
Starmer drama is not there.
So Richard Holden's got very, very long trousers.
Yes.
Why don't he and Sunak just swap kecks and then everybody's happy? So like
they would be so long on Sunak though. They'd be like tunnels. It'd be like them
reading that
inflatable things.
Where was I? I think actually it was in Pop Bitch. I was reading why Sunak wears these stupid clothes. And it was like when he became Chancellor, the advisor said, "Look, you've got to start looking like a serious politics guy. We need to get you the largest suit of the serious politics guy that expresses substance and a little bit of weight. And they put him in one of these things. He said he just looked like a little kid wearing his dad's suit for a laugh at Christmas. So he goes back to the too tight, tiny ones with the weird half-masty trousers. And continues to look ridiculous.
Well, if you want to donate to us on the stream to make sure that none of us have to wear Rishi Sunak-esque outfits in the future, and we can all be in power suits the next time we do a live stream, there's a link to donate in the streaming notes there. We're going to be going on for a little bit longer, but possibly not too much longer. So any questions that you do want to get into us, please do get them in now or forever hold your peace, or we might just have to answer them on a later podcast. Who knows? We'll see how things go.
I want to stay until forever.
So Andrew's going to just be in this room on his own forever, potentially. So he can, I'm sure he'll get plenty of answers out there for you. So other than Richard Holden's long trousers, do you have anything else?
Has Richard Holden lost his seat yet? Because he's in
very close recount.
Billericay, isn't he?
Better than Billericay.
There's a really great photo of him holding on to a woman for dear life,
well,
as if he's watching the love of his life on life support.
Well,
it's really
Conservative Home founder Tim Montgomery has said of Tory party chairman Richard Holden's decision to stand in a different constituency at short notice. He said that it's selfish beyond belief. He's the absolute epitome of what my party needs to get rid of.
Who is? Sorry, Holden.
Holden, yes. Tim Montgomery said that about Holden.
The Times had a piece today about what went wrong with the Tory campaign, in which one of the anonymous Tories quoted said that a big sign that the campaign was going wrong was that Richard Holden did not have a seat at the start of it.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering who that anonymous Tory could possibly have been, whose main concern was whether or not Richard Holden becomes an MP. It's a mystery to me.
It's a baffling one, isn't it? Yeah. It's also a bit strange that the party of self-advancement and seeking your own personal advancement at the cost of all else should be moaning that a guy's gone, I want a seat, I'm going to grab it. It's kind of grabbing yourself an advantage out of nowhere is like a bit peak Tory, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are you moaning about, Monty?
Yeah. Well, even Tories have some standards apparently at some point.
You say that, but they have just elected Nick Timothy as an MP. So
yeah. Recount at Basildon.
Second recount.
Yeah, second recount. Yeah.
That's why Richard Holden's looking really, really distressed.
His trousers getting longer by the minute. Oh, what's
looks like Greg Hansey is going to be a recount as well. Chelsea and Fulham count is going to be a recount. Put that there.
Well, that was a bit. So I'm listening to Starmer's speech at the moment, and he's the a bunch of people from another party have burst into hysterical laughter just as Starmer's mentioned knife crime, or rather just before he mentioned knife crime, and it sounds really bad for them. Do you know what I mean?
Who did that?
Some supporters of some other party have burst into hysterical laughter over something. Just as Starmer goes, the kids who've died from knife crime, and it's just a really quite a distasteful moment.
In other news, and I don't think this is a deep fake, but there's a video of Therese Coffey singing to the Conservative Party on my timeline.
What's she singing? Please tell me it's Things Can Only Get Better.
No, it's Requiem Mass.
Oh, God.
And I think she is singing it. Brendan May has tweeted out if anyone wants to check and see what I've seen.
Liverpool Echo headline that you'll enjoy, Andrew. I know you've already said about Southport, but they've gone for Labour defeat Conservatives in Southport in historic victory as party heads for clean sweep in Merseyside.
Snappy headline.
So
like
it's got it all.
I'm trying to think how I'd have shortened that for the Echo for Southport.
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
And not just because I'm starting to think about the column I'm going to write later. As being as old as the hills, you were around for 1997.
For 1992.
1997.
I was around for that night.
What was the vibe? Because it doesn't feel as exciting as I imagined it was going to, even though Labour is really doing well.
It doesn't feel as exciting. Are we going to Clacton? No, we're not going to Clacton. I sound like Chaz and Dave, don't I? We're going to Clacton. It's not as exciting because
you know, Tonsi was coming in was on a rainbow bridge of hope and excitement for the future, and Cool Britannia was happening. And I was editing a Britpop magazine, having invented Britpop. I was editing a Britpop magazine at the time, and it felt like the whole country was on the cusp of something very new and very exciting, where all the horrible old bastards were about to be got rid of.
Alex Chalk, first cabinet casualty, loses his seat in Cheltenham to Lib Dems, confirmed apparently here by Beth Rigby. So we spoke about that before, but that's fully.
I think Pepper Crayer had that one. So it doesn't feel exciting that way, because we felt like we were entering a new phase of new exciting people going to be in charge, not just of politics, but of everything, of music, film, television. Radio 1 had changed from being shit to being good. You know, new filmmakers were making exciting, the Train Spotting generation, great new bands, and now, it's a huge achievement to get this majority, but you feel like he and his team are going to have to try and inject, pump wind into this sagging balloon that is our knackered, enervated country.
How much of that do you think is because we have lost status as a country, and how much of it is just the economy being stuffed?
I thought you were going to say how much of that is because you were 28 years old and having a fantastic time and everything felt brilliant. It was probably that as well. I think it's both. I think it includes both. We are embarrassed in front of the world by our own stupid actions, and our economy is bust, partly related to our own stupid actions. But also, for 14 years, we've indulged in the most foolish politics, certainly of our lives. As the oldest person in the room, it's the most foolish phase of politics, where both parties went bonkers. One of the parties went bonkers in 5 different ways in a 14-year period. The other party went semi-bonkers at the start of the 2010s, and then completely bonkers in the middle. So, we've as we all know, when you travel to other countries, the first thing people say is, "The hell's going on with your country? What are you doing? Brexit? You mad? What is it? We used to think you guys knew what was happening."
So we have something from Beth Rigby. Apparently, Labour are confident they've taken seats from Grant Shapps and Penny Mordaunt.
Oof.
Get it.
Oh.
Good.
So Keir Starmer saying it is election count tonight. People here and around the country.
We're about to see Shapps lose.
Go on.
Oof.
Set it up.
I've only got one headphone on.
Oh, I've got it on the BBC as well. It appears that Adam Ant is doing the declaration as well. Here we go. Do returning officers always wear that?
The hat. That is a great hat.
She's brilliant.
I regret not having a better hat action going on myself.
She looks like she's in Returning Officers of the Caribbean.
Her voice is wonderful.
Reform 6000.
Andrew, talk us through what's happening a little bit then, what you can see.
Okay, we can see, we're in Welland Hatfield, Shapps' constituency. Reform, I've got 6,300. Greens have got 2,900. 19,000 for the, I didn't get what party it is. 19,000 for Labour.
Labour game Welland Hatfield.
Shapps.
Looking bad for Shapps.
He's lost.
He's shat the bed.
Oh, 3,000 votes down. I almost feel for him a bit because he's not actually one of the worst ones.
Shut up, John.
Feel for him. He was quite a committed transport secretary.
Shapps.
I like that about him.
16,000. He's fucking gone. Goodbye.
Good. It really, I feel like I'm watching that where
Not a sound when they read that out.
No.
it's like the Simpsons meme where it says, "Oh, you can pinpoint the moment his heart breaks." That's what I feel like I'm seeing when I look at his face.
Yeah,
he looks so. Oh, he's done so many jobs. He's tried at so many jobs. Not to be again. Oh no, Grant.
See ya.
Well, he's the only MP that's related to one of the Clash.
Is he?
He's related to Mick Jones.
Oh, yeah.
And his cousin was in a duo called Ollie, Max and Shapps, and they did some quite good rave records.
Oh.
Also, can we talk about the fact that this is kind of like a commuter belt Hertfordshire seat that's just fallen to Labour?
Yeah.
And we've just all sort of totally banked that. Like, this is quite a big shift going on right now.
I'm not. Are you that surprised anymore? Because the computer
No,
belt,
I mean,
the
that is
computer belt, the
Brexit.
commuter belt.
That's Brexit and the housing crisis. Those are our issues on
Yeah.
show right there.
Well, the commuter isn't the commuter belt increasingly full of liberal-minded young couples who can't afford to live in London?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's why it's happened. Partly, Labour swing, 14% swing from Conservatives.
Oh,
to
we're
Labour.
getting yes.
There we go. See, this is why we can't
Go
stop
on.
doing it because the real nuggets are coming through now.
We've got the real nuggets for everyone.
IDS.
Listeners, if you want the nuggets to keep going, remember there's a link in the streaming notes to help support what we do.
Ian Duncanson's got 17,000.
Mm-hmm.
Chingford.
Oh, that's a lot of votes for the independent. Could Ian Duncan Smith hang on?
So Faisal Shaheen could have put him in.
No.
There's a misprint. The BBC's got him down as a
Ian Duncan Smith has held his seat.
Thank you, Faisal Shaheen, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. It's
12,000 for Faisal Shaheen. She's put Ian Duncan Smith in. Well done. Fucking idiot.
You can make the argument the other way around and say it was a mistake to chuck out.
Conversely, getting rid of her.
And also, she's demonstrating a big lack of class here because the Labour candidate.
Shaking her head?
Yeah, why is she shaking her head at the Labour candidate's votes of 12,000? Does she?
I mean,
I thought she'd been done dirty when they bounced her, and I think it was exactly the right thing to do. So we know what the moral is going to be taken from this, don't we? All of the little Owen Jones mob are going to go, this proves that she should have been the MP, and blah, blah, Starmer fucked it up.
Yeah, but I think I know what you're saying in terms of the deciding to run and stuff like that. There's some question, but it does also indicate, I thought at the time it was unwise for her to be gotten rid of. And this does appear to prove that to be so, given the support she has. The fact that it's now allowed Ian Duncan Smith to win is obviously very unfortunate, and I would say short-sighted from her, and quite obvious that it might happen. But it does somewhat reiterate the feeling we all felt at the initial point that it was not maybe the most
when she
just
got the
booting.
nomination to represent the Labour Party, she professed loyalty to the Labour Party.
Yeah,
that loyalty to the Labour Party doesn't seem to be particularly deeply felt. Now, I'm sure the rejoinder would be, well, they were not particularly loyal to me. But they're not there to be loyal to you. They're there to be loyal to the electorate. I don't think you're the wrong person when they bounce you.
It's the unfortunate sort of side of the sort of party mechanisms versus the party members versus the people who actually support the party and who that then serves more widely. And there's a lot of Labour voters who will be poorly served in that constituency now due to this,
and I blame her fairly and squarely because she didn't have to do it. That's what she's done.
Yeah.
Earlier earlier on, Dorian was talking about how what he really doesn't want to hear is the crowing. If it wasn't to work out for Labour, this is before the results come in. If it hadn't worked out, what he really didn't want to hear was the crowing from the Corbyn left. Yeah, you should have done it now. This will be a tiny bit of that kind of crowing.
A question for the panel that we've got here. How important was Starmer's role in the Tory collapse? Was his successful prosecution of Boris Johnson the turning point in the last 5 years? And was that actually more important than this campaign? So what do you think of that?
I think Starmer did a good job at keeping the heat on Boris Johnson when he would have so liked to have moved the conversation on. And I think he handled the Partygate stuff really well. He kept on him every week, and he knew that his own record on this was clean, and he was he was able to prosecute him. It was good. And I think it's really easy to say the media would have kept that heat on Boris Johnson, but I don't know, it ended up being a parliamentary ousting. It was the standards or the privileges committee that ended up ousting Boris Johnson. So I think Keir Starmer needs his credit for Johnson. But the Tory party's self-imploded in many other ways as well. Partygate was definitely the beginning of it, but I think they didn't need that much help,
Yeah.
did they?
Yeah, he's been forensic on a very unforensic counterpart, I suppose. There. We have a bit more reporting regarding Penny Mordaunt here from the deputy political editor at ITV News. In Portsmouth North, Penny Mordaunt's allies don't think it's looking good. Could be a few hundred in it, suggesting constituency poll began with her ahead and blaming national campaigns. That's from Anushka Astana from ITV there.
I'm listening to Grant Shapps's concession speech in the knowledge I'd never ever have to listen to Grant Shapps ever again, and it's quite poignant actually.
But Rob Hutton is pointing out that maybe a campaign to bring IDS back as Tory leader could start now. So you've lost Shapps, but maybe IDS.
I'd love that.
The return of Duncan Smith.
They would be out of power until the heat death of the universe if they did that.
Yeah.
Come on, hurry up, Clacton. Oh, the kipper on Farage. He really is narky looking.
I don't feel we've had anything approaching our Portillo moment yet.
No, we haven't.
Like Grant Shapps and Alex Chalk don't really deliver on it.
Isn't the whole point of Portillo moment that you don't know it's going to be a Portillo moment?
That's
And
yeah.
aren't we
I'd
like
agree.
anticipating that everybody could have a Portillo moment? So when there is a Portillo moment, it's not a Portillo moment.
I think if Truss loses in Norfolk, I think that counts.
Yes. That would be great.
That would be great.
So what are you seeing on screen at the moment?
Shapps is really putting the boot into the Tories here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the Tories have lost it. Voters can't deal with our inability to deal with our differences. We have tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters. Endless soap opera. Mate, you were a starring member of this.
Another split in Leicester East. Claudia Webb, Independent, split the vote in Leicester East, delivering the seat to the Conservatives. Reports Paul Brand for ITV.
The splits. What have we got going on GB News? GB News, they've stopped losing it so much. Really, they've just got Nigel Farage count imminent as their banner, just in the hope that that's going to cheer them up a little bit. Oh, there's comments on GB News.
I did see these, and I was wondering.
I was going to start reading them, and they were quite instantly racist. It would appear to me. It's yeah. For fuck's sake! I wish I saw that for a moment and I thought, ha ha ha, the GB News comments, and I looked at the GB News comments and just thought, oh, for fuck's sake, it's yeah, worse. Below the line, someone with the username Dark Days Ahead has said, please God, I hope Nigel has won.
Dark days ahead.
GB News. I hope there are dark days ahead for GB News. Gosh,
So in Leicester East, Claudia Webb took 5,500 votes, and Keith Vaz. What the fuck is he doing in politics?
Keith Vaz, he's playing from random party somewhere. Yeah, I saw that and thought,
so that's 9,000 votes.
Yeah,
that could have gone to the Labour Party. So well done, the pair of you, Claudia Webb, who's bonkers, and Keith Vaz, who should be nowhere near politics, have handed a constituency to the Conservative Party. And didn't you just say it might be the only Conservative gain?
The people of Leicester East deserve better than that.
Yeah, I would say so too. As someone who's got a Leicester connection and used to live in that constituency.
Yeah. Do you deserve better, Jov?
Yeah, I mean, I always thought we deserved better than Vaz for a long while, and so yeah, it's not ideal. Right, we're gonna have to be coming to the end of this this live streaming shortly, I believe, because John has to go into and record some paper cuts stuff, and I'm slowly losing my voice. Let's have a chat around how we're feeling about the whole night as a whole. Then generally, how we felt our recap of it at this point. John, how are you feeling on the whole? What stood out to you? What's your overall thoughts of the
I
whole
have to say,
thing?
for a Labour landslide, I'm feeling underwhelmed thus far. It's like when the exit poll flashed up, I was genuinely excited by that. It turned out I wasn't as bothered by the Tories having 130 seats as I imagined I would be. But as the night's gone on, there've been a few seats that I was expecting big things of, like Chingford and Woodford Green, where Ian Duncan Smith just hung on. Like Leicester East, we were just talking about, where it does kind of feel like it's just a bit deflating. But I think that will pass once we're through the night and the reality of a Labour government with a big majority sinks in.
Yeah, you're feeling excited for the morning.
I mean, just like we have a system that's kind of an elective dictatorship. If Starmer comes in with a sizable majority, as it looks like he's going to, then those individual seats don't really matter that much. It's purely that we're being deprived of a certain amount of Schadenfreude.
Zoe, what about yourself? How have you felt over the course of the evening and to this point here?
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think, there are some annoying things in there from a Labour perspective, but there's some great losses for the Conservatives that will keep us going, and I'm sure we'll get more into the night. And it is nice to see that maybe Reform aren't getting those massive gains that were predicted by the exit polls. 13 felt hideous. 9 feels... Well, now 13 was the table. 9 feels like... Okay,
9 feels gross,
9.
but less disgustingly gross. Andrew, how are you feeling?
I think it's a symptom perhaps of our overstimulated, over-accelerated, media-dominated age, that we can be bored after 3 hours by 411 and now probably 414 Labour seats, and the effective obliteration of the Conservative Party as a serious political force for at least one electoral cycle. And me going, oh yeah, but the story is really Reform, isn't it? It isn't. The story is a massive, huge, fucking historic victory for the Labour Party, right?
Yeah.
And we have, but of necessity, because of what we're doing here, we've had to concentrate on the minutiae of, oh, here's a funny thing that's happened with this particular, third candidate in this particular constituency has caused this, this particular ruction. But the big picture is a very, very clear big picture, and it is that Keir Starmer's leadership has been absolutely vindicated. They're going to be the government. They're set fair to be a two-term government unless they really screw up quite badly. Am I being over-optimistic there? I don't know.
I think you are. I mean, I think they could be, but I think we really shouldn't bank that at this point.
I'm not saying it's just but I'm saying they're set fair to get there if they can.
It is entirely possible, but I think the lesson of the last couple of elections is there is a lot of volatility out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of volatility, but I would suggest that the Labour Party is not full of human time bombs like the Conservative Party has been over the last.
But they do have, I mean, we've talked about this many times, they do have such a difficult task ahead. Through no fault of their own,
yes,
it is entirely possible they're not going to be able to deliver the kind of change that will keep people happy in 5 years' time.
Well, on that, we're going to be covering that all the way, aren't we, Andrew? Should we tell the people watching in and listeners just a little bit more about what we've got coming up for Oh God What Now generally? If you haven't come across Oh God What Now before, if the YouTube is the first thing you've seen, for example, we're a podcast primarily. We do film it every Tuesday and Friday, a panel of 4 people like this, isn't it, talking about kind of politics from a centre-left lean, I would say, with a no bullshit filter, swearing where we need to, and that side of things. But what have we got coming up then?
Well, tomorrow you'll get the live recording of the live show that we've just done this evening, which includes the landing of the
for patrons,
for patrons, but then subsequently to everybody else.
Okay.
And tomorrow afternoon we're doing an aftermath cast.
Yes.
Well, as everybody will have had a good 3 hours or 2 hours sleep,
exactly,
able to gather their thoughts, and they'll be gathering again in here tomorrow afternoon with yet more. We'll have a lot clearer picture, won't we? A lot more declarations, and just to kind of look at what it all means and make sense of it and pick out the bones of it. And then on Monday we'll be recording the first edition of the new government, which I'll be presenting.
Well, on that note, thank you so much for joining us for the Oh God What Now YouTube election night live stream. If you've enjoyed what we've done over the night, there is the stream, the link for donations in the stream description. We also have, if you want merchandise like what Andrew Harrison is modelling here, that's podmarket.co.uk.
Yes, Corbyn's just retained his seat.
Fucking hell.
There we go. There's some breaking news as we depart.
Broken
Corbyn
me.
has just has just retained his seat. Yeah, probably for the best. Andrew goes and had to lie down now at this point because of that. But everyone who's tuned in, thank you so much for watching this. We have plenty more back on YouTube. We stream all of our episodes there, and please do listen to the podcast elsewhere, wherever you get your podcast. We've got a lot more episodes coming up, and it's been an interesting night, and this government will certainly need plenty of analysis and keeping tabs of over the days, months, and years to come. Thank you for watching Oh God, What Now?